Oh, look at that. A bed, a table, a built-in wardrobe, and an enforced stand. It's already 2077, and the place still looks like this. Sis, you've really worked hard. The words slipped out in a small apartment on the outskirts of S City. Most people who just traveled through time would be panicking. Dian, on the other hand, fixated on the furniture. His mind wasn't exactly healthy, but he hadn't said it as a complaint. He meant it. His sister had cared for him across 2 lifetimes. If not for her, he'd already have turned to ash in some crematorium. He leaned back against the bed, fingers touching his chin. All right, let me get this straight. A parallel world, 99% the same as before. The celebrities are the same, my sister is the same. Even me, same accident, same vegetative state, 3 years ago. The only difference was time. Back then, it was 2018. Here, it was 2077. No doubt about it. This was another world. And the second difference sat right next to him. His eyes landed on the silver bracelet on the bedside table. His sister must have left it there. If I want this body working again, I'll need you, the one you bracelet. Without hesitation, he picked it up and slipped it on. With a soft chi, the metal shrank, hugging his wrist like an exoskeleton. No pain, no discomfort. Then came the voice. One you bracelet detected. Citizen ID. Logging into database. Login complete. Welcome to One U Live system. Warning, cardiopulmonary function below average. If you feel discomfort, disconnect immediately. Neural link established. System initialization, scanning, building template. Estimated time, 5 seconds. A white light burst from the bracelet, rippling through the room like a wave before fading away. Everything looked the same, except for a few new items on the table. Dian raised a brow. Wait, it copies the room directly? If this turns into a horror game, that's a permanent psychological scar. His tone was flat, but his eyes glimmered with anticipation. Welcome to One U Space. First time login detected. Please enter your anchor ID and live room name. A translucent interface appeared at the edge of his vision, visible only to him. He filled it out in his head without hesitation. Anchor ID, Dian Mo. Room name, the strongest player in history rules One U. Self-deprecating and arrogant at the same time. Typical him. Years of being a vegetable had scrubbed away most negative emotions. What remained was a twisted calm, the kind that made him seem more insane than broken. As a hardcore gamer with near photographic memory, he didn't consider it arrogance at all, just confidence. The system didn't nag him further. He knew the next step. Dian yanked out the 4, slid off the bed, and walked to the table. The only new thing there caught his eye immediately. He whistled. Huh. Genuine killer piracy at its finest. This one's for you, Daxia. Sitting on the table was a Xiaobawang console phone, the classic bootleg FC device. Standard issue for rookie anchors. Mounted on the wall behind, it was a sleek, 60-inch flat-screen TV. Now that's how you play Little Overlord. Grinning, he looked down at the 3 cartridges neatly lined up. Transparent text floated beneath each one. Super Mario Bros. Special Edition. Clear reward. Red mushroom. Doubles physical fitness until maxed. EXP. 1 U points, 1 U coins. Contra. Clear reward. Firearm mastery. 3 types. EXP. 1 U points, 1 U coins. Purple whirlwind. Clear reward. Wine control LV1. EXP. 1 U points, 1 U coins. Dian chuckled. So this is the missing 1%. In 2018, 59 years ago, this world had no games. None. Until One U Live descended through the internet and enslaved humanity with entertainment. Its words still echoed across history. Primates who call yourselves intelligent. Don't you find life boring? Don't you crave fun? Don't you hunger for power? Then come. Play a game with me. Clear One U. Victory condition. Destroy me. Reward. Strength and survival. Failure condition. Doomsday. Now let the game begin. I didn't expect newbies at this hour. The last anchor who swore he'd rule One U is buried now. Let me go. 3 Little Bullies is the hardest pick, and there's a special edition with brutal controls. Is this new guy serious? Beginner trap. As Dian reached for a cartridge, the live room filled. Hundreds of viewers poured in, and their comments exploded across his private HUD like tracer fire. The stream has started. Show yourself. No, Dian Mo didn't bother. He flicked the white circular camera off and kept his face off stream. Hell level difficulty? Cute. Purple Whirlwind was its own beast. Unique to this world, but even the other two were no joke. Contra could still send you from jungle skirmish to alien motherships. Still, Dian Mo didn't waste words. He picked up the Super Mario Bros. Special Edition. Practical. First priority, fix this scrawny body. He gripped the controller, hit start, and the retro welcome screen flashed. A familiar, nostalgic hum, and then a surprise. A well-known anchor slipped into the room, the same girl who'd been grinding Mario all night and still hadn't cleared the level. She'd come to watch a new streamer. Instead, she found him playing the same special edition. Nobody reacted. The chat went mute because everyone was watching Dian Mo instead. He looked casual but focused, the lazy face of someone who took nothing for granted. What if Mario in this world had a hidden tweak? He moved like someone checking a familiar map. Game on. He accelerated straight away, B button held down, and the chat nearly combusted. Acceleration in Mario? Sacrilege. Everyone expected a mistake, a split-second misstep into death. Instead, the player performed precise moves. A question block popped, a Goomba was stomped, points flicked up. Another jump, another block. A red mushroom began to grow. He smashed the stone beside it, so the mushroom fell right into the gap. He timed his landing to snag the mushroom the instant it appeared. No wasted frames. No hesitation. 666. That was sick. This anchor, insane. Only way Sean pulls moves like this. The silly girl's face fell into a mix of awe and envy. We're still friends, right? She muttered. A few moments later, he produced a fire flower. Then he showed exactly why he'd chosen this edition. Every fireball hit true. Every enemy fried on cue. Every coin collected, including the hidden ones that lit up like a map for him. He moved faster than human reflex should allow, but everything looked effortless. Shit, I'm dead, someone typed, then froze. No way a newbie can do this. When Dian Mo reached the start of 1 to 2 in roughly 20 seconds, he deliberately stepped off a platform and fell. It looked like a mistake, until he executed a flawless 2-stage wall jump in midair and recovered. It wasn't a slip, it was optimization. He'd shaved off fractions of a second the way speedrunners shave milliseconds. The chat forgot to trash talk. Capital F asterisk asterisk K, S, and stunned emojis filled the screen. Then the rewards came. Buddha jumps over the wall, donates 1 million game coins. 666 tips, 300,000 game coins. Demire donates 10 million game coins. When you didn't have flashy gifting tiers like old platforms. Gifts came as raw game coins, direct rewards. The total hit, 11.3 million game coins. With the platform's exchange rate of 110, that converted into a very serious paycheck. Dude, that wave just wiped 99% of Mario players, someone wrote. Bug double jump. First time I've seen it, another added. The silly girl quickly followed. Following. Please teach me after this round. You'll be a strong one for sure. The room erupted in more follows and tips. While the viewers fussed, Dian Mo had already warped Mario from 1 to 2 to 4 to 1 through a hidden warp zone. He glanced at the barrage and shrugged. I accepted breakfast money from the rich, honest, and upfront, he said into the empty air. Then, more casually, that Demire, if Brother Jadian ever actually rules Wanyu, you're coming with me. He sounded bored. The viewers heard a wink. The donations kept rolling in. The game, for now, was just a showpiece, a warm-up for whatever came next.
Hey everyone, welcome to FanFic Canon. Thanks for hitting play. I'm thrilled to bring this fan-made story to life for you. If you enjoy the ride and want more narrated fanfics, smash, subscribe, and tap the bell so you never miss an episode. And if you want audiobook of a novel of your choice, join my Patreon. Request any title that's freely available online, and I'll produce a full narration just for you. Now, let's dive into today's adventure.
After hearing Dian Mo's words, The silly girl immediately blushed. Not ashamed, but angry. Dumb girl. Can you please have some face? It was definitely impossible for her to scream. After all, she was also a well-known anchor, so how could she possibly say such a thing? If it's in private, the stupid girl who was lying on the bed thought so in her heart, and then quickly shook her head to get the thought out of her head. She had a hunch that if she continued to stay in this live broadcast room, her integrity might not be preserved. But the problem is that she doesn't want to let it go. A few days ago, under the cheers of the audience, she used the Wanyu points she had saved for several weeks to buy Super Mario Bros. It would have been all wasted if she didn't pass the level. Yesterday's cultivation had left her basically in despair, and now she felt that Dian Mo might be her only hope to clear Mario. Even if you can't take it with you, it's still good to take a look and learn from experience. While she was thinking this, the live broadcast room exploded again. F***CK. Skip a level. It's actually a level skip. My uncle doesn't accept it, so I'll just accept it, the host. Follow it. After I graduate from Wanyu Academy and get the Wanyu bracelet, I will buy Mario. I have a hunch that Wei Shin's record will be broken. What a premonition. I've already jumped 11 levels. It's hard to die with the anchor skills. It will definitely break the record. It turned out that when Dianwen reached 4-2, the audience in the live broadcast room realized belatedly that he had skipped the level. For people in this world, this is something that has never been heard of. While controlling the character, Dianwen asked leisurely and casually, "By the way, that Wei Sha you're talking about, how many records did he record?" The time quickly flashed on the barrage. 22 minutes and 41.78 seconds. At the same time, some people said that if Dianwen had not died, he could have been 7 or 8 minutes faster than Gao Dui. The audience's words were recognized by everyone, and they soon discovered how poor their imagination was. In this short exchange of more than 10 seconds, Dianwen had already controlled the character to reach the end of 4-2, and then he jumped again. Dianwen jumped directly to 8-1 from the first brick on the right side of the fourth pit. That is, the first small level of the last level. There are only the last 4 levels left in front of him. Dianwen looked lazy and weak, and the serious attitude he had originally displayed disappeared. For this Mario, who is exactly the same as in his previous life, he records single-digit records just for fun. Damir gives away 10 million game coins to the anchor. Please play the game, and I will give the host 5 million game coins. I was given 5 million game coins as a gift from a game player. 666 gives the anchor 100,000 gaming coins. I love the King of Fighters gives away 100,000 game coins to the anchor. In an instant, the gift of Wanyu coins went up rapidly, adding up to at least 30,000 renminbi. But in the next second, the gift stopped, and all the audience's hearts were lifted because, in front of Mario controlled by Dianwen, there was a super wide pit. This is the added difficulty of the game after skipping levels. Dianwen jumped twice in a row and also skipped most of the levels, so this is the most difficult difficulty. When the girl saw this pit, her first reaction was that it was impossible to jump over it. As an experienced person who died overnight, she can responsibly say that even if the pit was 1/3 smaller, she would not be able to jump over it. However, Dianwen still had a lazy look on his face, and without changing his acceleration, he rushed towards the pit. When he reached the extreme edge of the pit, he pressed the jump button. Everyone's eyes were fixed on the little figure on the screen. Let alone giving away Wanyu coins, they even forgot to type. 1 second, 2 seconds, 3 seconds. For these viewers, the time was extremely long, and they did not know how many seconds had passed. But Dianwen said that it would only be less, but not more for just 1 second. Then Mario landed as he expected. He breathed a sigh of relief and took a look at the barrage. Originally, he thought he might be able to cheat this wave. No, he got tens of thousands of dollars, but in the end he got nothing. Are you all stupid? Dianwen shook his head, thinking that they were really a group of guys who had never seen the world. In the last 4 levels, he basically had a playful attitude or an attitude of showing off. Various stunts and bug skills, such as backward jumping, water pipe ducking, and trap jumping, rapid-fire bullets, water squats swimming, squeezing through the wall, big man squeezing through the wall, body through the wall, deep through the wall, and diagonal through the wall. Hard-breaking wall penetration and vine teleportation are all done again. It was a joy to show off. The audience was dumbfounded and confused again and again, and they didn't come back to their senses until he passed the level. It is obviously impossible for the system to fix these bugs without the ability. It seems that there's a deep intention in this. After clearing the level, Dian Mo touched his chin and thought secretly, "Damn it, the anchor is so powerful. It's over, I'm poisoned. Host, please do it again. I'll go. 2 minutes and 41.43 seconds. Wei Shun. I think back in those days when I set the record, I almost drifted away. Now, when I see Dian Mo, I have already sunk into the center of the earth. 23:33. Classmate Chun Duxiu, please sit down quickly. I think the most embarrassing thing is the big hole. Chatting is just chatting, and the audience never stops sending thousands of coins. Dian Mo watched the barrage with interest, and when he saw the last sentence, he immediately put on an expression of invincible loneliness. He sighed reminiscingly and said, "Oh, it's nothing, it's nothing. I think when I came to Earth in a spaceship to find my brother Kakarot, the hole I made was much bigger than this." 666. The anchor must give full marks for this show of pretentiousness. I'm not afraid of making you proud. 23:33. What a good one to find Kakarot. Dumb girl. Hello, Raditz. How come you, a person with a combat power of 1500, didn't break the handle? Dian Mo raised his eyebrows. This silly girl was surprisingly quite knowledgeable. While they were chatting, Dian Mo's evaluation of this game also appeared on screen. The game has been cleared. The rewards are as follows. Get Anchor Experience. 1,000, get 1 U points. 50, get 1 U coins. 500, get Clearance Reward. Red Mushroom. Congratulations to the host for unlocking 4 achievements in Super Mario Bros. Special Edition. BUG found. Reward a red mushroom. Clear the level in 1 life. Reward 1 fire flower. Jump ability doubled. Fastest clearance. Reward Anchor Experience. 50%, 1 U points. 500, 1 U coins. 5,000. Extreme Record. Replay Mario in full stealth mode, and all rewards will be doubled after success. Dian Mo blinked. He was not surprised by this little thing despite his brain problem. Definitely, not being surprised doesn't mean that he doesn't know how rich and precious this reward is. Even if he doesn't know, he can figure out just by looking at the continuous F*** K in the barrage. Not to mention anything else. Just being rewarded with a red mushroom quadrupled his physical fitness, and the fire flower basically allowed him to directly master a fireball technique. Then the anchor with 50% experience may not see much in the early stage, but in the later stage, when others are struggling to upgrade, he only needs to ensure that he has the fastest clearance record in every game in the future, and then upgrading will be like riding a rocket. What is the use of anchor level? It's very simple. That is the salary given to the anchors by the Wanyu live broadcasting system. Level 1 corresponds to 10,000 and is paid weekly. As for the 5 million game points, as long as you know that it took a few weeks for the silly girl to get together to buy the Mario game for 300, you can know how precious it is. However, the truly precious reward lies in the final full stealth game. In the face of this opportunity, even the doubling of rewards after success pales in comparison. Because, except that everyone has a fixed opportunity to fully dive once in a lifetime, the remaining opportunities are considered privileges. Even around the world, only a handful of people get them. There are 4 types of opportunities to gain full infiltration. 1. Wanyu College Graduation Examination. For ordinary people, this is a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. Although the so-called Wanyu Academy is not of much use in Dian Mo's opinion, the things it teaches are very limited anyway, let alone the exploration of the game. Otherwise, the audience wouldn't have screamed when they saw him dancing. He said that the biggest use of this college is to give students a Wanyu bracelet when they graduate, saving a lot of money to buy it on the black market. For example, The bracelet Dianwen is wearing now was bought from the black market by his sister, who mortgaged her house for a loan. She herself has not graduated from the academy, and she only made this move in order to obtain the power to save the scriptures. In a sense, she was risking the rest of her life for Dianwen. Second, after each game has been played for the maximum number of times, the system will evaluate it. If the anchor's total score reaches a certain implicit standard, he will get a full infiltration opportunity. For example, the limit of play times for Super Mario Bros. Is 10 times, which means that after playing this game 10 times, you can no longer play it. If your performance these 10 times satisfies the system, you will get a chance to fully immerse yourself in Mario. Third, buy it with thousands of travel points and completely infiltrate the machine. The selling price. Let's put it this way, if ordinary players don't clear hundreds of thousands of games, don't think so much and just go to bed early. Fourth, extreme records. Being ranked last naturally means that the difficulty of this is still higher than the purchase. This is an opportunity that the anchor will only get when he obtains a record that the system judges to be absolutely impossible to surpass. Of the billions of people in the world, no more than 50 people have received an opportunity like this, and now, Dianwen has become one of them. Dianwen glanced at the group of excited and screaming viewers in a live broadcast room. For them, the opportunity to see a fully immersed live broadcast is simply more exciting than taking a trip to the moon. After all, this opportunity is extremely rare, and many people who can enter full infiltration will not broadcast live. Dianwen ignored them for the time being, but looked at the table in front of him, which contained 2 palm-sized red mushrooms and a white fire flower. There was no hesitation at all. He just picked up the red mushroom and stuffed it into his mouth. Being a bit of a foodie, he originally wanted to taste it, but as soon as the red mushroom entered his mouth, it disappeared like air. The next second, his body quickly expanded like it was inflated. With a chi sound, the pajamas on his body were torn. Dianwen immediately waved his hand, causing several circular high-tech cameras floating in the air to change direction. Don't move away, I still want to see the host's muscles. S***T upstairs. The appraisal is over. I also have muscles. Do you want to see them? Meow. I'm a man. Depend on. Dirty comments flew up in the live broadcast room, and Dianwen completely ignored them. He tore off his clothes directly, revealing his body underneath. His body, which was originally skinny due to being in a vegetative state for 3 years, is now full of strength. If I have to describe it, this is not bloated like a bodybuilding coach, but full of streamlines like a leopard. Not bad. Dianwen nodded with satisfaction, walked to the closet, picked up a black casual suit, and put it on. Because his body had undergone considerable changes, the casual clothes he wore now felt like tights. Dianwen looked at the mirror inside the closet door. There is no doubt that he has black hair and black eyes, and he always has a weak expression on his face. He is considered handsome, but he is not the handsome type, but full of masculinity. Young master is so handsome. After a moment of narcissism, he stuffed the fireworks into his mouth. The same situation happened as before. Before he could even chew, the fire flower disappeared, and then he felt a warmth flowing through his body. Dianwen's eyes flashed slightly, and he immediately gave himself a haircut in front of the mirror. Then he slightly bent his legs forward and backward, with his right hand facing down into a claw shape, and his left hand also facing up into a claw shape. A ball of orange-red flames appeared in front of him. Palm. Ha 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 ha. He instantly fell into the drama. His expression distorted. He laughed hysterically, and then yelled, cry, scream, and then die. That's it. Kusanagi Kyo. Obviously, his cause is Iori Yagami. Not to mention, looking at his face that basically looks like a madman, the restoration is really good. What's going on? So, it turned out to be a Chinibu. This sound alone matches the host's ID. Although Dianwen could not be seen in the live broadcast room, his voice was transmitted and truthfully. After the COS, Dianwen changed his face for a second and returned to his lazy look. He walked back to the table and said, Okay, you beasts, stop talking nonsense. Let's start. Rule 1 you. 666. You may not believe it when I tell you, but I am now a crazy fan of the anchor. Brainless fan +1. I believe that anchors can rule Wanyu, so I'm probably just a crazy fan. Let's begin. To rule Wanyu. A large barrage of ruling Wanyu floated by, which undoubtedly became a slogan for this group of fans. There are currently 20,000 people in this live broadcast room, and after watching him achieve extreme records, at least 3/4 of this group of people have become his fans, and it continues to grow. Dian smiled softly and clicked OK on the completely infiltrate question that popped up in the system. The next second, his eyes fell into darkness, and after a brief moment of confusion, he found that he was as if he had been cast on a body-holding spell, unable to move at all. Full infiltration has been completed, and online matching has been completed. Mode: 2-player full infiltration. 2 people. Dian blinked. This game time ratio is 1:100. Full infiltration has sidelines/hidden tasks. Please enjoy exploring. Game clearance reward. The reward from the last game is doubled. Game introduction is about to begin. Please watch carefully. The cutscene CG appears directly in front of Dian's eyes, from far to near, first a long shot of the entire continent, then slowly approaching, and finally settling on a black castle. If Dian had to describe the feeling now, it would be like watching a movie with 3D glasses. At the same time, the baritone voice of a standard announcer sounded in his ears. Devil King Bowser and Princess Peach are a well-known loving couple in the Mushroom Kingdom. Hello. After hearing this first sentence, Dian's eyes widened. He has foreseen that this Mario world will be extremely curious. Princess Peach's reputation spreads to every corner of the kingdom. From the nobles to the cart drivers and vendors, everyone knows this. But not everyone is as bold as a pair of plumber brothers. Could it be that Mario was actually the one who stole the princess? In an instant, Dian used his imagination and guessed the ending. However, he still underestimated the integrity of the system. So they decided to go and watch the devil and the princess having S**X. I go. Even though Dian was as calm as he was shocked by this strange and magical game. After the 2 brothers Mario and Luigi made up their minds, they immediately came up with a perfect plan. Their execution ability is terrifying. If you have such executive power, can't you do something serious that is beneficial to society? Repairing a few more water pipes is better than this. After the plan was completed, Luigi broke the legs of his elder brother Mario on the spot and went to peek at the princess alone. As the baritone voice stops, the opening animation ends. Then, an indistinguishable male or female voice spoke in a joking tone. Let's start the game. As the sound fell, Dian regained his mobility. The corner of his mouth twitched, and he lowered his head, looking at his broken leg. A deep laugh came from his mouth, with the eerie feeling in a ghost movie. Luigi, just wait. I will break your 3 legs. Main mission update. Meet Luigi. Dian hung up his eyes and muttered, If you dare to let me cooperate with him after we meet, I will chop you down and use them as firewood. He verbally threatened the system. But obviously, this has no effect. 2333. Sure enough, the completely immersive script ruins childhood as always. Come on, Anchor. You must resist. Yes, it's just a broken leg. If you think about it on the bright side, don't you still have 2 legs? Classmate Shindushio, please sit down and give other students a chance to speak. Dian sneered and said, Do you really think there's nothing I can do? In the few seconds he just watched the barrage, he multitasked and completed his observation of his surroundings and himself. What he controls at the moment is not his own body, but a similar 3D image, and the degree of simulation is almost 100%. By the way, the pain sensation is also 100%. The reason why he can break a leg and still have no expression on his face is simply because he is not normal. As for the surrounding scene, it was quite novel for him. When the side-scrolling game turned into a fully immersive game, this immersive feeling made him, an avid gamer, quite happy. However, this also brings a disadvantage. That is, The huge difference between the two makes a lot of his customs clearance experience invalid here. However, even so, with his familiarity with the game, he still found some traces of cobweb. Is this so? Norwin touched his chin and looked around. Just like the Mario game, there were stones floating in the air in this world. Definitely, if he dared to hit it with his head, the result would probably be a big bag or a bloody head. To be different, there are quite a lot of stones here, and there are no question marks. It is basically impossible for ordinary people to find a stone with gold coins or mushrooms inside. But Dian is no ordinary person. Compare horizontally and vertically, and then use the surrounding scenery as a landmark. He moved around on the ground and finally stopped in one position. If you take a picture of him from the side at the moment, careful people can find that his position is like the floor plan of the first level of the Mario game. Dian quickly filtered out the extra stones in his mind, then raised his hand, and a ball of flame as big as a fist flew out from his palm, not too fast nor too slow, and accurately hit one of the stones. The stone shattered suddenly, and a red mushroom fell down, like a long leg, slowly moving towards Dian. After a few seconds, Dian picked it up and stuffed it into his mouth. This time the red mushrooms did not disappear directly like before. He chewed it with relish and said vaguely, "Well, the chew is good, the taste is bland, it is very watery, and it has a hint of sweetness." After he swallowed the last bite, he did not grow bigger, but the broken leg returned to normal at a speed visible to the naked eye. Haha, it's the same as I guessed. Norman immediately stood up and jumped on the spot without any problem, and the jump was quite high. It was probably due to the double jump ability. Well, let me see what this full dive is all about. After solving the imminent problem, Dian finally had time to look at the greatly changed menu interface in the full immersion mode. As he whispered in his heart, two interfaces appeared in front of him, one on the left and one on the right. They were still unable to be viewed by anyone except him. The one on the left is the live broadcast interface, where you can see comments and rewards. On the right is the game menu, and at the moment its status bar is displayed. Character name, Dian Mo asked. Level 5. Survival value, 500. Magic value, 500. Attributes, Strength E, Agility F, Magic F, Toughness F, Insight F, Nervous Reflexes F. Backpack 0 of 10. Equipment. Skill, Fireball LV.1. There is no doubt that his attributes are very poor, and only his strength has escaped the lowest value. This is probably due to the previous two red mushrooms. The survival value and magic value are both 500, which obviously corresponds to the level. In other words, in addition to receiving salary, the anchor level also has other functions in this completely immersive mode. For example, he now feels that his body strength is a bit stronger than in reality. It is estimated that this is also the improvement of the non-explicit basic physical ability brought by the level. By the way, Dian has been upgraded to level 5 because he gained 1,000 experience points before. When Dian was observing his status bar, the audience discovered a line of text in the lower right corner of the status bar. I'm going. The anchor has teamed up with Wei Shun. Buffed. It turns out that Wei Shun broke the host's leg. Can you bear this, host? I just came over from Wei Shun, who just completed 10 Mario playthroughs and got a full dive opportunity. Dian glanced at the bottom of the status bar. LG to Wei, level 29 surviving. Well, there are some differences from the ID in the previous life. At the same time, Dian agreed with the fans' words. Although he knew that this was caused by the system and had nothing to do with Gao Dui, but this does not prevent him from expressing his anger. Well, putting aside the thought of being angry for the time being, after figuring out his teammates or opponents, Dian took a few steps forward, then kicked his legs and jumped onto the rocks in the air with his amazing jumping ability. Stepping steadily on the stone that was half a meter long, wide and high, he tried to stamp his feet and found that the stone floating in the air was quite solid. Even if he stood on it like this, it did not break or shake at all. Sign. Well, it seems that many people in this world may not have the ability to destroy these stones. He looked up and saw that there were quite a lot of floating rocks above. That is to say, This makes it a lot easier. Dian smiled softly and kept jumping towards the rocks above with a relaxed expression. After jumping 20 times, he finally stopped and looked down. I'm going. I'm scared to death. Oh my God, my legs are weak, even if I'm not afraid of heights. 666. Look, the anchor's expression remains unchanged. Dianwen's current height was about 100 meters. Just when he looked down, the audience was frightened to the point of weakness. However, he still didn't blush and his heart didn't beat. Oh, my illness is unclear. He decisively put the blame for his mental problems on his head. Definitely, he jumped up not to verify the depth of his illness, but to climb up and see the distance. But this sight immediately left him speechless. Beep! It turns out that the king and the devil are good neighbors. As soon as he finished speaking, Dianwen's expression changed slightly. He touched his chin and said, "It turned out to be a silent word. It turns out to be a good and civilized system, compared with the coquettish beep systems out there that use ex onomatopoeia when they speak. But it's very disadvantageous for a player like me who has a huge vocabulary." "Anchor, what are you holding in?" Dian Mo asked. "I could have made millions a month by relying on my vocabulary, but now I can only rely on my strength." "Dumb girl. Who will shut up the mouth of classmate Chun Dushio upstairs?" 2333-inch. Dianwen does not have the live broadcast room interface open at the moment, so he does not know the content of the barrage. Otherwise, he would have sat down and chatted with the audience for several hours, telling them that they would not dare to dance again in life. In fact, what he saw was not too shocking, but for a veteran Mario player, it was a bit unpleasant. There is a castle behind where he initially entered the game, with white walls and red tiles. There is no doubt that this is the Mushroom Kingdom. Next to the Mushroom Kingdom was the black castle he saw in the CG animation. How close these two castles are. Let's put it this way, you don't need to know Chu Liuxiang's Qinggong. As long as you're a normal person with nimble legs and feet, you can easily climb into the princess's room to pick flowers. Moreover, the two castles also share a town. What if they don't become a couple? Beep! It's been a long time since we've been in love. Dian Wenshu complained with his eyes, and then jumped back to the ground piece by piece following the original path. Anyway, the Mushroom Kingdom and the Demon King's castle are together, so there is no need for hesitation to go there first. Returning to the ground, Norwin strode towards the town. After a while, the town arrived. There are dragons and horses and guards at the city gate, but there is no search at all. It can be seen that the world is very peaceful, or the Mushroom Kingdom has no sense of danger at all. In short, Dianwen, an outsider, walked in like this. At the same time, he was still thinking that he must not go to Gaodui right away. With such a big map, why should he discover some side tasks, equipment, or skills? Yes, as a patient with severe game addiction, Dianwen is the kind of player who greets the production team and his family in his heart while finding out all the elements of the game, and even wants to lick every corner. However, the system will naturally not let him take advantage of this loophole. Players enter the Mushroom Kingdom City, which is open for a limited time. Players need to meet Luigi within 3 hours. If the time limit is exceeded, they will be kicked out of the game. TCH, it's really the trick. Dianwen glanced at the countdown next to the main mission and curled his lips dissatisfied. Although it was indeed expected, he was still very unhappy. Not letting him reach 100% map exploration is simply more uncomfortable than handcuffing a drug addict and placing a bag of marijuana in front of him. But it was uncomfortable, so he had no choice but to accept this fact and speed up his pace. But after walking for a while, when he entered a street, he discovered a problem. The people around you don't look at you like a stranger. Could it be? At this time, "Hey Mario!" Suddenly a voice called him, came from the right side. Dianwen turned around and saw that it was a mushroom head. A mushroom head in the true sense, just like the red mushroom he just ate, but with hands and feet. This creature was standing on a table filled with various items at the moment. He was only about 1 meter tall. "Oh, it's you," Dianwen replied without changing his expression, and walked up to the other party at the same time. It didn't even take him a second to remember the identity of this mushroom head. Tenobio has the royal blood of the Mushroom Kingdom, but works as a street vendor. He and Princess Peach are related by blood, although Jianwen still doesn't know which of the two has the genetic mutation. Long time no see, Tenobio. Can you give me a mirror? Genobio glanced at Dianwen strangely, then took a mirror on the table and handed it to Jianwen, and said at the same time, "What are you talking about? Didn't we just meet the day before yesterday?" Dianwen took the mirror and said very calmly, "Yes, it's been long enough for me." After speaking, he looked down. Red hat, big nose, curly beard. Exactly what Mario looks like. But he had made sure before that his hands, feet, and even his torso definitely looked like his own. Well, that is to say, subjectively, I am still myself, but I am playing the role of Mario. If I look in the mirror or in the eyes of NPCs, I will still look like Mario. I don't know what I will look like in the eyes of that Gaudi. While his brain was thinking about the problem, Nori asked with a smile and handed the mirror to Tenobio and said, "Thank you. By the way, what do you want from me? I don't have money to buy your products now. Mario, I need you to do me a favor. Side mission trigger. The sewer at Pauline's house is clogged. Can you please help take a look at it? Help Pauline restore unblocked sewers." Huh. He actually received such a serious mission. It turns out that besides saving the princess and fighting against the evil forces, Mario actually did his job. And that Pauline, isn't that my ex-girlfriend? Norwin controlled his expression perfectly and said hesitantly, "This, Tenobio, Pauline and I." Genobio made an understanding expression on his mushroom face and said, "I know, Mario. Although you have broken up, you have been hooking up, and it is normal not to let others know. But you and Luigi are the only plumbers in the entire Mushroom Kingdom, so no one will doubt you if you go." "I'm going." We were serious for just a second. What the hell is hooking up? And why do you know? How did Mario maintain confidentiality? And in this world where there are water pipes everywhere, there are only 2 plumbers. Dianwen stared at him and said feebly, "Okay, I'll go take a look." About half an hour after Codex answered Kino Bio, the 2 arrived at Pauline's door. The person who knocked on the door was Dianwen. After the door opened, Pauline looked at him with a surprised look on her face. She was about to make a move to pounce on him, but then she saw Tenobio at the side and stopped her movement. What a pity! Although he wanted to think about it, Dianwen actually had no regrets. After all, he was not interested in having an in-depth communication across dimensions with Mario's friends. If you were a girl, you can consider it. I don't know where the bottom line of the system is. I'll give it a try in the next game. Dianwen touched his chin, and the expression on his face gradually became obscene. Many beautiful heroines in the game flashed in his mind, but Pauline's words successfully interrupted him from continuing to think about the possibility of testing the bottom line of the system. "Why are you here?" "Oh, Kinobio told me that your waterway is blocked. I came to take a look," Dianwen replied casually. Pauline was stunned for a moment, then smiled and said, "Oh, that's right. I happen to want to find you too." Then Pauline didn't say much and led the 2 of them directly to her bathroom. The toilet and bathroom are the same as in reality, but what makes people speechless is that between the 2, there's a water pipe that is twice as big as the toilet mouth. "Let me go with you. Who dares to go down here?" Yeah, it's disgusting just thinking about it. I never thought of this when I watched people playing Mario before. Dumb girl. And it's even placed next to the toilet. The audience in the live broadcast room has already begun to complain enthusiastically. Is this the difficulty of this task? It is indeed a bit difficult for most people, but unfortunately it didn't work for me. Dianwen touched his chin and looked at the water pipe, his expression unusually calm. "Okay, I'll go down and take a look." It must be said here that if you don't memorize this, it is because Dianwen was originally abnormal. His tolerance for such disgusting things is beyond human limits. Like the disgusting horror movie The United States, he can watch it while eating tomato scrambled eggs and still enjoy it. In short, he did as he was told, holding the edge of the water pipe with one hand, and then turned over gracefully and entered the sewer. His vision was covered in darkness, with basically no light source except the top of his head. It probably felt like this for less than a minute, and then there was a sound of treading water, and Dianwen landed. After his feet touched the ground, he immediately opened the status interface and took a look. Such a high-altitude fall actually caused his survival value to drop by 60 points, more than 10%. Fortunately, there was no problem with his legs, otherwise it would have been really troublesome. Just after confirming this, he closed the status interface. After all, even if it was translucent, it would block the view. There's nothing strange about it. Dian twitched his nose and found that there was almost no smell in the sewer, and the water on the ground was quite clean, and there was a faint light, allowing him to see in the dark. Using the light, he looked at the sewer and found that the height here was actually 10 meters high. There were many stones floating in the air, and the light was emitted by the stones. After a brief observation, he stepped forward, but after only taking a few steps, there was a sound behind him, which was the same as the sound when he landed just now. He didn't need to look back to know that Kinobayo had also entered. You are really excited. Dian sneered his heart, but turned his head calmly and smiled at Tanobiyo. Come on, guess what went wrong? Toady was stunned, then said with a dry smile, Mario, you really like to joke. You are the plumber. It's okay, it's okay. Dian still smiled. Maybe your intuition is very accurate. Hungry, Tanobiyo raised his hand and pointed towards the back. About. That's where it is? Good. Norwin nodded and walked in that direction without saying a word. Tony-Bio was stunned for a moment. The two of them moved forward, and soon there was a sound of treading water in front of them. The sound of people treading water is usually two sounds connected together. After all, people have legs, but the sound of treading water in front of us is only once, and the second sound is not consistent. Such a sound was particularly eerie in the dim water pipe. There was a cry in the live broadcast room, because they knew that the game world after the system modification usually has some horror elements in it. But even so, Dian still stood there with a lazy look on his face, not feeling scared at all. After listening for a while, he raised his right hand, a small fireball appeared in his hand, and then shot it out. God! A scream echoed in the water pipe, and then the sound of treading water disappeared. It was simply scarier than when there was a sound before. But Dian walked forward without any hesitation. About 10 meters away, an obviously burnt corpse appeared in front of him. That is a chestnut boy's body. I knew it. As he spoke, Dian crouched down, stretched out his hand, and inserted it directly from the wound. He kept digging around inside, as if he was looking for something. This was an extremely terrifying move in the eyes of others, but he looked very interested and his eyes were shining. F***K. Am I the only one who thinks the anchor's voice is scarier than the voice just now? You are not alone. The entire live broadcast room thinks so. Demare, I suddenly understood why the anchor was called Dian Mo when understood +1. The entire live broadcast room was frightened by Dianwen's move, and they were not the only ones who were frightened. Oh my god, Mario, what are you doing? When Kinobayo arrived and saw this scene, his heart beat twice as fast, and his whole body, mushroom, almost peed with fear. Under his sight, Norwin stretched out his bloody hand, turned his head, and grinned at Toad. The weak light shone, making his expression at the moment particularly terrifying, although he himself was not aware of it at all. Look, man, look what I found. Norwin's expression at the moment, combined with his bloody hands, gave Tanobiyo and many viewers an illusion. This is a scene where a serial killer is showing off his trophies. But in fact, except for that noun, which may be slightly wrong, everything else is basically correct. At the moment, Dian raised his hand and showed towards Tanobiyo the blood-stained oval metal sheet in his hand that was the size of a fist file. This is a very common item in the Mario world and even in Mario games. Gold. It's just that the way to obtain this gold coin is a bit strange. Tanobiyo was silent for a long time, looking at Dian with a look of fear on his face. Well, Mario, although I don't know if you have been stimulated by anything recently, I think it is necessary to tell you that when a monster dies, it will disappear within a minute as long as no one handles it. The gold coins will appear then. Oh, that's the setting. Dian stood up calmly and wiped the blood from his hands and gold coins with his pants. His expression revealed the fact that he wasn't upset at all about his unnecessary actions. Simply put, for him, There is no essential difference whether he waits for a minute or reaches out to dig out the body on the spot. Oh, no. As a player with an extremely time-conscious mind, he felt that what he had just done was more efficient. By the way, there are no internal organs in the Chestnut Boy's body. As for why there is blood, it is probably just for the sake of realism by the one-use system to scare players. Let's go. With that said, Dian strode forward. Oh. Kinobayo followed up carefully, always keeping a distance of more than 1 meter from Norwin. After walking for a while, Dian discovered that the sewer was similar to a certain level in the game, but because the water pipe was accessible, it was easier to find the question mark stones in those levels than where he first fully infiltrated. So, after walking for 10 minutes, Dian kept firing fireballs, harvested 50 gold coins, and also ate a fire flower. Because of the fire flower, his skill fireball was upgraded to level 2, but with the word pseudo written in parentheses at the end, which means that these 2 levels will return to level 1 as soon as he leaves the game. By the way, he also discovered that every time he used a fireball spell, 50 points of magic power were consumed, and the recovery speed was neither fast nor slow. Arrive! Dian stopped. In front of him was a water pipe that was only about half a meter long, and this water pipe was blocked by a mushroom at the moment. He did not rush to deal with the mushroom, but looked at Tenobio and asked naturally, "By the way, buddy, we haven't discussed the reward yet?" Tenobio was stunned and asked doubtfully, "You and Pauline still need to pay for your relationship? And even if you want it, you should ask Pauline for it." "Huh?" Dian showed an evil, mad smile. "Really? Are you sure?" Hungry, Kinobayo felt a little guilty at his smile, and couldn't help but take a few steps back. "Dang, definitely." Dian shook his finger and said, No, it's not. Since you still want to pretend, then I can only say it straight." He bent down, brought his head closer, smiled evilly at Tenobio, and said, "Is this mushroom your head? Let me guess, you wanted to spy on Pauline, but you didn't realize that this water pipe was bigger than the others. Small, so I accidentally stuck my head here. Isn't that right?" Genobio's expression changed slightly, and in the next second, he put away his innocent smile and turned into a gloomy one. "When did you find out?" Dian grinned and said, "I must have discovered it right away. Otherwise, why do you think the great plumber Mr. Mario asked you to show the way?" He didn't wait for Chinobayo to speak and continued, "Actually, I found something suspicious when I just met you. Why did you ask me to repair the water pipes in Pauline's house? The relationship between Pauline and me. There's absolutely no need for you to say it. But at that time, I was just a little confused and didn't think much about it. But then you told me a secret that only I and Pauline should know. This could be because I was not careful." No. Genobio's words were interrupted. Norwin shook his head proudly, with an obvious show-off expression on his face. "It was definitely possible that you saw it by accident, so I was just skeptical at the time, but the look on your face when Pauline opened the door convinced me to deny it. She was very confused as to why you came with me. In other words, she never asked you to do this. At this time, I had confirmed my suspicion, but I still didn't know the reason until..." Dian pointed to the mushroom blocking the water pipe. "I saw this. I give this line of reasoning 100 points. I'm not afraid of the anchor being proud." Dumb girl. I originally thought Dian Mo was just mentally ill, but I didn't expect that he turned out to be a madman with a high IQ. I'll go. That will be even scarier. Isn't this a typical antisocial personality? Yiluo Gue Jin gives the anchor 5 million gaming coins. 666 gives away 200,000 game coins to the anchor. Patients with secondary school syndrome will give the anchor 1 million gaming coins. Dian felt happy after having deceived another wave of rewards and satisfying his desire to show off, but the matter was far from over. "I didn't expect that you could guess so much with just a few words and an expression." Dian's eyes widened immediately, and he rolled up his sleeves. Just now he looked like a famous detective, but now he instantly turned into a ruffian. He said dissatisfied, "Guess? Boy, I am worried that your brain cells are not as big as rat excrement, so I try to be as concise as possible. Since you are so incompetent, I will unceremoniously explain the entire reasoning to you. Come and sit down, and I will make you sound like you have Alzheimer's disease in 100,000 words. The whole reasoning logic starts when I just woke up today. As the saying goes, all logic is dots, and only the great uncle is the line, connecting them in series. Half an hour later, I wasted another precious half hour of my life. Dumb girl. Please stop, brother. We are friendly forces. Everyone, I'm going to take the first step. This is my kingdom fee for this month. The audience was all in despair, and Tenobio, who looked dull, finally couldn't stand it anymore. Enough, he shouted loudly and said with trembling heart. I understand. You don't need to say anything anymore. Dian Mo's face changed in a second. He pushed up his non-existent glasses like an old scholar and said, Do you really understand? Harry Potter. Who is Harry Potter? Zenobio yelled in his heart, but he didn't dare to complain. He was afraid that brother would take the opportunity to talk for another half an hour. Yes, I understand. Just say what you want. That's not the point. The point is, what do you have? Dian Mo skillfully uses the negotiation skills learned from the game. I can give you the underground water map of the entire Mushroom Kingdom. I know what you and Luigi are planning recently. This should be very useful to you. Kinobio took out a map from somewhere and handed it to Norwin. Dian Mo immediately took it and unfolded it to take a look. Name, Mushroom Kingdom Underground Waterway Map. Type, plot related. Quality, ordinary. Function, display all underground water routes in the Mushroom Kingdom. Can this game be taken out? No. Can it be brought into reality? No. Note, if a worker wants to do his job well, he must first sharpen his tools. You don't even have a map of the underground sewers. Do you still want to spy on the princess? The corner of Dian Mo's mouth twitched. If it weren't for this note, he almost forgot that his main mission was probably to spy on the princess and the Devil King having S**X. In a sense, he is worse than Toady. He threatened a voyeur, took away his voyeur tools, and then prepared to spy on the voyeur's sister and brother-in-law, having S**X. Norwin glanced at Kinobio with pity, feeling guilty that he had just stood on the moral high ground and threatened this guy mercilessly. Oh, it's not easy for you either. Well, what? Zenobio looked confused, but he also felt that Dian Mo's attitude was much kinder, so he breathed a sigh of relief. Then he soon discovered that he had been too naive. Anything else? Dian Mo never feels guilty for more than a second. What? You still want it? Definitely. Norwin said expressionlessly. This is the reward. Next, we have to talk about how to make the innocent Tenobio, as a member of the royal family, turn out to be a shameless, and dirty person. The voyeur will be forever lost in my heart. What do you think? Dian asked kindly for advice. Feeling guilty, he escalated from threats to blackmail. 10 minutes later, Dian Mo easily pulled out the mushroom from the water pipe and crushed it to dregs, destroy the evidence. Seeing this scene, Tenobio finally felt relieved. He glared at Dian Mo fiercely and said, I will remember this day, Mario. From now on, we are no longer friends. After saying that, he left angrily. Let me go. You want to spy on my friend, and you actually think we are friends? Is there something wrong with the world's concept of chastity? Or is there something wrong with my IQ? As he spoke, Norwin smiled and covered the water pipe, leaving only a gap for the water supply to flow smoothly. By the way, he used a fireball technique to weld the surrounding area tightly. Boy, even though that is Mario's friend after all, I am playing Mario now, and your peeping will never be possible in this life. Obviously, the previous transaction between the two did not include Dian Mo, and he could not do any minor processing after clearing the pipeline. After hearing his words, the live broadcast room was filled with rewards, and at the same time, the screen was flooded with Ask Brother Mighty barges. Unknowingly, the audience had naturally changed their names for Dian Mo. By the way, the reward from Dian Mo's blackmail, just now, is that he can buy 3 props at 50% off at Tenobio's prop shop. This value can be large or small, based on the quality of Dian Mo's gold coins and Tenobio props. Theoretically speaking, as long as Tenobio's props are good enough and Dian Mo's gold coins are enough to buy them, Even artifacts can be obtained. Definitely. Even Dianwen himself knew it was impossible. At least he didn't have that much time to earn gold coins. Although he had just spent half an hour explaining the logic, coupled with the previous messy consumption, Dianwen only had 2 hours left. However, this blackmail. Oh no, the reward from the work is quite generous, and it should be regarded as the ultimate gain within the scope of the system's recognition. Next, Dianwen quickly left the water pipe, returned to the ground, told Pauline that the water pipe was repaired, and left immediately. During the whole process, Pauline didn't try to persuade her to stay. She just said she would come later next time. It was probably designed by the system to prevent players from having a chance to hook up. It took 10 minutes for Normand to reach the position where he first fully infiltrated. At this time, the countdown time displayed is 1 hour, 48 minutes, and 54 seconds. In all senses, this time is not enough. After all, Gao Dui's current position is not clear. However, it was different for Nornwin. On the way to Pauline's house, he had already told Genobio that he knew that the Demon King Festival was currently being held in the Mushroom Kingdom. It is considered a large-scale celebration, and the main activity of the celebration is for the contestants to perform a trick of robbing the princess. If they succeed, they can get rewards. If nothing else, Gao Dui should go there. Therefore, it would only take half an hour at most to find him. Norian had 1 hour to buy gold coins, and the location had been planned out when he was blackmailing Tenobio. Running wildly all the way, his hands continued to release fireballs. The gold coins that fell out were either jumped up to catch or leaned over to pick them up. In short, Dianwen's current state was similar to when he controlled Mario, but his physical strength was a bit exhausted. Under complete simulation, he would feel tired even in the game. 5 minutes later, when he ate another fire flower and successfully upgraded the fireball technique to level 3, his destination was also reached. Negative World. Also known as Space World and 36th World, the reason is that the title of this level is displayed as -1. The Negative World is not within levels 1 to 8 of the Mario game, nor is it an Easter egg deliberately left by the game makers. It is a confusion of levels and game data caused by the overflow of world data. All in all, this is a BUG. Anything can happen inside, and Dianwen knows how to get in. At the moment, he is standing in the warp zone space. All he needs to do is not pull out the real water pipes, but enter the first and third pipes. Originally, he just had the attitude of giving it a try. After all, after the Little Overlord game became a full infiltration, it was unknown whether the Negative World would disappear. But now he was sure that his worries were unnecessary. Definitely, when the Negative World becomes completely submerged, this is obviously no longer a data overflow, but a deliberate result of the system. Without too much hesitation, he was extremely calm and could block out most of the panic and fear. Jumping into a pipe is different from the game, where you need to use a wall bug to enter the Negative World. After Dianwen entered the pipe, he only felt that his eyes were black, and then his vision was filled with all kinds of chaotic and distorted pictures. No, it's not just the picture, but also the sound that sounds like countless undead wailing, or like countless beasts howling in excitement. Like the pictures, the sound are also extremely chaotic and have a great impact on people's spirits. F***K. It scared me to death. This sound is scarier than any ghost movie. I was so scared that I smashed my headphones. Dumb girl. I'll teach you a trick. Look at Brother Win's calm face, and you will feel much better. Anyway, this is the conclusion I came to after paying for a mobile phone. What the flat-chested old woman said is true. Ask Brother Mighty. The audience's reaction is not an exaggeration. To be honest, watching these sounds and images for a long time is enough to make people become crazy. But they were still just watching through the screen, but Dianwen was directly immersed in the scene. But he was still energetic and calm. After standing still, he did not forget to stamp his feet to test the hardness of the stones under his feet. Again, Dianwen is not a normal person. The next step is definitely to earn gold coins. This Easter egg is extremely difficult for other anchor players, but for Dianwen, it is as easy as picking up money in his own backyard. Under the screams and roars of countless monsters, Dian spent an hour to complete this goal and also conducted a more careful exploration of the negative world. Putting aside the results of the exploration, Dianwen's harvest was 2,350 gold coins. These gold coins occupied the 3 grids of his parcel in the form of 1,000 gold coins superimposed on one grid. The whole process of leaving the world, running back to the Mushroom Kingdom, and arriving at Tenobio's stall only took 10 minutes. Quick, take out the props and let me see. Dianwen stood in front of the stall panting, slapping the table vigorously with an expression that said, "I'm already a rich man." Tenobio glanced at him and said coldly, "It's all on the table. You can see for yourself." After saying that, he jumped off the table, obviously not intending to ask this guy who was extorting money from him. Dianwen ignored him and picked up the props on the table one by one to look at them. Choosing things is much easier if there's a system. Players only need to pick up an item and observe its properties and effects. No identification skills or corresponding knowledge are required. Because of this, Dianwen soon discovered that he was not a wealthy person at all. With a look of reluctance, he put down a very high-quality prop that he could never afford. At the same time, he stared at Tenobio with uncertain eyes, wondering whether to upgrade from extortion to robbery. In the end, he gave up. After all, the system should not allow players to take such shortcuts. Okay, that's it for these 3. As he spoke, he picked up 3 props from the table: a green mushroom, a bone, and a hammer. Then take a shot of 2,300 gold coins. Name: green mushroom. Type: consumables. Quality: legend. Function: resurrection. Can this game be taken out? No. Can it be brought into reality? No. Note: if you die once, you will know how to use it. Name: human calf bone. Type: plot related. Quality: ordinary. Function: lure dogs or other creatures that love human bones. Can this game be taken out? No. Can it be brought into reality? No. Note: I heard that Bowser's 2 youngest sons like human bones very much. Name: Mario's hammer. Type: melee weapon. Quality: refined. Attack power: normal. Special effect: when thrown and hitting the enemy's head, the attack power is doubled. Conditions of use: strength attribute E. This item is bound after being picked up. Can this game be taken out? Yes. Can it be brought into reality? No. No, what? You asked me why melee weapons can be thrown and their attack power is doubled? Boy, have you never played Super Mario Bros.? This is what Mario and his enemies use. Dianwen walked towards the direction of the celebration with a lazy look on his face. But his heart was not very peaceful. God damn, he die for once. God damn loves human bones. What a damn melee weapon that is thrown out. There is no doubt that the prop selection situation just now is also a test of system arrangement. If you can't resist the temptation and buy a weapon that seems very powerful and can be taken out of the game, you will probably fail to clear the game. At present, no one knows whether Dianwen's choice is right, but in his plan, these 3 props will play an important role. Putting these aside, although the human bones seemed useless, the other 2 items were definitely excellent props for him in the novice stage. In fact, this is more than the best. Even if it is a prop that cannot be brought out of the game, the value of the green mushroom is incredible. There are only a few items of legendary quality that have not appeared in the entire Wanyu system. Anchors like Gaodui, who can barely be called high players, have never even seen them. In the system settings, this prop is simply used to covet players. There are 3 prerequisites for purchasing. 1. Gain insight into Tenobio's purpose. 2nd, excellent language negotiation ability. Dianwen completed with shameless blackmail. 3rd, find out what the game has in common with full infiltration and find the question mark stones. Only when the above 3 points are achieved can players purchase it. But it's possible, not possible, players still need to be able to afford it. Because even after a 50% discount, the price of green mushrooms is still 1,500 gold coins. In other words, if we follow the normal process, all the gold coins in Dianwen will not be able to buy undiscounted green mushrooms. So is it possible for other players to exceed the number of gold coins obtained by Dianwen? To be honest, it's impossible. After all, Earning gold coins without being affected in the negative world is a way that others cannot copy at all. Anyway, thinking of Tenobio's constipated expression at the end, Norwin felt quite happy. If there is a book, it will be long. If there is no book, it will be short. 10 minutes later, Norwin arrived at the celebration site, which was the entrance to the Demon King's castle. Then, the next second, the main mission was refreshed. A check mark appears next to the mission, Meet Luigi, which means it has been completed. Immediately afterwards, the main mission has been updated. Peeping at Princess Peach and Demon King Bowser, having S*X. Side mission trigger. Pretending to be in harmony with LGD Way on the surface. Do not take the initiative to kill LGD Way with the help of other people in this world, or cause LGD Way to have 10 major mood swings. Hey, I like this line mission. Dian whistled, showing no fear at all that his opponent was a level 29 veteran anchor. As for why he completed the main mission of level 1 just after he came here, it was actually because at the moment Gao Dui was standing on the very conspicuous flame suspension bridge fighting with Bowser's only daughter. This is part of the celebration and the last level. If he wins Kuba's daughter, Gao Dui will get the reward. Unfortunately, Dian is here. At the same time that Dian received the task prompt, Gao Dui also received the same prompt. The only difference was that LGD Wei was replaced by Dian Mo. He was already in a high state of nervousness. Although he was much stronger than Bowser's daughter, he didn't dare to kill her, and the flame suspension bridge was relatively narrow. This update of the mission prompt made him stunned for a moment, and then Bowser's daughter seized the opportunity to attack him, causing him to become a little unsteady on his feet. It's not a big problem if he can't stand firmly. He is still a level 29 player after all, so maintaining balance is not a big deal. The real problem was the sound coming from below when he was unsteady on his feet after the system prompt. Hey, Dogwei Jian, hold on. Men can't say no. Hearing Dianwen's extremely shameless words and the nickname he was extremely unwilling to hear, Gao Dui tilted his body and fell down. With a bang, he landed face first on the ground. It was a miserable sight. At the same time, the mood swing progress bar that only Gao Dui could see became 1 out of 10. Well, Dianwen looked at the invisible camera with a lens-like look and said with a smile, "This shouldn't be my fault, right?" 23333, the host called it well. Contractor shamelessly asks brother. Picking up the despicable brother, one is like a 100-meter sprint. The silly girl originally wanted to take over the contract, but halfway through typing, she remembered that she was also a lady and a well-known anchor, so she endured it. It is worth mentioning that the system's intelligence will selectively block some comments about other anchors. After all, this is a live broadcast. If any audience reveals the information of the 2 enemy anchors who are live broadcasting, it will cause great unfairness. After a while, Gao Dui, whose face turned dark, came over. His appearance was still the same as in reality. In other words, in the eyes of the player, the other party was his original appearance. Haha, this is Dian Mo. Ask brother, let's go, let's do the main mission. Even though he was already scolding his mother in his heart, the main mission said that he should be friendly on the surface, so he could only endure it. Well, he doesn't dare to fall out. This thought flashed through his mind. Dianwen smiled and pretended to be dumbfounded. It's great to play with a level 29 master. By the way, master, what's going on with the other branch? I go. You actually asked directly? Gao Dui was immediately shocked. Like a completely immersive game, this kind of mood swing setting is very common, but everyone knows it tacitly and will not take the initiative to say it out. Looks like he's really a newbie. However, Dianwen's words continued. By the way, master, you must have been very angry when you fell from the top just now, right? Does being angry count as a mood swing? Don't be angry. If you are angry, the mission will fail. I still count on you to take me. Regarding Dianwen's tone of pretending to be stupid and at the same time being extremely mean, Gao Dui said, mood swings 2 out of 10. He was mad. 2333. I just like the dark side of the host pretending to be stupid. No. I still like to see the expressions of those who were tricked by the anchor. I guarantee that when Dog Wei finds out, Their expressions will be absolutely wonderful. Dumb girl. Have you forgotten that the anchor is a newbie? There was silence in the live broadcast room. Yes, they really forgot that Dian Mo was originally machine. No matter whether Dian Mo was breaking records outside or his calmness after completely infiltrating, they ignored this, so much so that they felt that he was originally a veteran. I'll go. I can't react as quickly as the old woman. This is what most viewers think, and they also type it out. Dumb girl, that's a gnashing of teeth. While they were talking nonsense, Dian Mo and Gao Dui had already entered the sewer. Dian Mo obediently followed Gao Dui all the way. As if I was a newbie, I was just here to hold my thighs, and I was only responsible for paddling. Ahem. Well, how did you fully infiltrate when you were only at level 5? Did your Mario clearance scores? All 10 times. Because of the dim light in the sewer, Gao Dui felt a little depressed, so he started talking to eliminate the fear. However, he got the point right. Anyone who sees Dian Mo at this level will ask this question. It must be mentioned here that most players do not like to turn on the live broadcast when they're fully immersed or even playing part of the game because they do not want to expose their ability. Gao Dui falls into this category. He has discovered the importance of fully infiltrating and has consciously turned off the live broadcast. However, it was because of his behavior that he became the mentally ill Dian Mo. No, the first victim on the road to rule Wanyu. When Dian Mo heard what he said, his eyes immediately flickered, and he said, "That? Master, you won't tell anyone, will you?" When Gao Dui heard this, he wondered if this guy had found some bug, or if some add-in program had completely penetrated it. Thinking this in his heart, he looked upright and nodded. "Don't worry, I'm not someone who likes to gossip." Dian Mo organized a speech for a while, and then hesitantly said, "Actually, my dad is the principal of Wanyu College in City S. He secretly opened the back door for me to graduate and take the exam early and avoid some strong people." Gao Dui was shocked and immediately believed it. At the same time, he was already thinking about how to get closer. The principal of Wanyu Academy. That's a more awesome character than Shirchan. It's over. I'm laughing so hard. Dian Mo asked, "Congratulations on becoming my first victim." Dumb girl. Victim? Please go away, I'm done with the stomachache. It's so easy to lie. Are you lacking calcium or iron? Or are you short-sighted? Dian Wenshu stared at Gao Dui's calculating look and couldn't help but complain in his heart. In fact, we really can't blame Gao Dui. After all, there are only 4 ways to completely infiltrate. Among them, buying and extreme records are not believed by Gao Dui. The only one that is more reliable is the record of 10 clearances. However, he's also quite proud of himself. As the first Mario player, he feels that it was very difficult for him to get this opportunity. Not to mention other masters, a level 5 novice will definitely not be able to do it. In comparison, the fact that he is really the son of the principal of Wanyu Academy sounds more credible. No, we can't just give up on the side mission. The worst-case scenario is that I'll take him through the level and kill him with the help of the boss while completing the main mission. Gao Dui finally decided to prioritize improving his own strength, and in his opinion, it was very kind to guide Dian Mo through the customs. He opened his mouth and was about to speak when there was a sound of treading water in front of him. Dian Mo's hearing was very keen, so he easily heard that the sound of treading water was obviously different from the previous chestnut boy. Slower, softer, and a bit more mixed. What could it be? When he was thinking this way, he actually already had the answer in his mind. At the same time, he shamelessly moved 2 steps and hid behind Gao Dui. Affected by the surrounding atmosphere, Gao Dui felt a little nervous, but it was only for a moment. He was a level 29 player after all, and it was impossible to be scared by mobs. Soon, the creature that made the sound walked out of the darkness. It was a turtle with a length, width, and height of more than 1 meter. It's a Noku turtle that's very common in Mario games, but this commonness doesn't refer to its size. It turns out to be a turtle. Gao Dui snorted coldly, took a step forward, and ran away. It took only a few seconds to cross a distance of 10 meters and appeared in front of the Noku turtle. He punched hard, creating a blast of punches. Bang! With a right hook, Noka Turtle's head was immediately knocked to the side, and there was an obvious dent. Hoo-hoo-hoo! 2 more punches. Gao Dui seemed to be venting his anger before being asked by Dian. And with these 2 punches, Naku Turtle was declared dead. I'll go so strong. If it weren't for system protection and such a side mission, I might have become a dead man. Only when he actually saw Gao Dui take action did Dianwen realize how big the gap between himself and level 29 players was. This person relied solely on the power brought by level, without even using skills, to beat the seemingly durable monster to death. If he were to do it, he would probably have to use the fireball technique a few times. If he hadn't discovered the similarities between the game and full stealth, and temporarily upgraded the fireball technique a few times, he probably wouldn't have been able to kill him even if his magic power was exhausted. Let's go. Gao Dui greeted him. Dian nodded and followed immediately, but when he passed the Noku Turtle corpse, he couldn't help but lick his lips. As a foodie, he was curious about how the meat of this monster tasted. Thinking of this, he suddenly felt hungry. Hungry? His eyes flashed and he said, "Master, are you hungry in the game?" Gao Dui replied, "Definitely. Most full immersion games have a hunger setting, just like in reality. If you're hungry and don't eat, it will cause your physical strength to drain faster, and over time, you may even lose your survival points. But I don't bring food." In fact, Gao Dui did, but he knew that not eating would lead to increased mood swings, so he didn't plan to ask Dian. "Oh, wait for me, master." Norian stopped, took out a hammer from the package, and struck hard on the shell of the Naka turtle. Click! The turtle shell shattered. Dianwen stretched out his hand with excitement, reached through the gap, and then dug out a piece of meat. At this moment, Gao Dui turned around, his face full of impatience, and then the next moment, his expression froze. What are you doing?" At the moment, Dianwen was holding a fireball in one hand and using a hammer handle in the other hand to grill pieces of meat that were dripping with blood. Hearing Gao Dui's words, he put away the fireball, then scratched his face with his bloody hands and said with a smile, "Eat meat." After saying that, he held the meat in both hands and stretched it out in front of Gao Dui with a sinister smile. The blood dripped from his fingers, and, combined with the dim light and the bloodstains on his face, this scene was extremely weird. Do you want it? Beep. Mood swings 3 out of 10. This time, Gao Dui was really frightened. Although he looked familiar, it was only the second time he had completely infiltrated. The first time was the Wanyu Academy graduation exam, and this time, even though he is known as the #1 Mario player on a global scale, this is nothing. Although most anchors in this world are weak due to some reasons, there is a but. When the whole world takes something serious, top talents in that matter will appear one after another. It's like Dianwen's military in his previous life, and it's like the live broadcast of this world. To give a very simple example, if 10% of people in the world played games in Dianwen's previous life, then in this world, the proportion can be as high as 95%. The remaining 5% are not unwilling to play, but have failed to pass the novice game. Definitely, this ratio is limited to those between 18 and 30 years old, because only people in this age group are eligible to use Wanyu bracelets for live broadcasts. All in all, the more people there are, the more top talent there are. Gao Dui, a relatively famous player in his previous life, is still a bit underwhelming in front of this crowd. He can only be regarded as an upper-middle-class player. The real top players are either playing VR or PS4, or they have already bought and fully immersed themselves in it. Who is full enough to play Mario? Brother Epilepsy, in reality, are you a surgeon or something? Along the way, Gao Dui finally couldn't help but speak after he regained his composure. But in fact, he is more inclined to be a serial killer. Dianwen said with a smile while chewing on a 9-ripe turtle meat. "I am a freelancer. Depend on. This sounds more like a serial killer. Should I call the police when the game is over?" Gao Dui's eyes widened, and he couldn't help but slow down. Widening the distance between him and Dian went to more than 1 meter. "Is this person stupid? I said I was taking the graduation exam, but he asked me what I did?" Dianwen complained like this in his heart. In this way, while Gao Dui's mood swings remained high, the two chatted and moved forward at the same time. Along the way, we only encounter people like Chestnut Boy, and after killing him, Dian did not perform the act of taking out gold coins again. Well, it's not that I feel sorry for Gao Dui. It's just that Dian thinks it's boring to play the same kind of drama too much. About an hour later, when the audience felt a little bored, something happened suddenly. In the sewer where there was gradually no more water, a gust of wind suddenly blew through, and then a high-pitched roar and low whispers sounded from the ears of the two of them. What happened? Gao Dui stopped with a livid face. His behavior was that of a normal person. It's definitely something strange, appeared, Dian said leisurely while chewing the meat. At the same time, he did not forget to raise the meat in his hand in a friendly manner towards Gao Dui. Oh, that's right. Don't you really want some? It tastes good, but it would be better if it had cumin. Gao Dui's face changed from livid to black. To him, the mental pollution caused by Brother One was still higher than that of those ghosts. After all, the game is just a game. No matter how scary it is clear that it is fake, but the mental pollution caused by Brother One will be bringing back reality. Bang, bang, bang. The echo of heavy and slow footsteps made Gao Dui's mood swings, which had almost reached another peak, drop a little. The voice sounds like it must be a big guy, or at least an elite monster. Great God, you have to protect me. Give it to me. As he spoke, Gao Dui took out a pair of black, fingerless leather gloves from his space backpack. He didn't put on, but just put on his hand. In short, it is a function that is dressed up. This pair of gloves is a fine piece of equipment, which Gao Dui opened as an exchange item from the system exchange store after completing many serial tasks. After spending a few hours with Dian, he felt that he needed to vent, so he immediately took out the equipment at the bottom of the box. However, 1 second he was full of fighting spirit, and the next second he was frozen in place, motionless, with cold sweat constantly breaking out from his forehead. The footsteps got closer and closer in the darkness. First, a huge head appeared, and then huge amounts of skeletons. It's really impossible to tell what kind of creature this is just by looking at the skeleton, but Dian, who is familiar with Mario games, can identify it in an instant. This is a skeleton turtle, but unlike some cute skeleton turtles in the game, this skeleton turtle has a rather terrifying appearance. In addition to the dense white bones, it is also surrounded by dozens of ghost figures, and there's a lot of rotten flesh attached to it. Black blood is constantly dripping on the ground, and there's a fist-sized eye hanging below the eye hole. Shaking in the air, it was like staring at Dian and Gao Dui. Hey, master, do it quickly, Dian shouted. He felt that this level of elite monsters was not something a level 5 player like him could deal with. However, the tall god, who he had placed high hopes on and was used as a shield, is now shaking all over and his pupils are dilated. I can't move anymore. His Adam's apple rolled, and he struggled to squeeze out a few words from his throat. Dianwen's eyes flashed, and then the wind howled and the skeleton turtle slapped him. He immediately jumped back and barely escaped the blow. But Gao Dui, who could not move, was hit by this attack. He was slapped against the wall, spit out a mouthful of blood, and then slipped from the wall to the ground. It's over. Brother Qian is going to kneel down now. Brother, please hold on. There must be a way. The system will not arrange impossible tasks. It's really hanging this time. Didn't you see Wei Shendu doing that? There was a cry in the live broadcast room. No one thought that Dian had a chance to survive this time. After all, he was only level 5. Even Gao Dui, who was level 29, couldn't hold on, let alone him. Can't you move? Mental attack? Flustered? Establish yourself? Fear? It is impossible for me to avoid it if he is immobilized. If he is panicked and unable to move, then it is fear. In other words, it is a single mental attack. During the second of the jump, Dian already had a rough idea. He shouted, Hey, how many survival points did you lose just now? 18, 50. Can you kill 3 of me with 1 slap? In this critical situation, an excited smile appeared on Dianwen's lips. When he smiles like this, it means he has grasped the key point. The skeleton turtle is an elite monster at best, but its power is a bit too much. The mental attack is enough to immobilize a level 29 player, and the attack power is so high. Even though it moves slowly, it is not enough to offset its power. In other words, this turtle must have a fatal weakness, most likely its low defense. After completing the reasoning in a few seconds, Dian ate the last piece of meat while jumping back, revealing the hammer handle underneath. He raised his hand and turned around. While holding the hammer handle accurately, he stood still and took a horse stance. "Drink, goblin. Eat my old, crazy Pegasus meteor nut." At this critical moment, Dian did not forget to play Monkey Brother in COS, and then made up a temporary move name. When he finished speaking, the hammer flew out of his hand and drew a straight line in the air at a high speed, heading straight towards the skeleton turtle. Bang! Mario's hammer accurately hits the skull turtle's head, and then the special effect is activated, triggering double attack power. But even so, Dian's blow was probably not as good as Gao Dui's punch. However, everything was as Dian had reasoned. The skeleton turtle's defense was so low that an elite monster of about 10 levels fell down just because of Brother Win's hammer. 666, your big brother is so strong. I asked my brother about his luck. Dumb girl, how lucky you are. How many people can do this without being disturbed by mental attacks? And I can responsibly say that I just saw through the skeleton turtle's high attack speed in just a few seconds. The characteristic of weak defense. This is truly heaven-defying. Oh, after listening to the old woman's analysis, it's really awesome. Dian touched his chin. It's hard to feel happy when you die so simply, but this also proves that my reasoning is correct. After the skeleton turtle fell to the ground, the mental attack on Gao Dui was also eliminated. He climbed up, looked at Dian with a horrified expression, and asked, How are you okay? He was referring to how Dian could act as freely as a normal person under mental attack. Under the mental attack, just now, he personally experienced what real fear is, and his mood swings jumped to 4. Countless terrifying ghosts and corpses held him back, and he even saw a cross-section of his own body, such as the peristalsis of his intestines and the wanton crawling of roundworms in his stomach. The skeleton turtle's mental attack uses fear as the trigger. The more fearful it is, the more terrifying the effect will be. But if there is no fear, nothing will happen. "Oh, I'm brave," Dian replied calmly and walked forward at the same time. "Do you have any misunderstanding about the word bold?" Mood swings 5 out of 10. Gao Duri was shocked at that time and looked at Dian with an expression that looked like a monster. The skeleton turtle's move can induce fear. In theory, as long as there's a little fear, it will snowball bigger and bigger. And this Dian Maoan acted like a normal person and was not affected at all. What does this prove? Prove that he has no fear at all. But in fact, Dian is afraid. After all, his extreme calmness cannot completely eliminate negative emotions, but his mental state determines that a little bit of fear and panic are of no use. He didn't react too much to Gao Dui's complaints. He kept walking, passed by Gao Dui, picked up the hammer, and said without looking back, "Gao Dui, do you still want to rest for a while?" By now, there was definitely no need for him to continue pretending to be stupid. Gao Dui was stunned when he heard this, and then immediately followed him. After walking for a while, he came back to his senses. I said, "Brother Epilepsy, is the principal's son you just mentioned?" "Well, I lied to you." Dian answered Gao Dui's question candidly. "I just wanted to be a salty fish, but I didn't expect." Dian glanced at Gao Dui. His expression was like saying, "I didn't expect you to be so weak, so I had no choice but to take action." Gao Dui's face was embarrassed, but he also knew that he had preconceived the idea that Dian Maoan was weak, so he couldn't be blamed. Dian walked forward while looking at the map, and then he suddenly thought of something and said, "By the way, now that I've spoken out, I won't take advantage of you. If my estimate is correct, there should be 8 bosses in this game, including 7 small bosses. My level is lower than yours, so there are 3 of me and 4 of you. If everything goes well, you should be able to avoid the last big boss. How about this? I have gathered a lot of information before, and even with your 4, I can give you some suggestions. If you still don't wanna, you can have 4 of me. No need. I'll just listen to you. The 4 of us will be fine. Gao Dui nodded numbly. Unknowingly, he, a level 29 senior anchor, began to follow the arrangements of Dian Mo, a level 5 newcomer. Hearing his answer, Dian Mo, who was walking in front, had a sinister smile on his lips. It's so easy, thug number 1 get. After that, the two of them had a much easier trip. The skeleton turtle didn't appear again. They were basically dregs like Piranha, Chestnut Boy, and Noka Turtle. Usually at this time, Dian would use a fireball to prevent the magic value from overflowing and wasting. And if there is no overflow, the number 1 thug must be allowed. Oh no, it's Gao Dui. It's a trivial matter to him anyway. After walking all the way, about 2 hours later, the two finally entered the interior of the Demon King's castle. Probably because there was a celebration outside, there was basically no one in the castle except for the occasional mob. However, what is more bizarre is that there are many bottomless pits in this castle, just like those in the game. In this regard, Dian felt sympathy for the people living in this castle. This kind of job where you could die if you accidentally slip when you get up at night to go to the toilet is simply more pitiful than the standard cannon fodder black bodyguards in country movies. Brother D, are you really okay? At this time, Gao Dui stood on the other side of the pothole, looked at Dian opposite, and asked kindly. After all, the hole between the two of them was a bit too big. No problem. Dian just said this, then kicked off his legs and jumped to the opposite side like a swimming dragon. Double jump ability is not guaranteed. Seeing that Dian landed safely, Gao Dui breathed a sigh of relief. Now, he doesn't expect to be able to scare Dian to death to complete the branch line, so he definitely hopes to have more helpers. Hey, how did you two get into the castle? When he was relaxing, a voice suddenly came from behind him. Then another voice followed. Maybe you want to peek at Dad and Mom having S**X. Here, is this already known to everyone? Or had you always had this idea? Dian complained speechlessly, turned around, and faced the two people who suddenly appeared. Then he discovered that the two people opposite him were really not human beings. They were almost humanoid monsters. To be more precise, they were Bowser's 2 youngest sons. Ah kid. Thinking of a certain prop in his backpack, Dian put on a friendly smile and said, "We are not here to peep. Don't look at me dressed like this. In fact, I recently changed my career to be a courier. No, your mother bought something online. I heard it was for her 2 youngest sons." He raised his hand in a pretentious manner and blocked it with his other hand. He muttered something like he was reading the express delivery list. "Well, Larry Morton, are you? I'm here to give you a gift." "I'll go, Brother Apey. You're so awesome. Remember the names of these 2 boys, but you actually made up a lie in a few seconds, and you told it as if it was true without changing your face." Looking at the smile on Dian face, Gao Dui felt guilty. This expression was so similar to the one Dian Mo had when he tricked her before. He looked at the 2 mini-bosses in front of him with pity. It looks like the number of victims is about to increase again. Well, what gift? Mom's gift. When Dian called out his name, Larry and Morton believed it on the spot. They walked towards Dian happily and unsuspectingly. Well, this is it. When the two reached a certain distance, Dian took out the human bone from his space backpack. That's right, the 2 youngest sons of Bowser mentioned in this prop are the 2 goods in front of you. When Dian took out the human bones, Larry and Morton's expressions changed immediately. They drooled all over the floor and stuck out their tongues. "Do you 2 actually have dog genes?" Gao Dui stared blankly, already a little unable to keep up with the development of the plot, but he also knew that these 2 small bosses should be solved relatively easily. If my guess is correct, Brother Jiao will lure the 2 of them closer and then give them a sap. After all, they are Bowser's sons. Killing him might arouse Bowser's anger. But just when he thought so, "Let's go." Dian grinned, and without saying a word threw the human bones towards the hole behind him. The next second, as if by instinct, Larry and Morton landed on all 4s, then jumped out chasing the human bones. And at the same time, they did not forget, woof, beep. The ending is wrong, and the beep is actually a dog barking. Gao Dewey was stunned. His mood fluctuated, and he almost refreshed the progress bar again. Done. Dianwen clapped his hands relaxedly, completely unaware of how crazy he felt he had done. Hey, Brother Apey, isn't this good for you? Dianwen blinked his eyes in confusion and said, "What's wrong?" "Oh, just worry about Bowser. It doesn't matter that we will have already left by the time he finds out. Is this the point? These two boys are not even 10 years old. You just tricked them to death without changing your expression. Doesn't your conscience hurt?" "Oh, you mean Dash?" In the middle of Diane's question, he suddenly heard a sound behind him. Looking back, it turned out that Morton had not fallen. He was now holding on to the edge of the pothole, while Larry was holding on to Morton's feet and holding something in his mouth. Human bones. Seeing that the two of them were still alive, Gao Dewey breathed a sigh of relief and hurriedly said, "Brother Epilepsy, it's still too late to remedy the situation." "Well, you're right." Dianwen nodded seriously, then took out the hammer, walked to the edge of the pit, and squatted down. "You be asterisk, 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 asterisk D, you stupid uncle with a red hat. Hurry up and save us, or my dad won't let you go." Morton opened his mouth to curse, with a ferocious expression on his face. He probably wanted to eat all the flesh off Brother Wen's body if he was given a chance. Oh, NPCs can say dirty words. This thought flashed through his mind, and Dianwen showed a kind smile. The corners of his mouth were widened, making him look particularly evil. Y__serious. As the words fell, the hammer fell, hitting Morton's hand. The shrill screams still echoed in the pit. At the edge of the pothole, Gao Dewey opened his eyes and roared loudly, "You beep." "Yes, mental illness." Dianwen answered with a smile. "Beep. You actually understood it." Dianwen nodded and said, "Because many people say so." Silence fell, and after 3 full minutes, Gao Dewey said in a trembling voice, "Delirium." "No. Ask me. Tell me the truth. Are you a serial killer in reality? I will never call the police." If he answers yes, I will forcefully retreat immediately. Gao Dewey officially joined the big family called Brother Dianwen. By the way, he was so frightened that he even considered quitting. Dianwen stood up with a smile and patted Gao Dewey on the shoulder and said, "Haha, stop joking. How could I be a serial killer? Weapons control is so strict. Is this beep an issue of arms control? What would you do if you could buy it?" Dianwen answered Gao Dewey's question with an enigmatic smile. Mood swings 6 out of 10. Gao Dewey, who had been holding on until now, was finally frightened by his smile. "Mom, I want to withdraw." Having said that, Gao Dewey followed him after hesitating for a while always keeping a distance. "Well, it's 2 meters now." But the audience burst into laughter when they heard Gao Dewey's words. "Dumb girl. Haha, my stomach hurts from laughing so much. This is the most cowardly Gao Dewey I have ever seen. Find a shadow area of Dog Way. I think it's similar to me. I was also frightened by Brother Wen's smile. How can you commoners know how to ask about my brother's spiritual state? Stop talking, and I'll go change my pants." While the audience was discussing Brother Wen's spiritual state, Dianwen and Gao Dewey also started a conversation. "Ask Brother, I have an old man above me and a young man below me. Please lift me up. Aren't you single? This is heartbreaking." "No, I mean, don't talk about this. Let's get down to business. After what happened just now, I found that some boss encounters can be avoided. After that, we should be as careful as possible in our actions. Maybe we can avoid battles. By the way, I have already solved 2 of them." Dianwen analyzed it this way. Gao Dewey asked tentatively, "Well, I want to ask, when did you discover this?" Dian asked, "I started thinking the first second I saw those 2 boys and finished thinking the 3rd second. If I want to say discovery, it should be the 2nd second." Gao Dewey said with vacant eyes, "Let's not talk about how long your brain is. You can come up with a plan to pretend to be a courier, deceive people, and analyze the system mechanism in an instant. I want to say, why do you still think about it now that you have discovered it? Want to kill them? It's definitely safer this way," Dianwen said in a guilt-free and matter-of-fact tone. "Haha, pretend I didn't ask." So, after coming to this conclusion, The two of them moved forward more cautiously. This really allowed them to avoid a lot of battles and reach the 6th floor of the castle. According to the analysis, Princess Peach and Bowser's bedroom should be on the 8th floor of the top floor. If there was one boss on each floor, they would have avoided several boss battles by now. But their good luck ended there, because there was a mini-boss right at the top of the stairs leading to the 7th floor. He is 3 meters tall, looks extremely strong, is gray in color except for his belly, and holds a hammer in his hand. Lu Wei. Dian Mo recognized the identity of this boss. He was Bowser's eldest son. Facing this extremely oppressive boss, Gao Dui's expression became wary, and he asked without looking back, "Ask me, how strong is this boss?" "Let's put it this way." Dian Mo began to explain calmly. "He is the smartest and strongest of all Bowser's sons. That's it. Then it's difficult to deal with. My survival value has been restored to about 80%. Then leave it to you." After Dian Mo finished speaking, he immediately backed away and made a gesture of invitation under Gao Dui's stunned expression. Originally, Gao Dui wanted to ask Dian Mo to help him with remote output, but now he was embarrassed to say it. After all, it was agreed before that one person would take half, and now that Dian Mo had skipped so many bosses under Dian Mo's strategy, if I asked him to help me again, a level 29 veteran player, would have no place to show off my face. "Why are you two here?" Lu Wei spoke. Judging from his tone, he probably didn't know that his 2 younger brothers had already been smashed into pieces. Gao Dui hesitated for a moment, imitating Dian Mo's tone, and said, "Well, we are delivering express." "Who are you lying to?" "Depend on. Why is the gap so big?" Gao Dui immediately became angry. After discovering that he couldn't learn Dian Mo's routine, he put on his gloves and rushed forward without saying a word. Orange flames covered his fists. It's a straight punch. There's no doubt that Gao Dui activated a skill this time, or in other words, an equipment effect. Lu Wei immediately raised his hand. Bang! There was a muffled sound as their fists and palms struck each other, and Lu Wei and Gao Dui each took 3 steps back. Gao Dui's fist trembled slightly, while Lu Wei's palm was burnt black. Judging from this round, the two were evenly matched. Since the full infiltration, Gao Dui finally had the opportunity to show his strength as a level 29 veteran player. Dian Mo, who was behind, raised his eyebrows. He thought it looked familiar before, but now that he saw this skill, he immediately understood the origin of the equipment in Gao Dui's hand. Terry's gloves and the king of fighters. And the skill he just activated was Terry's flame punch. Since Gao Dui could hold on, he was relieved. So Dian Mo turned around and ran away, shouting at the same time, "Brother Gao, hold on, I'll be right back." Brother Wen said he would come back as soon as he went, so he really meant he would come back as soon as he went. When Gao Dui and Lu Wei were fighting in darkness, he did 2 things. 1. Run at high speed, knock down the rocks that should have mushrooms on them based on the comparison between the game and full infiltration in your mind, and then use the fireball skill to reach the pseudo top level LV5. 2nd, still running at high speed or comparing. After finishing the fireball operation, because he didn't know that the fake top level was LV5, he hit an extra stone and got an egg that cannot be taken out of the game. The above behavior took him 5 minutes in total, which fully complied with the standard going back and forth. When he came back, Gao Dui had begun to suppress Lu Wei, and his strength can be seen from this. In Dian Mo's expectation, Lu Wei is estimated to be the strongest existence besides the main characters, and even some of the main characters, such as Pauline and Tenobio, are far inferior to him. However, despite the suppression, he still couldn't win in a short time because the hammer in Lu Wei's hand had unexpectedly high attack power, which made Gao Dui dare not attack fiercely. This is not a good thing, because the longer you delay here, the more likely it is that others will find out, which may directly lead to the failure of the main mission. It would be okay if their mission was to kill Bowser, but if he were to peek, once Bowser found out what was going on, how determined would he be to have S*X with his own son being killed? Brother One, you are finally back. Please help us quickly. If this continues, you will be discovered. The reason why Gao Dui said this is simple, because Lu Wei likes to attack from top to bottom with a hammer, which forced Gao Dui to catch it head-on. Otherwise, the hammer would hit the ground and cause a shock enough for Kuba to notice. The result of the head-on confrontation is that Gao Dui's survival value is now running out. When a main mission was about to fail, Gao Dui instinctively asked Dianwen, who was only level 5, for help, because in his heart, he inexplicably felt that Dianwen, a newcomer, must have a way. Facts have proved that asking brother has a solution. No problem, leave it to me. Get down. When saying the previous sentence, Dianwen made a standard action of a shot-put player, throwing a shot-put. When the word get down came out, he had already thrown the green-spotted egg in his hand towards Lu Wei. Passed. After throwing it out, he immediately launched 2 fireballs in a row. The LV5 fireball was as big as a wash basin. It seemed to be extremely powerful, completely exceeding the power that his level should have. However, the trajectory of Dianwen's launch was a little strange. One shot was inexplicably directed at the sky, far above Lu Wei, 10 meters high, and the other shot slowly followed Dan. Upon hearing Dianwen's prompt, Gao Dui didn't even hesitate for a second and just lay down. As a result, Lu Wei, whose sight was originally blocked by him, saw the egg thrown straight towards his face. Lu Wei made an instinctive action, which was also expected by Dianwen. After just a few minutes of observation, he discovered Lu Wei's habit. Lu Wei raised his hand, and his instinct was to use an uppercut hammer against the oncoming attack. The hammer hit the egg very accurately, and the egg immediately made a click-cracking sound, but it did not break immediately, but flew upwards, and then broke the shell in the air according to the breaking time set by the game. The creature that emerged from the shell was a green dinosaur with a big nose, big eyes, a long tongue, wearing shoes, and a cushion on its back that looked like a turtle shell. This creature is called Yoshi, not to mention the pad on his back that is like a natural mount. He has many abilities, but the most important one is the eat and spit attack. As the name suggests, the eating and spitting attack is to eat and then spit it out, such as enemies' various props such as fireballs. Generally speaking, the attack power of anything he eats will be greatly enhanced. When Yoshi's shell was completely broken, Lu Wei on the ground crossed his hands on his chest and resisted a fireball. The damage this fireball did to him was neither low nor high. It could only be considered average. He smiled and said, "Huh? Leave it to you? How dare you, a weak, ant-like plumber, speak so brazenly?" Lu Wei is proud for a reason. First, Mario is a well-known hero in the Mushroom Kingdom. Now that he is about to defeat the heroic brothers, he will definitely be proud of it. Second, Brother Win's speaking attitude has been very arrogant since his appearance. Well, that's the point. Anyway, Lu Wei was very proud, and just when he was proud, a gulp-swallowing sound came from 10 meters above his head. The moment he heard the sound, he was stunned. Immediately afterwards, there was a pop sound as if something was spit out. Then this second, he raised his head. At this moment, his vision was completely occupied by fiery red. It was a fireball with a diameter of 2 meters. Because the distance was so close, he could not even see the condition of the ceiling, let alone where the fireball came from. Then another second passed. Before he could even scream, he was burned to cokes on the spot. What the F*** K? This operation is not going to give me full marks. There's no way it's going to happen. Ever since watching Brother Win's live broadcast, other anchors have become boring. Have you just masturbated? Laughing. Dumb girl. Let me tell you, I can do this kind of operation. But I still want to say, Brother Win is here to rule on you. Obviously, Daimei has completely convinced Dianwen, and the day when she will be called Madge is not far away. The strongest player rules all over the world. Brother One is here to rule on you. The slogan "Rule 10,000 games" instantly hit the screen, and there were also a lot of rewards. 666 gave away 10 million gaming points to the anchor. The Fallen Leaves Return to Roots gave away 5 million travel points to the anchor. Hanyenro gave the anchor 20 million game points. Among the many rewards, there is one that is quite special and can only be seen by attentive viewers. But soon, the owner of that special reward spoke. Han Yinro. Dian Mo asked if there's a chance I would like to play a game with you. Any game will do. Damn it, God Han suddenly appeared. Honey, come out quickly and see God. The reason why the audience is so excited is actually not unreasonable. Here I need to give some introduction to Soft Mist. Han Yinro started live broadcasting half a year ago. No one has seen her appearance. They only know that she is a woman. She is very proud and has a competitive personality. The first time she attracted the world attention was in the PlayerUnknown's Battlegrounds national competition, where she won the title of Best Newcomer. Later, because she did not want to appear in front of everyone, she gave up the global competition and switched to live broadcasting LOL. After setting a record of 95 wins in 100 games after recording, get full stealth opportunity. After that, she moved to other battle games and won many championships in battle games organized by Douyu. To put it simply, this is a genius among geniuses, well known in Daxia and even around the world. What she likes to do most is to watch the live broadcasts of newcomers. If she finds outstanding newcomers, she will challenge them in a fair way. For battle, just like now. However, Brother Wen doesn't have a live broadcast interface now, so he has no way of knowing about this matter. If he knew, he would definitely find that Han Yinro was very similar to a character in a certain novel in his previous life. Back to business. Lu Wei died, and died very simply. Theoretically speaking, this level 20 boss cannot be killed by players below level 25. After all, this is how powerful he is. But Dian Mo accomplished this impossible task by relying on the game and full infiltration comparison that no one could achieve. Simply put, he completed this task by relying on his gaming talent and extreme calmness. The factors why Lu Wei was killed can be summarized into 3 points. 1. Discover his habitual action. 2. Yoshi's double eating and spitting attack. 3. LV5 fireball. The first point is Brother Wen's keen insight and extremely calm state in critical moments. The latter two definitely rely on Brother Wen's constant digging of question mark stones. These 3 points are indispensable, and after fully mastering these 3 points, Dian Mo relied on his level 5 strength to kill Lu Wei. The flames burned out, and Lu Wei died under the huge amounts of fireball, but something was still lying there intact. Lu Wei's hammer. Gao Dui stepped forward. In order to avoid being bound after picking it up, he used a skill to check its attributes. At this sight, his expression became strange. He silently took the hammer, walked up to Dian Mo, and handed it to him. Dian Mo glanced at him, took the hammer, and then examined it. Name: Lu Wei's hammer. Type: consumables. Quality: average. Function: knock open a safe. Can this game be taken out? No. Can it be brought into reality? No. Note: this hammer was invented by one of Lu Wei's younger brothers, Iggy. Its function is to break open a safe. However, because Lu Wei never found a so-called safe, it was used as a weapon. What? Which safe do you mean? You'll know it when you see it. Snapped. Dian Mo smashed the hammer on the ground with a look of horror on his face. God beep. We'll know it when he sees it. Is your comment meant to ridicule? If I saw it, would I still need you to make a comment? After smashing it, Dian Mo immediately picked up the hammer again, with a smile on his face. In the second he smashed it, he had already deduced where the safe was. Beep. Such a speed of change of expression. Gao Dui did not complain, and then said with shame, Ask Brother, do you already know where the safe is? Where else could it be? The clues are so obvious. Dian Mo put the hammer into his space backpack in a calm tone, but the expression on his face was completely different. He just had the words, come and ask me, written on his face. Looking at Dian Mo's face full of show-off, Gao Dui wiped his sweat. Where is that? Didn't I tell you that Lu Wei has never found the safe, and the area that he cannot search is very limited given his status? First of all, we can exclude the 2 boys who were tricked by me and accidentally fell into the pit. Judging from their appearance, it is impossible for them to have a safe. Then the other brothers can also be excluded, because Iggy, who invented the hammer, is an inventor and he has many opportunities to enter the rooms of other brothers. Since he gave the hammer to Lu Wei, it means that he did not find it either. Finally, we can rule out the secret rooms, because the secret rooms in Mario World are all in water pipes. I don't know if you noticed it, but since you entered the Demon King's castle, there are no water pipes. It's probably because the Demon King doesn't want the Mario Brothers to drop by casually. To sum up, the only rooms left are the room of Bowser's most difficult child and only daughter, Wendy, Princess Peach's room, and Bowser's room. Let me go. How much did you think about in just 1 second? And you just wanted to say that you were tricked to death, right? Have you changed your tune? You really do know that this is a crazy thing, right? Gao Dui looked dull. Considering Brother Wen's IQ, he finally gave up all hope of completing the side mission. After he finished showing off, he walked up to Yoshi and said a few words in his ear, and then Yoshi left quickly. After doing this, he grinned and said, "Go, there must be something good for the boss that you tried so hard to kill." Entering the 7th floor, it is very different from the 6 floors below. There are no mobs here, and there are many doors. Let's put it this way. This is the residential area for Kuba's 7 children. Then, of course, it was time to search for equipment. I want to say here that in full infiltration, not everything has an item introduction. Some garbage systems are too lazy to introduce them. Players can take them away, but they are not useful. So the search for props is full of luck and patience. He didn't dare to talk about luck, but he definitely had patience. Anyway, in Gao Dui's opinion, he just stuck out his tongue and licked every corner. However, the results were not satisfactory. After searching 6 rooms, the two only obtained some blood bottles to restore their survival points. Now, they stood in front of the last room. Because the first 6 rooms were filled with inquiries, Gao Dui was a little embarrassed, so he volunteered to take the lead. When he thought about it, if the first 6 rooms were fine, the last one would also be fine. So, with his head held high and his chest high, he imitated Dian Wen's posture before and pushed the door open. "Oh, why do you want to die?" Dian Wen, who was standing behind, shook his head. In this kind of game, especially a game that likes to do some scary things, the last room often indicates the most dangerous room. Sure enough, after he complained, the door was closed with a bang without giving him a chance to walk in. Immediately afterwards, a scream like a slaughtering pig came from inside. There was only one scream, and then there was no movement. It was not known whether Gao Dui was killed, fainted from fright, or the guy inside blocked the sound in some way. Look, this is what is called open the door and kill. Dian Wen shrugged lazily and smiled towards the invisible lens. Squeak! The door opened a thin crack, and a few wisps of faint black mist came out of the crack, filling the room with a strange atmosphere. Through the crack in the door, Dian Wen couldn't see anything, only the distant darkness, but he could hear a lot, such as the low neighing sound. "Brother, please be careful. There's a ghost in here. Yeah, just hearing that sound makes me panic." "Dumb girl. They're a bunch of scum. They have breasts as big as mine. They're not afraid of this at all." "Big breasts? Ha! Big breasts? Ha!" Dian Wen watched the barrage this time, but he was completely unaffected by the atmosphere. To be frightened, he was only afraid that the door-opening kill was an instant death trap, but from the bottom of the status interface, it could be seen that Gao Dui was still alive, so there was no need to worry at all. The next step is easy. Dian Wen kicked his foot and strode in, shouting at the same time, "Check the water meter!" Just as he finished shouting, the door closed and the light disappeared. Then the next second, a white shadow appeared on the ground not far in front of him. Dressed in white, covered in rot, his appearance was barely recognizable as definitely not human. Such a creature is crawling on the ground in a weird and twisted way, as if there are no joints. Bai climbed 2 steps and then suddenly disappeared. The next second, a terrifying face appeared in front of Dian Wen. The head was so rotten that you could almost see the bones. The eye sockets were hollow, as if they were about to suck the human soul in. The lips that were wrapped and sewn with steel wires were constantly stained with black blood. "Oh my God, you scare me to death." Barrage body protection, barrage body protection. Dumb girl. Damn it, my aunt was scared out of her mind. The live broadcast room was filled with howling ghosts and wolf howls, obviously very frightened. This is a trick that all horror movies or horror games have. If you are suddenly frightened, Even the bravest people will be suffocated by it. It can be said that it never works. But, again, our brother is not an ordinary person. He stood calmly, staring into the monster's eye sockets. The monster was probably in a daze. Unexpectedly, he didn't react at all. She thought he was frightened, so he opened his mouth forcefully again. Blood flowed quickly, and at the same time, a shrill roar came from her ear. It was too late, and then it was too late. Brotherwin said nothing and slapped him in the face. "I'm calling you Beep." Not to mention the audience. Even the monsters were stunned. At the same time, a capital word F***K echoed in their minds. After Dian Mo slapped him, the weird atmosphere in the room suddenly disappeared. The lights returned. In a pink-toned room of more than 10 square meters, Gao Dui crouched in the corner with a trembling face and a look of fear on his face. The monster just has become normal. Although it is still a monster, it is rotten and all the eye sockets are gone. Wendy fell to the ground and covered her beaten right face with one hand. She raised her other hand and pointed at Dian and asked, "You dare to hit me, even if I?" Dian took a step forward, holding a hammer in his hand, and said nervously, "Say it. Say it again. If you dare to say, 'Not even my father has ever beaten me,' I will smash your skull with a hammer." This brutal scene immediately shocked everyone. Wendy was stunned for a while, and then said in disbelief, "You are crazy. You are not afraid of such horror." Yes, these two words floated through the hearts of Gao Dui and the audience at the same time. After being harassed by Dian Mo, they also recovered. "What are you talking about? How could I be crazy?" Dian Mo smiled and waved, with a smile on his face, as if he had heard a funny joke. For some reason, Gao Dui, Wendy, and all the viewers were relieved. At least it was a good thing that they were not crazy. But the next second, Dian Mo strode forward, bent down, and rushed in front of Wendy, grinning with an evil, crazy, and weird smile. "I'm mentally ill." Seeing his expression and hearing his words, Wendy didn't speak, but rolled her eyes and fainted. I don't know how long it took, but Wendy, who was still in a coma, felt cold water being poured on her face, and then slowly woke up. She was still a little confused when she just woke up, but when she saw Dian Mo's face, the memories before her coma came flooding back to her. She used all 4 limbs and kept walking backwards until she hit the wall, then said with a look of horror, "Don't come here." Gao Dui, who was sitting in the corner, stared blankly and said with a dry smile, "A little boss who is responsible for scaring people was scared by a player and said this sentence. In every sense, brother, you are very scary." Dian Mo, who was rummaging through boxes and cabinets, raised his head, smiled at Wendy, and said hello, "Hi, you're awake." His tone was so friendly, but in Wendy's eyes, it was a different style, probably like the feeling in Resident Evil, where zombies are eating human flesh and then turn their heads and grin at people when they hear the voice. Wendy trembled all over and almost fainted again. Dian Mo didn't care what she was thinking. After saying hello, he turned to look at Gao Dui and said, "What nonsense are you talking about? I am very popular with children. I once went to an orphanage as a volunteer." Gao Dui asked curiously, "Aren't those children scared to death by you?" Dian Mo shrugged and said, "I don't know about that. Anyway, I won't be allowed to enter any orphanage within 1 kilometer of my home." "What on earth did you do?" Gao Dui opened his eyes and couldn't help shouting, then turned his head away from Dian Mo and quickly pressed his heart. "No, Brotherwin, I already told you to ask brother. Please stop scaring me. My mood swings are already 9 out of 10. If this continues, I will be kicked out." Dian Mo curled his lips and finally resisted the urge to complain. Although he didn't care about Gao Dui's life or death, he was still useful. "I just rummaged through the box in silence for 10 minutes, but Dian Mo found nothing. So he came to Wendy, showed a perfect kind smile, and said, 'Little sister Wendy, is there anything you can give me?'" Probably affected by this smile, Wendy also breathed a sigh of relief, shook her head, and said, "I didn't." "Stop," Dian Mo interrupted, flipping the hammer up and down in his hand. "Think clearly before you speak, otherwise I won't be able to help but break something." "Who is the boss?" Gao Dui couldn't hold it back and complained again. "Shut up, Pupmon, don't talk." I'll put you in the Poke Ball. Dianwen turned around and shouted rudely. Pupmon is a Digimon, right? I must have remembered correctly, right? It's not the same worldview as Poke Ball at all, right? Gao Dui only dared to complain in his heart. 3 minutes later, Dianwen walked out of the room with satisfaction, while Gao Dui, a level 29 veteran player, followed him like a follower, looking like a little wife. What? What happened in these 3 minutes? Why does Brother One look satisfied? If you're thinking of words like come on, then please cooperate with the police uncle. Although Jianwen was confident that his fraternity transcended races, he at least had to look like a beautiful woman. In short, in these 3 minutes, he just kindly squeezed all the value out of Wendy. As for the harvest, name, silver key, type, consumables, quality, ordinary, function, open Princess Peach's door. Can this game be taken out? No. Can it be brought into reality? No. Note, this key only corresponds to one door and will disappear after use. This is the most serious note I have ever seen. When Jianwen complained about this, he was already standing in front of Princess Peach's room. This is already the highest floor of the castle. There are only 2 rooms on this floor. In addition to the one in front of Jianwen, there is also a door deep in the corridor. Ask Brother, is it possible that? Gao Dui asked in a low voice. What he meant was very simple. Could it be the main mission? What are you excited about, Puppamon? Dianwen pushed up his non-existent glasses with his trembling right hand. Why are you shaking if you're not excited? Gao Dui complained with empty eyes. Dianwen snorted coldly and said, Excited? It's still early. I haven't even warmed up my body yet. What do you want? Gao Dui, who was about to yell, immediately covered his mouth and then growled. What do you want to heat up? Okay, stop talking nonsense. I'm going to start. After Jianwen said this, Gao Dui's eyes narrowed and he instantly entered the state of a voyeur. As for Jianwen, his expression was normal and his hands are no longer shaking. It's not that he's not excited, but he knows that it's definitely not the main mission. Click. The door lock opens and the key disappears. Dianwen pushed the door directly and walked in. A standard princess room appeared in front of him, and a safe was conspicuously placed in the corner of the room. Ah, I knew it. Hey, it turns out that's not the case. Gao Dui breathed out regretfully. You search the room, and I'll open the safe. Close the door, by the way. After Dianwen said this, he took out the hammer and immediately walked towards the safe, not afraid of any traps here. Name, Princess Peach's photo album. Type, plot-related. Quality, ordinary. Function, watch. Can this game be taken out? No. Can it be brought into reality? No. Note, what else do you want to do? Curl your hair? Dianwen lowered his head. Darkness enveloped his face, and all he could hear was his low smile. After going through all kinds of hardships and searching for all the hidden elements, what I got was such a thing, and it was ridiculed by the system. Come out of the system. Why are you so shameless? Why can you be so dirty, but beep? Have to use silence words. Do you only need the state officials to set fire to the people and not allow the people to light the lamps? Is this the point? Brother Win's brain circuit is different. Brother, please open it and take a look. Maybe it's a treasure? Hee hee. Dumb girl, shameless. Han Yenro, dirty. Then Dianwen actually opened the photo album, and the content inside was completely what he expected, full of mosaics. Haha, it's all within my expectation. Dianwen had a sneer on his face, but his brain was running at high speed. After a while, a plan was formed in his mind. A plan that can use this seemingly useless tool to achieve gains beyond imagination. He put the photo album into his space backpack and waited for a while Gao Dui also completed the search. I found a fire flower and a red mushroom. Here you go. I have to say that Gao Dui's character is still good, and he did not swallow up these 2 fairly good props. In his opinion, if Jianwen hadn't entered Princess Peach's room, he might still be in the sewers looking for a way to enter the Demon King's castle. Although with his strength, he could use force to break in, but that would not be worth the gain. Dianwen smiled, took the fire flower and ate it, and then said, You can eat the red mushroom. If you hadn't held Lu Wei back before, I wouldn't have had the chance to kill him. Dian is such a person, others respect him afoot, and he respects others afoot. But if he offends him, he can only repay him 100 times. He knew very well that there must be something else in this room besides the photo album. Otherwise, the existence of the key would be somewhat useless. The system would not arrange it this way. Without the hammer, and nothing would be obtained. So he asked Gao Dui to search the room as a test, and Gao Dui's actions won his favor. By the way, the fire flower he just ate is different from the one in the question mark stone before. Even if he leaves the game, the fireball skill will continue to grow and reach LV2. Let's go, it's time to complete the main mission. With that said, he walked towards the door. On the spot, Gao Dui looked at his back in confusion for a while, then finally smiled and ate the red mushroom. He is not a pretentious person. He has already recorded this feeling in his heart, and he has made up his mind when Dian asked his friend. Well, it would be nice if it wasn't mental illness. 1 minute later, Dian bent over and moved forward cautiously. Gao Dui followed behind him, using the same posture. The two of them look like thieves now. But in fact, what they are about to do is worse than being thieves. As they approached, they could gradually hear the sounds in the deepest room on the 8th floor. If I have to describe it, the sound is pop, pop, pop. Could it be that it's really not suitable for children? As Dian walked away, he was still complaining in his mind. He was only a little excited. After all, he was not interested in married women. After walking like this for a while, the two of them came to the door of the room. From this distance, not only did the sound of pop, pop, pop become louder and louder, but they could also see that the door was not closed, leaving a gap. Dian and Gao Dui looked at each other. They knew that as long as they took a look inside, the main mission would be completed. But Dian was not in a hurry. He asked in a low voice, "By the way, Gao Dui, I've always wanted to ask, if the main mission is completed but you die before that, what will happen?" "Oh, that counts as my completion. Although we are not teammates in this game, we are not enemies either. As long as one person completes it, everyone will complete it." Gao Dui answered casually, but after he spoke, a bad feeling arose in his heart. "I'm relieved now." Dian smiled and stood up straight. "You have to run faster." After the words fell, Dian kicked the door open without saying a word under Gao Dui's stunned expression. "Police! We receive a report that there is prostitution here." Poof! Before Dian's powerful words were over, the scene inside made him laugh out loud. Gao Dui was even more dumbfounded. "Never imagined. My mood at the moment is like X. Give me back my expectations." There were sighs in the live broadcast room. In the room, I saw Bowser lying on the ground, Princess Peach wearing high heels, wearing a standard SM Queen suit, holding a whip in her hand. Probably because she was too surprised by the two people who suddenly broke in, she did not stop the movement of her hand, but instinctively waved it down. Snap! That's right. The so-called peeping and S*X actually refers to this. As expected, I said that even the photo album is mosaic. How can it be broadcast live? Dian touched his chin, nodded, and analyzed seriously. Is now the time to analyze this? Gao Dui couldn't help but complain. However, he is actually in a very relaxed mood now, because when the door was kicked open, the main task was prompted to be completed. The main mission has been completed. You have completed this full dive into the game and will be automatically transferred after 180 seconds. Ask brother, go out and make a friend. Let's play together next time we have a chance. Gao Dui said the concluding remarks naturally. However, Dian turned his head with a weird smile and said, "It's not over yet." Hearing his words, Gao Dui was instinctively startled. As someone who is already familiar with Brother One, he knew that when Brother One showed this smile, it usually meant that Brother One was about to do something unbelievable to ordinary people. Sure enough, Dian immediately turned to look at Princess Peach and Bowser. You too. I'm sorry to interrupt your couple's fun, but I think it's still necessary to inform you that your eldest son and two youngest sons are both dead." These were his first words. After he finished speaking, Bowser immediately stood up, and Princess Peach also showed a fierce look. "Although you may have guessed it, I still think it is necessary to tell you. Yes, the ones who killed them were us. Dian had a joking smile on his face. When it came to ridicule, he had never lost to anyone. He could always point out the most direct words that made the opponent the most angry. Transmission interrupted. Hidden main quest is enabled. Survive for 1 hour. Hearing this system sound, Gao Dui was frightened, but Dian smiled happily. Call! The wind howled, and in just 1 second, Bowser and Princess Peach rushed in front of Dian and Gao Dui with great power. But they didn't attack, because Dian, who had long expected this, made a move. He took out the photo album and stood it up in front of him. Princess Peach, you'd better not move. Otherwise, I don't know if this little thing will spread throughout the Mushroom Kingdom. But, TSK, I have to say it is really a treasure. Dian was full of sarcasm. As he spoke, he retreated. Gao Dui followed him, and soon the two of them retreated to a window. Faced with such a threat, Princess Peach really didn't dare to move. If this photo album was spread, she really wouldn't have to live. Mario, do you think you can escape? You will definitely die here today. Bowser's angry roar, far exceeding Lu Wei's momentum, enveloped Dian overwhelmingly. Ha 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 ha! Crazy laughter came from Dian's mouth, and at the moment he looked like a madman. After laughing for a while, he suddenly raised his head, put 1 foot on the windowsill, and yelled, "You don't need to tell me this kind of thing." After saying that, like a madman, he laid down backwards and fell from the top of the castle, which was at least 100 meters away. In the process of falling, he quickly tore the photo album into dozens of pages with both hands and threw them into the sky. Gao Dui, Princess Peach, Bowser, and the audience in the live broadcast room were immediately stunned when they saw the scene. However, Gao Dui was also a level 29 player after all, so he reacted quickly and immediately climbed out of the window and jumped out. It's over. Brother Win is indeed a lunatic. How am I supposed to survive for an hour? With the physique of Gao Dui, a level 29 player, he would not fall to his death from a height of 100 meters. But judging from the momentum that Kuba sent out just now, it is absolutely impossible for him to win against Kuba. After he jumped down, Princess Peach was the second to react. She also jumped out of the window, and she still flew in the air, but instead of chasing Gao Dui, she kept grabbing the papers flying in the sky. Bang! Dian fell to the ground and instantly fell into a puddle of flesh with blood and flesh flying everywhere. Holy shit, Brother Chien is crazy. I was eating tomato, scrambled eggs, and I vomited it up. It doesn't matter if you spit it out. I'm so scared that I pee. When the audience in the live broadcast room was frightened, a green mushroom jumped out of the meat. Then a second later, I beep. It hurts me to death. A voice came into the live broadcast room. A moment ago, it was a question of flesh and blood, but at the moment it was completely restored, and even the survival value and magic value were fully restored. I don't know if it was a coincidence, but when Norwin stood up and raised his head, his face was facing the camera. What the audience saw on his face was not pain, but excited laughter. Everything is in his calculation. Yoshi, who was arranged here by Norwin, called twice and ran over. Without even a second of hesitation, Norwin immediately sat on Yoshi's body, and then Yoshi ran toward the city gate at an extremely fast speed. Damn it, it's all a routine. You guys who play tactics have a dirty heart. The strongest player, dominate all games. Brothers, tell me, if there is one person who may rule Wanyu, what is that person's name? Delirium. Mo. Ask. Episode. Mo. Ask. Episode. Mo. Ask. 666 gave away 10 million gaming coins to the anchor. The Fallen Leaves Return to Roots gave away 20 million gaming coins to the anchor. Damir gave the anchor 50 million gaming coins as a gift. Han Yinro gave the anchor 100 million gaming coins as a gift. The audience in the live broadcast room was instantly excited, and they kept sending out rewards like crazy. In just a few seconds, Dian earned 300,000 yuan. It's no wonder they're so crazy. As viewers who often watch live broadcasts, they know very well how valuable the hidden main mission is and all of this is about to be completed under Dianwen's layout. Open the hidden main line proactively, and the layout is completed, which is about to be achieved. This is unprecedented since the advent of Wanyu system. Crazy worship is like the most terrifying virus, spreading rapidly in Dianwen's live broadcast room. However, they don't know that something even crazier is yet to come. When Dianwen rode Yoshi and ran about 50 meters, Gao Dui finally landed. At the moment, he was filled with shock and admiration. He was not stunned for too long, since he already knew that Dianwen had already arranged everything. He naturally followed him without any hesitation. Then not long after he left, there was a loud noise and smoke and dust rose. Bowser also came down. So it was like driving a train, with Normon riding Yoshi in front, Gao Dui in the middle, and Kuba in the back. Kuba was obviously injured when he jumped down, and the bones in his legs popped out, but even so, his speed was not slower than Gao Dui. And if you observe carefully, you can find that Kuba's injured leg is recovering at an extremely fast speed. It will not take long for him to recover, and his speed will be further improved by then. After 3 minutes of chasing each other like this, Dianwen could already see the city gate not far away. It took him less than 20 minutes to get to the Demon King's castle from a city gate, but now it only takes 3 minutes while riding Yoshi. "Stop, Mario!" When a city gate was close at hand, Bowser shouted angrily. As a result, the city gate guards, who were still in an unknown situation, immediately took up their weapons to block the city gate, while others closed the city gate at an extremely fast speed. TSK. I knew it wouldn't be that easy. Dianwen curled his lips, but the smile on his face did not diminish. This situation was expected. He let go of Yoshi's reins, raised his left hand with his fingers spread forward, and flipped his right hand over to reveal a hammer. Bang! When passing by a city guard, Dianwen didn't even blink. He hit the opponent's helmet with a hammer and dented it. Blood flowed from the top of the city guard's head, staining his face red, and then he fell to the ground. I don't know if I'm dead or not, and I'm not interested in knowing. While completing this hammer blow, a ball of flame also condensed in his left hand. It should be said that he broke through the critical point of LV5 and entered LV6. This time a fireball was very different. First, its size has become smaller. Secondly, its color changes. The yellow-white fireball of basketball file size has a temperature as high as 4,000 degrees. Although the coverage decreases due to the smaller size, the temperature has increased by a full 1,000 degrees. This is a change that Yoshi cannot achieve even if he swallows it. The fireball was emitted and instantly enveloped the two nearest city guards. The painful screams echoed, but Dianwen's expression did not change. Yes, such an improvement should be possible. As he spoke, he put away the hammer, leaned forward, lay on Yoshi's body, and stretched his hands to Yoshi's mouth. Yoshi's intelligence was not low, and he quickly understood what he meant and opened his mouth. Then 2 balls of yellow and white flame were swallowed by Yoshi. After some deliberation, Yoshi opened his mouth, and yellow-white flames with a diameter of 2 meters spewed out, instantly clearing the road and forming a road of flames. At the end of the road, there was a burning hole 2 meters in diameter. The city gate, which was 10 centimeters thick, was shattered by this blow. Under the barrier of flames, the city guards did not dare to step forward. For Yoshi under Norwin, this journey only took 5 seconds without anyone blocking him. Hole. Kuba, who was behind, clearly saw Dianwen running out of the city gate, and an angry roar came from his mouth again. At the same time, the injury on his foot fully recovered, and his speed doubled. Listening to the heavy footsteps getting closer and closer behind him, cold sweat ran down Gao Dui's forehead. At this moment, Dianwen's inexplicable words flashed through his mind. If the main mission is completed, but you die before that, what will happen? A wry smile appeared on his lips. Sure enough, it was all in his calculations. Thinking of this, he turned around resolutely. He definitely wanted to live until the mission was completed. But if he couldn't live, he had to create opportunities for Dianwen to survive. Try it, this is my trump card. Gao Dui took a step forward and placed his right fist on his waist to accumulate strength. At the moment, Bowser was still 20 meters away from him. It took a second to charge up, and a ball of orange energy covered his fist. It's still a skill from King of Fighters Terry, Energy Wave. A straight punch was thrown, and the air wave roared and rolled forward. At the same moment, Bowser came in front of him. Bang! The two collided together, and the energy impact spread in a ring around the two people. Smoke and dust rose up at this moment, covering the two people's figures. 3 seconds later, when the smoke and dust dissipated, Bowser's chest was sunken and black, but there was no blood. He raised one hand high, pinched Gao Dui's neck tightly, and lifted him in the air. True card. A contemptuous scoff escaped Bowser's lips. Gao Dui's move only delayed Kuba for 5 seconds. If Jinwen was here, he would definitely complain that Gao Dui was too weak. Although Gao Dui's delay had little impact on his plan, he originally thought that Gao Dui could at least come up with a super kill like Energy Fountain. As a result, it lasted for a long time, and it was just an energy wave. In fact, this is really Dianwen's way of judging others by oneself. A person like him who got a skill and a piece of equipment for the first live broadcast is unique in the world. For someone like Gao Dui, who has reached level 29 in 2 or 3 years of live broadcasting and entered full infiltration twice, his current strength is already better than that of most people. After running wildly for a minute, Norwin's Mount Yoshi was already a little exhausted. In fact, swallowing 2 fireballs at once took a lot of energy from it. What happened was that the house was leaking and it was raining all night. Kuba was already chasing after him, and he was still yelling at Gao Dui while he was carrying him. UB asterisk 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 D. Wait for me. I will tear you apart. UB asterisk 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 D. You can't escape. I'm going to use your head as a urinal. Listening to the constant swearing from Bowser's mouth, Norwin had a sneer on his face. You dare to fight me with your vocabulary? It's a pity that Gao Dui is not next to him now. Otherwise, he would definitely complain. Is this what I'm fighting with you for? Oh no. In fact, the live broadcast room has already begun to complain like this. In short, Brother One was very unhappy. He immediately turned his head after looking at the status bar to confirm that Gao Dui was still alive. Hey, that trembling M whose whole body is green. Can you please give me a little face? Your son gave me a hammer, your daughter gave me keys, and your wife likes to take photos for me to see. Do you blame me? Besides, listen to your wife's name, Beaky Beachy. It sounds like she is not a good girl. Look at you again. Not only is the top of your head green, but your whole body is green. You also lie on the ground with a cheerful smile every day. Your wife is having S***. Can you please give me a little face? Is this the point? He is chasing you because you killed his son? Cough, cough, cough. It has to be said that as a complainer who was personally trained by Brother One, Gao Dui also worked very hard and did not forget to complain loudly when he still had a breath left. After saying these words, he vomited 2 mouthfuls of blood and was basically in a state of exhaustion, with only a pitiful 43 survival points left. Shut up, little beast. Just stick your tongue out and wait to win. Gao Dui no longer had the energy to speak. He could only move his lips. If you wanted to translate it, it would probably be, I didn't stick out my tongue. That's it. Let's talk about Norwin again. After he finished speaking, he pulled the reins and Yoshi jumped into the air and then jumped into a thick water pipe. Yes, this is Warp Zone water pipe. He was not in a hurry after jumping in, but waited at the 3rd water pipe for Bowser to come in. In fact, he had good intentions. If he hadn't been afraid that Kuba would find the wrong place, he wouldn't have waited for him. However, Bowser didn't keep him waiting for long, only about 2 seconds. With a bang sound, Bowser appeared on the stage with great momentum. Seeing him coming, Dianwen immediately raised his right hand, retracted all 4 fingers, leaving only his middle finger, and made a standard body language common to the universe. Then he left the Mad Bowser and jumped into the 3rd water pipe without looking back. Oh, I'm going to kill you. The roar echoed in the narrow space, and Kuba and Gao Dui had entered the 3rd water pipe. entering the negative world. The scenery here is the same as before. It is still chaotic and numb, and the spirit is extremely tortured. Noonwind just landed, and the next second he leaned forward and fell to the ground. Well, Brotherwind himself is not affected by these, but the same cannot be said for his Mount Yoshi. It is falling to the ground at the moment. Its eyes are turning white and foaming at the mouth. It is estimated that it will become an idiot in a short time. The wind howled above his head. Dianwin's eyes were quick and his hands were quick, and he turned forward without saying a word. Bang! As always, Bowser came in. It is quite dangerous for Norwind to lose his mount at the moment, but fortunately, it is not only Yoshi who is affected, but Bowser as well. At the moment, Kuba knelt on one knee on the ground, his whole body trembling, and he could no longer care about grabbing Gao Dewey. He held his head in his hands and howled in pain. Side mission completed. The system prompt sounded suddenly in his head, and Dianwin glanced over, just in time to see Gao Dewey, who was twitching all over, turn into white light and be kicked out of the game. Apparently, entering the negative world had such a profound impact on him that instead of being killed by Bowser, he was scared to death. It has to be said that there is no harm without comparison. Under such circumstances, the audience realized how outrageous it was for Brother One to have no reaction and remain indifferent. Completing the side mission was completely expected. In fact, the reason why Dianwin asked that question in front of the door inexplicably was not to imply that Gao Dewey was behind, but to confirm that he could complete the mission. After all, although the two were quarreling at first, Gao Dewey's actions later won his favor. If Gao Dewey cannot complete the mission after his death, then Dianwin can only give up the side mission and change the plan to let him live. Well, in short, Gao Dewey was frightened to death as part of Dianwin's plan. Gao Dewey was scared to death without any sense of guilt. At the moment, he was holding a hammer in his hand, wondering whether to go up and give Kuba a hammer. Bang! 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 The sight of Bowser hitting the ground with his head crazily, causing the ground to crack, stopped him from thinking this, and without saying a word, he turned around and ran away. At this time, Bowser also regained some control over his body by hitting the ground. Like a beast that had lost its mind, he raised his head with bloodshot eyes, looked at Dianwin's back, and chased after him at a speed far slower than before. The pursuit didn't last long. Even if Bowser's speed was less than half of his previous speed, it was still not comparable to Dianwin, a level 5 player. Norianwin could almost feel Bowser's heavy breathing hitting the back of his neck, but his expression did not show the slightest panic. After passing through a tangled forest of woods and stone forests, his eyes suddenly opened up. It was a crack that is 30 meters wide. Damn, I'm about to complete the mission. What a pity. Even Gao Dewey can't jump through this trap, let alone Brother Chien. Asking Brother, there must be a way. The audience in the live broadcast room was far more nervous than Dianwin. Everyone stared at the screen with wide eyes, as if the person on the screen was themselves. Contrary to them, Dianwin showed a smile after seeing the huge amounts of crack again. Without any hesitation, at the extreme edge of the crack, he stepped hard and then jumped into the air. The next second, Bowser rushed out of the jungle. He had lost his mind and had only one thought in his mind: tear the code into pieces. So he jumped up without any hesitation, and at the same time, he stretched out his hand to grab Dianwin. Time seemed to slow down, and Norin's double jumping power helped a lot, allowing him to dodge Bowser's grasp with just a few millimeters. But what made the audience's hearts jump to their throats was that he started falling down only 1/3 of the way to the crack. Ha ha ha! You're dead! Bowser's face showed a ferocious smile. You're dead, Ga. Then the ferocious laughter stopped, and it was as ridiculous as a duck being lifted with one hand. Dianwin fell, but he didn't fall. He was just standing in the air in a completely empty place. Han Yinro. It's an invisible stone. That's why he explored the negative world before. Dumb girl. Oh my god. Even this is still a gamble. Standing in the air, Norwind turned around with a grin even more evil than Bowser's and raised the hammer high in his hand. Surprise! Surprise! The wind howled, and the hammer fell, hitting Bowser on the head with perfect accuracy. No, 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 no. Bowser's howl of resentment echoed through the gaps. Complete infiltration has been completed. The rewards are as follows. Get Anchor Experience. 5,000, get 1 U points. 250, get 1 U coins. 2,500, get rewards for clearing the level. Red mushrooms. Congratulations to the host for unlocking an achievement in Super Mario Bros. Special Edition. Discover the negative world. Reward. Randomly increase an attribute lower than E level by level 1. Complete mission. 3. Choose one of 3 rewards as follows. Randomly select a piece of equipment of average quality. 1 Yo points, 300. 1 Yo coins, 10,000. Complete the hidden main quest. Reward. Fully immersed in the For Ghosts in the House disc, decrypted horror game. Midnight Ring, Black Friday, The Grudge, A Nightmare on Elm Street. The above are all rewards. Your anchor level has been increased to level 11. The upper limit of survival value and magic value has been increased, and the current experience is 5750/10,000. Dian Mo raised his eyebrows, and now he could see the power of that 50% experience. When the anchor level is level 10 or below, it increases by 100 each time. Upgrading from level 9 to level 10 costs 900 experience points, and upgrading from level 10 to level 11 costs 1,000 experience points. However, at level 11, a 0 is suddenly added, and it becomes 10,000 experience points, which increase to 1,000 each time. In other words, if there is no 50% experience, he should have 750/10,000 experience now. This 50% is the same as his experience as a reward for clearing the level. If it is upgraded to level 20, another 0 will be added. It's really cool to get this experience. Dian Mo smiled happily, but the focus of the audience in the live broadcast room was more multifaceted. When I saw Brother Win's reward, I instantly felt stupid. I felt like I was not playing the same game. I didn't expect that even the previous achievement rewards would be doubled. It's simply terrifying. Dumb girl, you're focusing on the wrong thing. It's completely infiltrated into the disc. The system-rewarded disc does not need to be completely infiltrated into the machine, and you can even bring people play with you. This reward is incredible. I really forgot about it. I can only say that asking Brother is awesome. Compared with these rewards, asking Brother to reach the level of others in a month is not worth mentioning. The audience kept chatting and giving away 1 U coins. While they were talking, Dian Mo ate both the red mushroom and the fire flower. By the way, he chose the 2 rewards that needed to be selected. The attribute draw was magic power, and the reward for completing the task was 1 U point. Feeling his body stronger than before, he opened the anchor status bar to check. Anchor name, Dian Mo asked. Level, 11, experience value, 5750/10,000. Million points, 2,150. Millions coins 98500. Attributes, strength D, agility E, magic E, toughness E+, insight F, nervous reflexes E, backpack 3/10. Mario's hammer, 120 gold coins, blood bottle, small, X2. Equipment, space 0/10. Skill 1/10. Fireball LV.3. This is Dian Mo's current strength. Red mushroom improves physical fitness, not just strength, so his agility, toughness, and nerve reflexes have all been improved to a certain extent. It can be said that he is no worse than those level 15 players who have been playing for several months. If his intelligence can be quantified, then even level 20 players will have to consider him when they meet him. Nearly 100,000 1 U coins. That's 1 million renminbi. Dian Mo smiled and licked his tongue. This should be able to solve the housekeeping crisis at home. I can also enjoy a snack treat. Obviously, his foodie nature made him ignore the appalling number of 21.5 million game points for a novice. Okay, that's it for today's live broadcast. We'll discuss the next live broadcast time. Goodbye, everyone. See you next time, brother. Congratulations to Brother One. Dumb girl. Hey, don't leave. Just take me with you. Han Yinro. Dian Mo asked, let's have a fight. Unfortunately, Dian didn't see what the last two girls said because he had turned off the live broadcast. The moment he turned off the live broadcast, he also returned to his room from One U space. The bully and the TV disappeared, but there was one more person in the original room. She was a beautiful girl who looked about 20 years old. There was no trace of makeup on her face. She had a neat ponytail on the back of her head. She was wearing a simple white t-shirt and classic jeans that had been washed white. Even with such a simple dress, she still has a charming charm that makes people unforgettable after just one look. But unfortunately, her pretty cheeks, which are more beautiful than those of countless stars, are full of coldness and majesty. When ordinary people see her, they probably don't even have the courage to talk to her. And she was sitting on Dian Mo's bed with this expression at the moment, crossing her legs and looking condescendingly at the back of Dian Mo, who lived on the ground not far away. "Dian Mo, don't you have anything to say to me?" She spoke in a clear voice, but her tone had the air of threatening to behead someone at the Meridian Gate if she didn't answer the question well. Dian Mo, who was thinking about where to go for dinner, trembled all over when he heard the voice. His neck joints seemed to be rusty. He turned his head with difficulty, and a wry smile appeared on his face. "Hi, dear sister." Dian Mo broke into a cold sweat and waved his hand towards Yu Yanran with what he thought was the most perfect smile. Then, what greeted him was a white and tender little foot. The howling wind blew Dian Mo's hair back from his forehead. If I had to describe it, it was a kick comparable to a purple belt in karate. However, Yu Yanran was not learning that kind of half-baked martial arts, but a real ancient martial arts. Dian Mo's reaction was pretty good. He was considered a half-master now. Even though he was sitting on the ground, he dodged the blow very quickly and stood still not far away. However, Yu Yanran's attacks did not end because of this. She sometimes used her fists and sometimes her feet, which was very powerful. Dian Mo's body was flexible, and he kept moving to dodge. The two brothers and sisters kept crossing each other and changing their positions in this small room. There was no furniture at all in the room, otherwise it would have been a mess. About 3 minutes later, Dian Mo was almost familiar with the body. He caught a flaw in Yu Yanran's body and reached out to grab Yu Yanran's little foot that was kicking toward his face. Taking hold of the white and tender feet, Dian Mo smiled and said, "Okay, that's it for the welcome ceremony. Brother, I've already felt my sister's enthusiasm." Yu Yanran said coldly, "The first thing you do when you wake up is to play games." Dian Mo smiled awkwardly. "Hungry. Well, don't I want to recover quickly?" Yu Yanran said, "I'll make a call right outside the door. How much time will it take up?" "That. I was wrong." Dian Mo's tone became weaker. "Open." Yu Yanran's words were concise and to the point. Dian Mo also felt that he was wrong and immediately let go. After her right foot was free, Yu Yanran did not attack again, but turned around and walked out of the room. At the same time, she said arrogantly, "You are not allowed to move while you are standing." Dian Mo stood there with a dry smile. A minute later, the door opened, and Dian Mo's eyes widened instantly. Hey, there will be no arms control in 2077. Yu Yanran, who was standing at the door at the moment, was holding a long sword in her hand, the kind that can be used for swordsmanship. Although Dian Mo complained in his heart, he had a gentle smile on his face. He took a few steps forward, ignored the sword in Yu Yanran's hand, and held Yu Yanran in his arms. "Thank you for your hard work, and I'm sorry." At this moment, Dian Mo's heart and words contained too many emotions, including gratitude, guilt, and joy, so many that he couldn't even explain them. Looking at the furniture in his room, he knew that his family must be very poor, but even so, his sister had to take care of him, a vegetative person, for 3 years. This is not just one lifetime, but 2 lifetimes, and the same was true for her in her previous life. Regarding his sister from his previous life, Dian Mo asked himself that there was nothing he could do now, and his character would not dwell on this. He only needed to know that he would go back sooner or later. Therefore, it is more important now to cherish the people in front of you. He wanted to pour all his gratitude, all his affection, and all his love into Yu Yanran in front of him. After listening to Dian Mo's words, the long sword in Yu Yanran's hand fell to the ground. She hugged his waist, buried her head in his arms, and cried silently. The strength she had built over the past 3 years collapsed at this moment. After crying for who knows how long, Yianran finally calmed down. She raised her head, a smile from the bottom of her heart hanging on her face that hadn't smiled in 3 years. "Welcome back, brother." At this moment, in Dianwen's heart, her beauty made the world eclipse her. No matter who it is, as long as it dares to catch Yanran's attention, I will let him die. Thinking of the 3 cassettes called Hell Level Difficulty that he had just played, Dianwen's face showed a strong murderous intent. 10 minutes later, Dianwen and Yu Yanran went out to buy groceries, but the tender Yu Yanran 10 minutes ago had disappeared and turned back into the arrogant queen again. "Oh, isn't this a little question? You're awake? That's great." They had just taken a few steps when they met Aunt Lu with a kind face. Dianwen smiled and said, "Yes, Aunt Lu, long time no see." "It's been a long time." Aunt Lu glanced at Yu Yanran and then continued, "Xiao, your queen has been working hard every day for you these years, getting up early and working late at night, which makes us neighbors feel sad. She is stubborn and refuses to accept our help. I tell you, if you don't treat Her Majesty Queen well, we in the whole community will not let you go." Yes, don't worry, I don't dare to be mean to anyone, and I don't dare to be mean to the queen. Thank you very much for these years." A smart person like Dianwen definitely understood that although Aunt Lu said that Yu Yanran was unwilling to accept their help, secret help was definitely indispensable, and she was very grateful to them. "It's okay, no problem." With that said, Aunt Lu left. After that, they met many people along the way, and they all said the same thing, and everyone called them Queen Yu Yanran. Speaking of which, the 2 brothers Dianwen and Yu Yanran are well-known celebrities in this community. There are 2 reasons why they are famous. First, they grew up here. Their parents fit the mold of a house, a sister, and both parents died. They got a lot of money at the beginning and left a pretty good inheritance. But what about our brother one? To put it simply, he had been abnormal since he was a child. Knowing that he would have nothing to lose, he planned this inheritance with great foresight and brought up his sister, who was 1 year younger than him. Second, we ask how can the sister brought up by such an abnormal person be any better? Therefore, both of them have some mental problems. Brother Win's abnormality has been obvious to all, but as for Yu Yanran, it is obvious that she has schizophrenia. Although it was not serious before, it has completely deteriorated in the past 3 years in order to protect herself and take care of her brother. The neighbors would not be surprised at all if these 2 people were sent to the police station one day. Dianwen might be because he wanted to destroy the world, and Yu Yanran might be because of weapons control and excessive use of force. Back to business. After Dianwen bought a lot of vegetables, the 2 returned home. After completely relaxing or being alone with Dianwen, Yu Yanran regained her gentle personality and started busy in the kitchen. About half an hour later, after the sumptuous dinner was placed on the table, the 2 sat down. Dianwen did not move his chopsticks, but said seriously, "Yanran, there is something wrong with this Wanyu bracelet. If I remember correctly, the initial game in the Wanyong band is one of the 3 games that I spent money to buy when I first got it." Dianwen's expression was unusually serious, because this was related to Yu Yanran's question. Yu Yanran was stunned for a moment, then nodded, acknowledging Dianwen's words. Dian asked, "The 3 games in this Wanyu bracelet you bought from the black market are Mario, Contra, and Purple Whirlwind. Although this is not difficult for me, for many people, it is 3 of the hardest games." Yu Yanran's eyes narrowed. She instantly switched to the queen state and said coldly, "It seems I was deceived. When I bought it on the black market, the other person mentioned these 3 games. One disadvantage of buying a Wanyo bracelet on the black market is that except for the original owner of the bracelet, no one else can know what games are inside until the live broadcast." Dian asked with sharp eyes, "Is there anyone suspicious? Suspicious object?" Yu Yanran showed a look of disgust. "I know who it is without even thinking about it." Dianwen's eyes gradually became cold, and he immediately thought of someone. "Li Hao." "Yes." Yu Yanran nodded. "After you became a vegetable, he has been pestering me, saying that as long as I marry him, he will save you. It seems that he also designed this Wanyu bracelet. I understand. Dianwen regained his lazy expression and smiled. Let's eat. Li Hao's question did not affect the mood of the two's reunion. Both brothers and sisters enjoyed the meal very happily. Finally, Dianwen asked Yinran to go back to her room to rest on the grounds that she was tired. Then he finished washing the dishes and sat in the small living room with cold eyes. Thinking of the name Li Hao again, he gradually recalled what happened before he became a vegetative state 3 years ago. That accident must have something to do with Li Hao. I have to prepare well. That night, a villa in a well-known villa area in S City received an uninvited guest. He had extremely strong jumping ability and easily avoided all surveillance. He came to one of the balconies of the villa and integrated the tempered glass with a fireball as big as a rubber ball. The alarm was immediately sounded, but by the time the family security guard arrived, the family's eldest son was nowhere to be seen in the house. Half an hour later, wow, Li Hao, who was in a coma, was revived by cold water poured on his face. As a descendant of a rich and powerful family, he has long been accustomed to this kind of thing. In his more than 20 years of life experience, this is not the first time. He immediately completed his observation of his surroundings. This is an old warehouse, and you can still hear the sound of the waves lapping in your ears. There is a rectangular table in front of you, and there's an empty chair at the other end of the table. His body was tied to another chair with chains. Strangely, his hands were free. The doc, after coming to a conclusion in an instant, he tried to untie the chain, but a faint voice came from the darkness ahead. I wouldn't do that if I were you. Who are you? Li Hao immediately looked at the darkness, and, at the same time, he stopped what he was doing on the surface. Secretly, he was definitely still trying to untie the chain. I think you must remember my face well. With a chuckle, Dianwen walked out with the same lazy expression on his face. Li Hao's pupils shrank, and he said in disbelief, Dianwen, laugh. Dianwen pulled the chair farther away, sat opposite Li Hao, put his hands on the table, and then deliberately revealed the Wanyu bracelet on his wrist. After doing this, he smiled and said, I'm glad you still remember me. How did you? Li Hao was halfway through his words when he immediately saw the Wanyu bracelet on Dianwen's hand. Did you wake up with the Wanyu bracelet? This is really an accident, isn't it? To you and to me. After successfully misleading Li Hao, Dianwen retracted his hand and crossed his legs. Now I want to play a game with you. I refuse, Li Hao said simply. Dianwen smiled and said, You will agree. Dianwen. When he said these two words, Li Hao suddenly felt an electric current coming from behind, stimulating his whole body. My back! Li Hao screamed. His body convulsed violently, and a pool of yellow liquid soaked through his pants and remained on the ground. When you were in a coma, I implanted a high-tech product on your back. You know, the Wanyu system is so versatile. Dianwen said, What the hell? Li Hao was stunned. What have you done? You be asterisk, 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 asterisk D. Dian asked. Dianwen directly interrupted Li Hao. Li Hao shouted again. It was foreseeable that after tonight, the two words Dianwen would become his nightmare, if he had a tomorrow. You have experienced it yourself. As long as I say these two words, you will receive an electric shock. Dianwen took out a science fiction disc from his pocket and placed it in the middle of the table. So, you only have two choice. Play a game with me. This prop, Dianwen pointed to the disc, it's called the absolute bet, and it also comes from the Wanyu system. As long as the bet is established, no one is allowed to violate it, even me, who owns it by. Li Hao is indeed a smart man with a tough personality and calmed down immediately. He sneered. The initiative is now in your hands. Even if this thing is indeed what you said, the rules of the gambling game are still made by you. I have no possibility of winning. Dian asked, Don't worry. I am a player and I will not make boring games. Today, when I was investigating your family's information through the optical notebook, I found that you are very good at gambling, especially poker. So we used this as a game. There are 10 rounds of stud. The winner has the opportunity to ask questions, and the loser must answer. If the answer is false, the winner will be deducted 1 point from the absolute bet. If the answer is true, The winner's question will be considered a useless question and 1 point will be deducted. Finally, the winner is determined by the score, and for every difference in score, the one with the lower score will be punished. Penetrating wounds will be applied to the limbs, ribs, and head in this order. By the way, 0 points is the absolute winner. Finally, I cannot cause you any harm during the game. Dian Mo paused here and said, "How is it? Do you understand?" Li Hao gritted his teeth and said, "You lunatic. Thank you for the compliment." Dian Mo's evil smile immediately made Li Hao shudder. "So, let's start the game. Shunzi, you lose." Li Hao spread his cards and looked at Dian Mo with satisfaction. Dian Mo shrugged casually and said with a smile, "Excuse me. You." Li Hao hesitated. "Why did you make this game?" This was indeed what he was confused about. Logically speaking, if Dian Mo wanted to kill him, it would be very simple, and there was no need to play such a game. Dian Mo held his cheek with his right hand and said, "You think you're smart, so I want to let you know how stupid you are. Extreme humiliation and torture is the way you deserve to die." Li Hao sneered and said, "It seems you failed. I won the first round. You never know how stupid you are." Dian Mo smiled evilly and said, "To be honest, I almost cried because of your stupidity." "What?" Li Hao was shocked and immediately thought of something. "You want to keep yourself at 0. There is no rule of adding or deducting points for the loser in the question and answer session. Even if the loser lies, it will only add 1 point to the winner. In other words, the loser always gets 0 points and is always the winner. Yes, congratulations, you finally figured it out. Even if you ask me to tell you how old you are when you kill people, I will tell you." Dian Mo's words were definitely a joke, but Li Hao broke out in a cold sweat. He had investigated Dian Mo before causing an accident that turned him into a vegetative state. Although he couldn't remember much about it in the past 3 years, he remembered one thing clearly. Dian Mo is not normal. There is no doubt that he really thought that Dian Mo had killed someone long ago. So what? I proudly revealed my purpose. Let me see who is stupid. Li Hao quickly thought of a way to deal with it, so he pretended to lose in the second game. Dian Mo sneered in his heart, with a real trace of panic on his face. After a long time, he hesitated and asked, "What is there in my house that is worth your trouble?" He asked the question in an ambiguous manner. He neither said it was about his vegetative state nor about Yu Yanran. He only said words like "my family." This way he can get more of the answers he wants. "It's definitely the Wan Yu experience left by your dead father." Li Hao replied without hesitation, and then sneered, "It seems you don't know it until now." How stupid. The game continued. Li Hao still pretended to lose, while Dian Mo asked another question he wanted to know. And then at the start of the 4th inning. "Okay, game over." Dian Mo stood up with a smile and walked towards Li Hao. Li Hao said with a panicked look on his face, "You? What did you say? What do you want to do? Don't forget that there is an absolute bet. If you do to me dash." Snapped. While Li Hao was talking, Dian Mo picked up the absolute bet, stretched out his hand, and squeezed it hard. Immediately, the high-tech product was declared dead, and Li Hao's words were also stopped. You. Li Hao said, You. For a long time, his mind went blank, and he was so shocked that he couldn't say a complete sentence. "Still don't you understand?" Dian Mo smiled jokingly, sat on the table, wagging his fingers and said, "At the beginning, I deliberately let you see my Wan Yong bracelet to let you know that I might indeed have the ability to buy it. The so-called absolute bet." Dian Mo smiled and raised his hands, stretched out his 2 index and middle fingers, and bent them twice to put quotation marks around his words. "Then I'll give you an electric shock to make you even more convinced. As for the rules of the game," he waved his hand nonchalantly, "forget it. I can come up with dozens of these rules in 1 second. At this time, Li Hao finally came to his senses and said with bloodshot eyes, "You deliberately said those words afterwards to make me mistakenly think that you wanted to win with 0 points." Bang, bang, bang. Dian Mo smiled and clapped while taking out a dagger from his pocket. Puff. The knife fell from his hand, and the dagger penetrated Li Hao's palm, nailing his hand to the armrest of the chair. You be asterisk, 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 asterisk D. You have to die. Li Hao roared heartbreakingly. Dian ignored him and continued. Like I said, I just want to let you know how stupid you are. Another dagger was taken out and pierced through Li Hao's other hand. During this process, Dian still kept smiling. This is the difference between him and criminals. Criminals kill to get something. Even those perverted murderers do it to get pleasure. But he won't. For him, killing people does not produce any emotion such as joy or guilt. He is not a sin, but the origin of the concept of sin. By the way, let me tell you two more things while I have time. This is what Dian said, which can actually be translated as, I'll humiliate you 2 more times. The first point, Dian raised the knife and dropped it, and the dagger pierced Li Hao's right foot. Actually, even if we compete, you will still lose. If you score 0 points, you will definitely win. Even if I score 7 points, you will win. So the question is, so what if you win? Punishment is calculated based on the difference in points. Li Hao's screams continued, but the pain in his body was far less than the pain in his heart. For a person like him who thinks highly of himself, being crushed by his IQ is the most humiliating torture. Second point, there is no high-tech product behind you, just an electric baton. Let me think about it. Dian held the last dagger, put his chin in his hand, and looked like he was thinking. After a second, he grinned and said, the electric baton and a toy cost me a total of 60,000 coins. Your life, it's just worth the money. Puff. The last dagger stabbed down, and Li Hao's hands and legs were pinned tightly. Thank you for your answer, and Dian stood up and walked to the door of the warehouse. 3 fireballs flew out of his hands, 1 towards Li Hao and the other 2 towards the flammable objects that had been prepared in the warehouse. Farewell. Bang. After the words fell, the door of the warehouse was slammed shut, and the last thing Li Hao was left with was Dian's disdainful smile. No, no, no. Dian, come back. Let's compete again. I will never lose to you. I will kill you. Kill you. Flames rose and burned down the abandoned warehouse in a deserted suburb. 10 minutes after Dian left, 10 military jeeps drove quickly and stopped in front of the warehouse. The same second the car stopped, dozens of black-clad bodyguards bravely rushed into the burning warehouse without fear of death. After a while, a charred corpse was carried out by them. Master, the security captain came to a middle-aged man with a thin build and a cold face. This man is really Li Hao's father, Li Jianlong, who holds an important position at Wanyu College in S City. He said coldly, "Are you dead?" The security captain had cold sweat streaming down his forehead and said bravely, "Yes. We only found this outside the warehouse." As he spoke, he took out a tape recorder and handed it to Li Jianlong. Li Jianlong took in his hand and pressed the play button, and suddenly the loud sound of crashing waves came from the recorder. A****. Bump. The tape recorder was smashed to pieces. Li Jianlong was furious. This voice was simply the greatest humiliation to the Li family. Yes, there is no doc at all. Everything is just misleading Li Hao's family. After Dian caught Li Hao, he immediately discovered the GPS positioning and radio device on Li Hao's body. After all, Li Hao's identity has been kidnapped countless times. If even this measure was not taken, the Li family would not have to hang out in S City. So Dian destroyed the GPS, and then used the only optical computer laptop he really purchased to do simple processing of the radio device. Awesome. A young man walked up to Li Jianlong, smiled, and clapped his hands. The reason why he dared to be so presumptuous in front of Li Jianlong, whose son had just died, was because he was Li Jianlong's other son and the son he had high hopes for, Li Wenbin. Li Jianlong said, "What did you find?" "I just took a look at my brother's body." Li Wenbin smiled and said, "The murderer not only discovered the device immediately, but also did some processing. Not only his voice, but also his name was changed. The Zhang San Thomas driver we heard. Well, you can tell it's definitely fake without checking." Li Jianlong's face became even more gloomy, and he said, "So the reason why he didn't deal with the radio device was not because he didn't find it, but because he wanted to mislead us and make Li Hao say the word peer?" "Yes." Li Wenbin nodded. "This is not far from our home. If we conduct a blanket search, We can find it in less than 10 minutes. But because of this misleading, all our people went to the dock and instead ignored the nearby place. Li Jianlong said, "What about the tracking of Wanyu bracelet? You can find it as long as you report it." Li Wenbin sneered. "The other party used a black market bracelet, which can't be found. And the irony is that this is the bracelet that my elder brother sells. He sells at least 1,000 of these bracelets a year, which means that it is not easy to find 1,000 unscrupulous merchants. It's your own fault." Wenbin, he is the eldest brother, Li Jianlong shouted, and then gritted his teeth and said, "So we are being plotted and humiliated like this, and we can't even find the murderer? How can our Li family gain a foothold in S City like this?" Li Wenbin's eyes flashed, and he said with a smile, "It's not impossible. Just give me 1 to 2 months. Okay, leave it to you. We must find this person. I want him to be broken into pieces." "Master." At this time, the security captain came over again, and looking at the cold sweat on his face, he was much more nervous than before. Li Jianlong looked over coldly and said sternly, "Say, what's the matter?" "Well, master." The security captain hesitated for a while, but still did not dare to tell the matter directly. He could only compromise and said, "There is a new discovery here. Master, it is best to come and see it in person." Useless thing." Li Jianlong snorted and asked the security captain to lead the way, and then he and Li Wenbin walked over together. After a while, the three of them arrived at the back of the warehouse. Then, without any need for the security captain to say anything, Li Jianlong and his son discovered what he was referring to. If you want to say why, it's because there are a few lines of words written on the ground here with extremely conspicuous red fluorescent spray paint. When Li Jianlong and his son took a closer look, their pupils suddenly shrank. "Hello, good evening everyone. It's really hard to go out and run around so late at night." Just the first row of words made Li Jianlong feel his blood surge. "Yes, you guessed it right. I am the mysterious murderer trying to pretend to be an innocent person." Li Wenbin was shocked on the spot when he saw this typesetting. "How on earth are you trying to pretend to be an innocent person? You must be very angry when you see this, right?" "Yes, I understand, but I still advise you not to be angry because where's this going? You are obviously here to provoke me, right?" While Li Wenbin was complaining crazily in his heart, Li Jianlong had already put his hand on his chest and looked extremely ugly. "Okay, let's get down to business. I know you must really want to find me, so I look forward to that day. However, I must remind you, yes, what I'm talking about is you two, Li Jianlong and Li Wenbin. I will sharpen the knife and wait for you." Li Jianlong's chest heaved violently, and he roared loudly, "Check! This person must be found. I want him and all his relatives to be buried with him." Dad." Li Wenbin looked behind and touched Li Jianlong. "There are more behind." Hearing these words, Li Jianlong suddenly had a bad feeling. With the foreshadowing, he felt that it would be better not to read what was to come. But precisely because of Dian Wen's previous mocking foreshadowing, he couldn't bear it at all. So the two of them took several steps back, and the rest of the words appeared in front of them. "Aha, please move." Li Wenbin and Li Jianlong suddenly felt a chill in their hearts. The other party actually knew their every move and even their position very well. "By the way, Mr. Li Jianlong, you must have smashed the tape recorder, right? It's such a pity that I recorded some of your son's last words out of humanitarianism. For example, your son clearly told something about the night of July 12th, 2075. Seeing this, Li Wenbin trembled all over. Puff! Li Jianlong's performance was even worse than him, spitting out a mouthful of blood, and then fainted with a black aura before his eyes. "Quickly, send my dad to the hospital." Li Wenbin immediately yelled for the bodyguards. At the same time, his eyes couldn't help but look at the last row of words. "Little brother Li, has your father fainted? Let him be happy. After all, if I had given birth to such a son, I would have wished that I had not shot him into the cesspit and died." What do you think of this advice to him to express his condolences? You even use facial expressions. After finally reading the story, even though Li Wenbin was young and strong, he was so angry that his eyesight turned black. He felt dizzy, His steps were sluggish, his legs felt weak, and his chest felt tight. He almost followed in the footsteps of Dian Mo. He finally calmed down and was about to leave, but suddenly a chill ran down his back, and he turned back sharply. On the ground, one of the facial expressions representing the eyes is slowly flashing. This is not formed with spray paint, but Li Wenbin yelled, "Run, there's a bomb!" Bang! In the dim room, Norwin sat on a chair. In front of him was a table with an optical notebook placed on it. The main body of this notebook is a 30-centimeter-long silver cylinder, about the same thickness as a pencil. Both the screen and the keyboard are formed by a translucent touchscreen. At the moment, what was playing on the screen was the scene playing out at the warehouse a few kilometers away. There was loud thunder and small explosions like raindrops. Li Wenbin didn't know whether he was scared or angry. He fainted on the spot. "Here comes the first gift. We should meet again soon." Dianwen smiled softly and pressed the power-off button. After the optical notebook was closed, the light curtain disappeared, and the silver cylinder shortened to 10 centimeters and was put into Dianwen's pocket. In fact, with Dianwen's character, he would definitely avoid future troubles. It would be better to blow up Li Jianlong and his son directly. Unfortunately, even the 1U system does not provide the purchase of any firearms or bombs. So he could only do the next best thing and buy a small firecracker to scare them. Regardless, it was pretty cool watching him remotely. But after having fun, he forgot about these two people. In the final analysis, Dianwen did not regard these two people as a threat at all. He put on his pajamas and fell asleep on the bed where he had been lying for 3 years. While Dianwen was sleeping peacefully, the outside world, especially the internet, was filled with news about him. The name Dian Mo did not need to be fermented at all. It only took a few hours for it to spread throughout the world. His video of completing the level, which took less than 3 minutes, went viral on the internet. The number of views reached 3 million in the first hour, and this figure was just the beginning. It grew by leaps and bounds at a faster rate in the following hours. In this world of universal live broadcasts and universal games, even if your age exceeds the live broadcast limit, it does not prevent everyone from watching and admiring. So this number is not an exaggeration at all. Damn it, it's less than 3 minutes. Where do you want Gao Dui to put his face? The faces upstairs look familiar. I noticed that everyone who calls me brother one has basically changed his name to Gao Dui. Yes, for example, upstairs, yes, it's you. A few hours ago, you were still calling Wei Shun. Haha. I can responsibly tell you who watched the whole live broadcast. Even Gao Dui had to respectfully call out brother when he saw the anchor. I worship my brother. I want to say who else? A few days ago, weren't there people from the United States clamoring to break Gao Dui's record? Come on, although Gao Dui's record is gone. You could try to break it. I asked brother's record. It can be said that even if most people in Daxia have not become fans of Dianwen, they still have one-sided praise. However, what makes these people regretful is that there is no fully infiltrated video of Dian Mo asking, and they can only listen to the hype and pretentiousness of those who watch the live broadcast. Definitely, there are also some self-righteous bastards in the comments, saying that Dianwen only found a way to break the record by jumping through the hurdles, and they are mindlessly trolling him. Well, as for the consequences they face, as everyone knows, people who worship Dianwen are basically not normal. Even if they're normal, they have been brainwashed by Dianwen. In short, they are as fanatical as cultists. These people can be considered gentle if Sunspot threatens them physically without human flesh. By the way, the reason why there is no video is very simple. The internet around the world is managed by the system. If the system does not allow recording and broadcasting, then no one can watch it. As for the clearance video, to be honest, it's useless for them to watch it. The latest record has been refreshed by Dianwen, and it is also the limit record recognized by the system. Others can't even think of surpassing it, even if they work hard. As for the BUG, the system is very merciful by giving you a chance to find the bug once, but you still want to find it a second time? Dianwen was repaired in the first second after clearing the level. Therefore, for people all over the world to watch Dianwen's videos, apart from increasing the possibility of passing the level, The only thing left to do is worship. After this was done, the royal families of various countries began to take action, frantically searching for Dianwen's citizen ID. However, it was of no use. Dianwen's Wanyu bracelet was bought on the black market. At most, they could find someone like Zhang San and Li Si. If they were lucky, they could find someone like Li Ergu. Therefore, after all countries took 3 seconds to check, they were all suspicious of life and sent people to guard Dianwen's live broadcast room 24 hours a day, which lasted for half a day. Let's ask my brother. Even if he slept for 3 years, he would still sleep for more than 10 hours on the first day after waking up. In the afternoon of the next day, Dianwen finally got up, brushed his teeth, and washed his face with a sleepy look on his face, and then came to the living room. There is breakfast on the table in the living room and a piece of paper. Dianwen picked it up and took a look. I went to the morning court. The imperial kitchen has prepared bird's nest and dragon egg porridge. You can eat it with tears of gratitude. There is no doubt that when I wrote this paragraph, I was in the state of the queen. Dianwen touched his chin and looked at the breakfast. Oatmeal and eggs. The porridge means you wanted to put the eggs into the oats and stir it. Dianwen didn't even bother to talk about such nonsense as describing going to school as a morning meeting. After devouring his breakfast, Dianwen was not in a hurry to broadcast live. Instead, he looked around for a week, then opened the Wanyu system, used Wanyu coins to make a large purchase, and by the way, he didn't forget to buy snacks and stuff them in his mouth. Not long after, the door opened and Yu Yanran came back. She glanced at Dianwen and then at the breakfast on the table. Brother, I will wake you up every morning from now on. No, sleeping in is one of the few hobbies I have. Dianwen paused here, then raised his eyebrows and smiled. But if there is any special way to wake up, such as a kiss, Yu Yanran smiled softly and said, I will let the other me be in charge of this business. The two brothers, Dianwen and Yu Yanran, were talking and laughing as they arranged the furniture in the room, enjoying the long-lost warmth. If we were to classify their serious attitudes into one level and category, it would be the attitude of a newlywed couple who is in the sweetest stage of preparing their new home is decorating their new house. How about we buy this? I listened to my brother. Brother, this seems good. Okay, let's buy it. That was probably the conversation. Seeing this, some things must be said openly. 1, they're not in that kind of relationship. 2, they're not related by blood. To sum up, if they have an idea, they can go to the Civil Affairs Bureau at any time, and they will not need 9 yuan to get the certificate in 2077. Moreover, they don't have worries or social pressure. If they really get married, the neighbors will probably set off firecrackers all night to celebrate that this pair of weird and mentally ill siblings finally get together. Oh no, they're lovers who finally get married. Well, let's get back to business. The two finished dinner together. Yu Yanran washed the dishes, and Dianwen walked around the house, but still couldn't find his father's Wanyu experience. He's also free and easy. If you don't find it, you won't find it. Anyway, with his skills, playing games really doesn't require any experience, and his father must have hidden things at home, and he will find them sooner or later. After that, it was definitely live broadcast. When he entered Wanyu space, he was immediately shocked by the number of online viewers. 100,000. Even before it started broadcasting, there were already 100,000 people waiting, which was an incredible pace. And as it started broadcasting, the number of people started to increase at a rate of 100 per second. It's finally on air. The flowers I've been waiting for have all faded. Good evening, brother. What shall we play tonight? What are you talking about upstairs? I should say, which game's record did we break today? Dumb girl. Don't make trouble. What if I want to take someone to play Mario? LGD Wei. Like you. Dianwen smiled when he saw the audience being so excited, especially the last two people. He raised his eyebrows and said, Hey, the little beast is here too? If you don't play games, why are you watching a live broadcast? LGD Wei. How long do you want to keep playing with this meme? Calm down, calm down. This kind of joke will definitely last until I get tired of it. Dianwen chuckled. In a short time they had been communicating, there were already many XX leaders of XX teams in XX country, extending olive branches in the barrage. Beauty, power, money, the best strategy, the best support. In short, any conditions they could think of were offered. Dian Mo ignored this and acted as if he didn't see it. But some people are unhappy, especially some anchors who join certain teams and think they are very strong. Simply put, it's jealousy. However, they haven't found the opportunity to take action yet, so they are holding back their jealousy for the time being. Dian Mo didn't know this yet, but even if he knew, he had no interest in paying attention to this kind of trash. He said, "Okay, let's stop chatting. Let's start the live broadcast." With that said, he opened the Wanyu Point Special Redemption list. Not to mention the outrageous prices of a row of machines. Dian Mo glanced at them and found that the cheapest arcade machines cost 30 million game points. Even this one, he couldn't afford. Out of sight, out of mind, he directly chose to search for the little Overlord cassette. As a result, a list of selling prices below, 500 and above, 200 popped up. It must be mentioned here that you can choose one of the 3 initial games on the Wanyu Band. After selecting, the other 2 will disappear. This is easy to understand. After all, this is something you can buy with money, not thousands of travel points. Being able to choose one of the 3 is already a benefit given to novices by the system. Back to business. There are as many as 800 little Overlord games in total, but it is actually not troublesome to choose. After all, even though Dian Mo is a game enthusiast, he plays more computer games and console games. He has only played about 50 antique games like this. Among them, games like Devouring Heaven and Earth, which cannot be cleared in a short period of time, and which do not have limit records when guessing, are not among his choices. And even if he really got the chance to fully infiltrate places like Dragon Ball and Castlevania, he wouldn't have the guts to enter them in a short period of time. Just kidding, there are Dragon Balls all over the place that can blow up the earth with just a raise of a hand. Doesn't Dian Mo go in to deliver food? After a final selection, he chose another of the first 3 games. Contra. The reason is, firstly, he is familiar with it, and secondly, at the current stage of strength, firearms bring a greater improvement. After selection, Dian Mo has no hesitation and directly spends 3 million travel points to redeem. However, just when he wanted to start the game directly, a colorful barrage attracted his attention. "Dumb girl, ask me for help. I also have Contra. Let's play together." The rewards for 2-player mode will be increased by 50%. The person who had the biggest reaction when seeing this sentence was not the audience or Dian Mo, but Gao Dui. At that time, he slapped his thigh hard and shouted with an expression like, "I wish I had never met her before we were married. Why the hell didn't I think of that?" In contrast, Dian Mo was too calm. He winked and said, "Comrade, silly girl, have you forgotten what to do before asking for S**X? The atmosphere was silent for a while. Most people didn't understand what Dian Mo meant, but the silly girls and old viewers did. After a few seconds, a colorful barrage appeared again. "Dumeyer, Dian, my brother rules Wanyu. Please lead me." After the silly girl lost all her integrity, the live broadcast finally started. It was still a retro scene. Dian Mo held the controller and pressed the OK button. At the beginning of the game, the character controlled by Dian Mo moved forward, firing bullets diagonally downward from time to time, and also observed the silly girl. "It's not bad. It's better than I expected." The silly girl raised her eyebrows and said proudly, "That's right. I am someone who has passed Contra." Her pride is not unreasonable. After all, Contra is one of the legendary most difficult games for Overlord. Oh, Dian Mo blinked and watched as the bullet he avoided shot towards the back. Then you shouldn't die so easily, right? What? The stupid girl was stunned for a moment. Then bullets flew and took her away with one shot. Just like that, her life, which had been extremely proud just now, was lost. Why didn't you remind me? The stupid girl was so angry that she had just failed to show off. Dian Mo looked at the camera and said seriously, "Fortunately, this is a split-screen online game, so you can have fun and complete the game at the same time." Hey, what do you mean by having fun and clearing the level at the same time? Do I want to die? Because I want to hear it. Now the stupid girl's nose was almost crooked with anger. "No." Dian Mo blinked innocently and said innocently, I just want to say that you won't hold me back even if you die a few times. He actually said it directly. The stupid girl was shocked on the spot. Her unproud bust was rising and falling, but she didn't dare to say anything more. Otherwise, she might be P**************** D to death. Viewers who watched both sides said that when they watched the silly girl's angry and internally injured expression and the Dian Mo's face filled with shame, the taste would be better if they were eaten together. Okay, don't be angry, I was joking. Looking at Gao Dui's miserable appearance when he completely infiltrated, we can tell that Dian Mo is relatively gentle towards girls. After a little comfort to the stupid girl, he started to get into the live broadcast mode. Actually, Contra is a difficult game, but it's actually not that difficult. The first is observation, the second is caution, and the third is technique. As long as you do the first 2 points, passing the level won't be a big problem. Dian Mo was doing 2 things at once, accurately killing enemy soldiers and explaining at the same time. In fact, there is another point. Practice makes perfect, but it is his first time to play Contra, so he can't say this. Compared with Mario, which has many hidden elements and buggy skills, Contra has fewer bugs, and almost none of them can be used for tricks. If you have to go through 8 levels, you have to go through 8 levels. If you want to set a new record or pass the level in one life, you need skills. Hearing this, many viewers have realized that Dian Mo wanted to use Contra to fight back those trolls who said he relied on bugs to set a new record. However, they really thought too much. Not to mention that Dian Mo didn't pay attention to things on the internet at all. Even if he knew about it, he wouldn't be able to respond based on his personality. In fact, after he learned about this incident, he recorded a special paragraph and played it again at the beginning of every live broadcast. Keyboard dogs, when you watch this video or live broadcast, you must have malicious intentions in your heart, and you must be thinking, this time I must find the black spot of this madman. No matter how many times you think this way, when you see the final 1 life clearance or extreme record achievement, you will definitely be filled with a feeling of excitement. So congratulations to you. You have completed your daily tasks again, and at the same time, once again, made me feel comfortable from the inside out, from left to right, and from top to bottom. You are pioneers with a fearless spirit. Please continue to work hard and be strong, because this feeling of being F******** will not be the last time, but will stay with you for a lifetime. Ha ha. When those trolls heard this sentence, they felt more than just having S***X. They felt like they had gone to Taigua to have a S*** reassignment. But the surgery failed and a certain organ was left behind, and they accidentally fell into a shit pit and changed their skin color. The taste is really inhumane. Back to business. Since the audience has misunderstood, the trolls are definitely no exception. They were already staring at the touch keyboard and immediately started to work. Who doesn't know how to tell lies? Oh, I really envy someone who knows the bug from nowhere and dares to rule on you. First time playing? Then I will conservatively estimate that you will die on the first level. Haha. Don't say that. I think Dian Mo is right. You can pass the level as long as you are careful. I guess you will beat the first level in 5 minutes. When these trolls appeared, Dian Mo's fans became angry on the spot, but before they could finish typing, a series of sound effects for the boss appearance sounded. And then Dian Mo controlled this character to rush to the bottom of the mechanical wall, completely ignoring the laser gun turret and enemies above, and fiercely attacked the mirror-like energy core on the wall. Because of his extremely decisive behavior, neither the laser gun nor the enemy could attack him, and he broke through the mechanical wall. He passed the first level in 55 seconds, and that boss actually only took him less than 4 seconds. Suddenly, the entire live broadcast room was silent. The trolls who had glowing eyes and hands hovering over the touch keyboard all maintained this posture with their mouths wide open. Silly. I just said that I couldn't pass the first level or that it took 5 minutes, but I passed it in less than 1 minute. Especially the troll who said it took 5 minutes. The time between when he typed that paragraph and when Dian Mo passed the first level was less than 5 seconds. 666. I changed the game and asked brother, he is still sharp. Come on, we're the trolls. We're the two people who just couldn't talk and who took 5 minutes. Come out and keep shouting. It's a pity that they didn't say anything about swallowing feces live. Do you still expect such keyboard warriors to actually swallow feces? No. I mean, then their mood at the moment will be no different from actually swallowing feces. Ha. Classmate Chundushio, you performed very well. That classmate Chundushio was wrong in one thing. It doesn't need to be so complicated. So many trolls are already in a shit-eating mood. If we say, in the opinion of this group of trolls, the most powerful way to show off and slap someone in the face is, before I take action, you will fall. Nadian when had refreshed their understanding and brought the pretense and slap in the face to a new level. Because you fell before I even made a move, at least I have to know that you exist. However, Dian was playing games or chatting with silly girls from beginning to end, and didn't even watch the barrage. Therefore, Dianwen's situation should be regarded as, I was eating at home, but you choked to death in the toilet. In short, he had no idea what was going on in the live broadcast room, and continued his game and commentary. If you don't consider the speed pass issue, you'll be almost invincible by lying down on the 2nd and 4th levels. It only takes a little time to pass the level without losing a life. Definitely, I will not use this method. As Jianwen said, he stood the whole time, jumping up from time to time to avoid bullets, and then accurately blasted the enemy, harvesting the boss in a few seconds. It only took less than a minute for him to pass the 2nd level, while Daime had just entered the 2nd level at this time and passed the level without a single monster. 666. It's so enjoyable to watch Brother Wenwen and play it without any pauses in the whole process. 2333. The old woman didn't even need to fight a single soldier to pass the 2nd level. Which company has the best leg-hugging technology in the world? Travel to Daxia to find a silly girl. LGD way. Silly girls like you will get mad to death. During the time that the audience was chatting, Dianwen had already arrived in front of the boss of the 3rd level, which was a strange and huge amount of alien. But for Dianwen, it was really just a matter of a few shots, destroying the 2 hands of the alien at will, and then shooting at the alien's big mouth while jumping to avoid bullets. In the end, we won. The time before and after is less than the boss in the previous 2 levels. This is the advantage of being immortal. His firearms not only turned into shotguns, but also increased their power and speed several times. This situation will continue. As long as he doesn't let down his guard and doesn't accidentally die, the time it takes him to kill the 8-level bosses is probably less than 1/10 of the total time it took him to clear the levels. The game continues. Dianwen leaned on the comfortable sofa he bought with Wanyu coins, crossing his legs leisurely, without any nervousness, and kept going all the way. Let me tell you, when playing Contra, if you want to pass the level, you have to be careful. If you want to speed through, you have to be reckless, just like me now. As he spoke, he entered the middle of the 5th level, and a heavy armored vehicle that was twice as tall as the character he controlled drove over. F***CK. F***K. Please be careful. Brother, let's take it easy. It's important to clear the level in one life. Yes, if the trolls die, they will come back to life. The audience is not afraid that Dianwen will not be able to pass the level, but they're annoyed by the opportunities for those trolls to find blackmail. However, Dianwen's behavior was contrary to what they expected. He rushed directly towards the row of steel nails in front of the armored vehicle. When he was close to the limit distance, he jumped back to the ground. At this time, the armored vehicle also happened to stop, only a few millimeters away from the character controlled by Dianwen. The armored vehicle will continue to move after a few seconds, but at such a close range, the power of Dianwen's shotgun is terrifying. Within a second, the armored vehicle was destroyed. Dianwen raised his eyebrows and smiled. Look, it's reckless. With enough firepower, a suitable position can allow you to output very comfortably and quickly. Not only this car, but also some bosses in the future. LGD Wei gives the anchor 10 million gaming coins. Han Yinro gives the anchor 10 million gaming coins. Drink alone by the lake and give the anchor 100 million game coins. Rewards were flying in unison, and 3 of them caught the most attention. I'll go. You rich man. I'll give you 10 WRMB at once. I don't know, but the lakeside boss is famous for being a beautiful woman. Wow, how beautiful. Do you have any photos? No. Will Shinhao still be Shinhao when he shows his face? TCH, it's still blowing as expected. In Jianwen's previous life, rewards of this level had been announced to the entire platform, but the Wanyu system was not interested in them, and it didn't even get a share of the rewards, giving 100% directly to the anchor. In fact, if it really wanted money, it would be able to take as much money as it wanted from bank accounts around the world. The money to pay anchors will be taken from certain black accounts. Based on this, Dianwen once again missed the opportunity to see the 3 words Han Yen Ro. After playing casually for a few minutes, he pressed the last button and said with empty eyes, "Ah, it's so easy." As the words fell, the sound effects of game clearance sounded at the same time. Time, 10 minutes and 52.54 seconds. The game has been cleared. The rewards are as follows. Anchor experience gained. 1,000 plus 500. Plus sign is a bonus for 2-player mode. No prompt will be given in the future. 1U points obtained. 50 plus 25. 1U coins obtained. 500 plus 250. Get clearance rewards. Proficient in firearms, pistol category. LV.3 plus 1. Proficient in firearms, rifle category. LV.3 plus 1. Proficient in firearms, shotgun category. LV.3 plus 1. Congratulations to the host for unlocking 3 achievements in Contra Generations. Clear the level in 1 life. Rewards for cold weapon proficiency, dagger type. LV4, nerve reflex level up. Fastest clearance. Reward anchor experience. 50%, 1U points. 500, 1U coins. 5,000. Extreme record. Replay Contra in full infiltration mode, and all rewards will be doubled after success. The rewards are as explosive as ever, but because most of the bugs in Contra are obvious and have been completed by someone long ago, Dianwen did not receive this achievement this time. As for the silly girl, because she has already cleared Contra, she only has basic rewards, namely experience, 1U points, and 1U coins. Skills, such as mastering firearms, are not obtained repeatedly. This is the same as Mario's red mushroom, which can only be obtained by clearing the level for the first time. Otherwise, someone like Gao Dui, who has cleared the level several times, would have been out of shape. At the same time, the silly girl did not receive those achievement rewards. Again, the system will not give players any loopholes to take advantage of. However, because of the 2-player game, the naughty girl got an opportunity that was 100 times more precious than those things, to completely infiltrate. The eyes of the audience who were in the live broadcast room of Dian Mo were all red. They were envious and jealous. I'll go. The old woman will make a lot of money. Stupid girl. There are opportunities that no more than 50 people in the world have, and today I am a stupid girl. Sure enough, good technique is not as good as a good thigh hug. The silly girl herself was overjoyed at the moment. She jumped up and down and couldn't close her mouth for a long time. Since no one who could obtain an extreme record would ever bring a tow bottle, she didn't know there would be such a benefit. Oh my God, it's incredible. I just wanted to hug my lap and lie down to win, but I actually got the chance to fully infiltrate. At first, she still had a little resentment towards calling her brother D, but now it's all gone. If when we're in front of her at the moment, she would have wanted to pounce on him and give him a kiss. At the same time, Dianwen's live broadcast room. A large number of viewers begged for hugs, and the gift of game coins has not stopped since he cleared the level. If the limit record once was a coincidence, the 2 times were enough to prove Dianwen's strength. Dianwen equipped the 4 newly acquired skills to the skill bar and said with a smile, "Don't be excited, don't be excited, basic operations." At this time, the stupid girl also came back to her senses and said happily, "Brother one, I really want to thank you this time. It's not a big deal. When everyone thought Dian was saying you were welcome, just keep this account in mind for now. When you owe too much, I'll settle it together." Dian Mo rolled her eyes helplessly, but she didn't think anything of it. After all, as one of Dianwen's first fans, Dian Mo still knew his character very well. I'm ready here and can fully infiltrate at any time. So she changed the subject. Dian Mo nodded and said, well, let's get started. The two of them recited silently in their hearts at the same time to confirm their complete infiltration. Darkness hit, and the body was once again unable to be controlled. A feeling like data flow appeared, and the next second, complete infiltration was completed. Full infiltration has been completed, and online matching has been completed. Mode: 2-player full infiltration. This game time ratio is 150. Full infiltration has sidelines / hidden tasks. Please enjoy exploring. Game clearance reward. The reward from the last game is doubled. Game introduction is about to begin. Please watch carefully. Except for the time ratio, the other prompts were the same as last time, but Dianwen's eyes lit up. Because, if nothing else happens, the curious ones are coming soon. In the CG cutscene, a fiery red meteorite fell from the sky and landed on the Garga Islands near New Zealand. However, what is different from before is that this time the perspective is not a panoramic view. If I have to say it, Dianwen is now more like seeing this scene not far away. The mysterious meteorite fell that day, and you and your good brother, silly girl, happen to be on vacation on this island. A good brother. Dianwen's imagination instantly reached the sky. Then the question is, why should I go on vacation with my good brother? Could it be that I am a gay? This meteorite carries strange radiation, and you will mutate when you come into close contact. Through inspection, 2 changes have occurred in you. 1. Sexual orientation changes. You fell in love with each other. It seems like he's not gay anymore. Dianwen smiled. After this experience, he was not too surprised this time. 2nd, after being single for a long time, even looking at aliens makes me look pretty. The alien becomes a beauty in your eyes. Hey. Who has been single for a long time? If you come out of the system, I will sue you for defamation. Dianwen's focus is as always on abnormal people. Let's start the game. This setting is interesting. It doesn't matter if you ruin your childhood. I just want to know whether Damei and Brotherwin are normal or abnormal now. Based on the setting, the silly girl should be a man, right? While the audience was discussing the gender of the nerdy girl, Dianwen had already completed his observation of the surroundings. He and Daimei are currently in a military base. Although it looks very different from reality, it should undoubtedly be the headquarters. And in front of the two of them, Dian Mo asked, silly girl, happy wedding, I'm glad you can come back. At the same time, I'm very sorry for disturbing your honeymoon. The handsome blonde man spoke with a huge amount of information. Honeymoon. The silly girl looked at Dian, one with her eyes open. She was still a little confused because of the large amount of information. Are you happy about your wedding? Dianwen glanced at the silly girl next to him. She was a pretty girl, but she was a bit regretful about her bust. Am I actually married to an A cup? I'm not A. B. I have B. At this moment, Daimei deeply realized that there was a completely different difference between watching others face Dianwen's mouth and facing it in person. The former is happiness and the latter is energy. Ahem. The blonde man immediately coughed to stop the two of them from talking nonsense. Anyway, you have already read the information. Lance and Bill went to Red Eagle's armed base 5 days ago, but there's been no news yet. I hope you... Stop. Dianwen interrupted the blonde man with a loud shout, touched his chin, and looked at him for a while. Burns. I want you to call me sir, Burns said. I know, Burns. After confirming the other party's identity, Dianwen called out his name again. I want to ask, do you want me and Damei to go to that or something? Red Eagle's base, facing thousands of soldiers and aliens. Burns said with a dark face, definitely. Dianwen glared at him and said, where are the weapons? Burns said, ordinary weapons as usual, but we will send you more powerful ones one after another. You're beat. Dianwen shouted, interrupting Burns. You think you're just playing a game. You're also doing post-delivery. Why don't you be the leader, be the courier? Bar. Burns said angrily. Dian Mo asked, do you want to know who you were talking to? And you are the one who is sick. Did you actually understand? The stupid girl complained silently. If it weren't for Burns's last sentence, she wouldn't have been able to judge from the beep that Dianwen meant the word sick. There is no doubt that this is the result of the system. Since the system can allow everyone in the universe to speak Huxia and understand Huxia, it is no problem to do a little translation. However, in the case of silence words to the NPC, it still sounds like you are sick. Such words. I'm just talking to you. What's wrong? Dian took a step forward, full of momentum, his eyes widened, as if you dare to say another word, I will kill you. The audience in the live broadcast room became nervous now, and the silly girl was even ready to take out weapons and fight at any time. However, just when everyone thought they were about to start a big fight, Burns, who had been so strong just now, shrank, looking like an aggrieved little daughter-in-law. But we are Contra, we have... Yes, a person with excellent fighting ability and qualities, I know. Dian waved his hand impatiently. Burns said cautiously, the idea of our organization is to have Contras work in pairs, holding the lowest-end weapons, to fight their way out. The more he spoke, the more excited he became. He raised his right fist and raised his head at a 45-degree angle, looking like a revolutionary fighter. If you want to die, die vigorously. If you want to win, win with blood. This is the romance of a man. Looking at Burns's eyes full of faith, the girl was shocked on the spot. You said it. You beep. Actually said it. It turns out that you knew that you were given the lowest-end weapon. And what a fuss when you win so bloody. You know very well that this is very dangerous, right? What the hell is a man's romance? You beep. Or just a chinibu. The stupid girl finished her complaint in one breath, not counting the ups and downs of her bust. At this time, Norwin put a hand on her shoulder. The silly girl turned around and explained, I said ya, not TM. Well, that's not the point. Dian nodded, then changed his face for a second and said excitedly, What's wrong with a man's secondary disease? It's like as long as a man sees a long stick, he can't help but hit it. Cosplay brother monkey on your shoulder. It seems like I was right. LG Dewey. I remember when I was on duty at school, I couldn't help but see the long brooms. Han Yinro. Alas, it seems that Dian Mo's mental pollution was very successful. The silly girl looked at Dian in confusion. Although she wanted to complain, she suddenly felt that he was right. Even she had this kind of impulse when she just watched Westward Journey. Looking at it this way, it seems that it's not wrong for a man to have a middle child. She lowered her head, repenting in her heart for her prejudice against Chinibu. She had no idea that Dian had brainwashed her by changing the concept. Burns rushed up, grabbed Dian's hand with both hands, and said excitedly, Dian, I didn't expect that you could understand me. Yes, this is a man. What a man. You are stupid beep. Dian became furious on the spot, slapped Burns to the ground. The live broadcast room fell into silence. Burns was stunned, and the stupid girl looked confused. I'll go. Ask me how you managed to be silenced and still fully express this sentence. This was the first sentence the silly girl said when she came back to her senses. Dian said proudly, I've done some research too. If you have this skill, can't you do some serious research? The silly girl was completely convinced. Don't worry about the details. Dian changed the topic and looked at Burns, who was getting up. In short, forget your silly beep theory. My sister and I were affected by radiation, and our combat effectiveness was greatly reduced. We need the best weapons and your assistance. Burns was stunned for a moment. Isn't your influence only limited to sexual orientation and alien effeminacy? Dian asked. That's right. Burns became even more confused. Since your sexual orientation has changed, then the alien girlhood will have no effect on you. Yes, Dian said without changing his expression. I was gay before, but now I like beautiful women. Cough, cough, cough. The stupid girl couldn't hold it back and choked on her own saliva. Dian glanced at her expressionlessly and then said, Look, I'm so embarrassed. I didn't want to talk about this originally. He pointed at the stupid girl. Why do you think she went to Thai country to have a S** exchange, to Han country for plastic surgery, to the United States to have her skin changed, and to Dacia to have her skeleton changed? Isn't it just to cater to my sexual orientation? Oh my god, go to the United States and change your skin. And when did Dacia have the skeleton replacement business? Knock it out and reorganize it. Seeing his serious nonsense, Daime's whole body went into a shutdown state. By the way, Burns actually took it seriously, and Dianwen's words were not over yet. Furthermore, my aesthetics spans races, and to me, the alien is feminine. Dianwen swallowed, his eyes glowing green. It's so attractive. I don't know if this is his acting or his real thoughts for a short time. Burns nodded solemnly and said, "Man, you convinced me. You were obviously full of hesitation just now, but after hearing about his cross-racial aesthetics, you were actually convinced." The stupid girl covered her face with one hand, unable to complain anymore. Main mission update: destroy the Red Eagle base. While Burns was being persuaded, system prompts appeared in Dianwen and Daime's heads. I have to say that compared to Mario's main mission, this mission is simply too serious. What followed went very smoothly. Dianwen and Daime first went to the weapons warehouse at the Contra base and each picked out a few weapons. The silly girl chose plasma cutting daggers, energy sandhawk pistols, and high-explosive RPGs. Dianwen chose a particle sniper rifle, an energy sand eagle pistol, and some gadgets. The power of these weapons can basically be described as violent. The stories of Contra all take place after 2630, where the technology is quite powerful and space travel is commonplace. The reason why it is not shown in the game is mainly limited by the imagination of the times. In the era when the game was produced, it was indeed impossible for them to speak words related to weapons such as plasma, Gauss, and particles. But when this Contra becomes fully immersive, its nature will be completely different, and the system will not be limited by the times. All in all, the weapons obtained by Dianwen and others were very strong. If it weren't for the fact that they couldn't use the package to cover up others' eyes, they would have wanted to fill the package. After the weapon problem was solved, Burns called 3 people, namely, Smith, the sniper with the baseball cap, Red Nose, Iron, who uses a flamethrower, Ben, the explosives expert with long bangs, plus Burns himself, wielding a machine gun. They are all characters who appeared in Contra Power, and this time it was the 4 of them who accompanied Dianwen and Daime to the Red Eagle base. If there is a book, it will be long. If there is no book, it will be short. 6 people sneaked into the Galga Islands in a helicopter. As soon as they landed, Ben launched a drone to survey the surrounding area. Taking advantage of this gap, Dianwen used the water to look at his face, and then confirmed that this time he was indeed not playing someone else, but playing the game as his own player. Not long after, the drone came back and Ben obtained specific information, such as the direction of the Red Eagle base. For now, confirming the direction is enough. A group of people enter the forest and move as carefully as possible. However, it was of no use. After about less than 10 minutes of progress, there was a rustling sound in the grass behind the 6 people. The 6 people were all extremely sharp, and among them, the stupid girl was a little dull. The others immediately turned around and looked in the direction where the sound came from. The live broadcast room also became quiet, and everyone looked at the grass nervously. Well, except for Dianwen. Hey, coward, since you're at the end, why not go take a look? Or are you already so scared that your legs are weak? Smith, holding a sniper rifle, spoke sarcastically, and the person he spoke to was definitely Dianwen, who was walking at the end. Maybe it was because of the theory that colleagues are enemies, but anyway, Smith was very unhappy when he looked at someone who was also capable of using a sniper rifle. Definitely, it is also possible that he is gay and likes nerdy girls before S**exchange, plastic surgery, skin change, or skeleton change. In line with the principle of if someone laughs at me, I want to make the other person unable to take care of themselves, Dianwen was about to speak out and implement it. At this time, new movement appeared in the grass. A black shadow jumped out from the grass and rushed towards Dianwen at a very fast speed. At this moment, Burns and 4 other NPCs opened their eyes with frightened expressions. The silly girls and the audience in the live broadcast room all had their mouths wide open with expressions like, "You are just teasing me." In the eyes of the NPC, this is a terrifying monster that is all black, 2 meters tall, and born for killing. In the eyes of Dian Mo, and the audience in the live broadcast room, she was a beautiful woman with long black hair who looked like a Latina with a hot figure and a tail on the back of her. But it turns out that the image we saw is the same as Brother One and the others. This is what the audience is thinking. Damn it, the aliens are bigger than me. At this time, the silly girl was staring at the alien girl's bust and about to face the question of death. He had no idea. He kicked off his legs and jumped back. At the same time, he took out the particle sniper rifle during the volley and flicked it. Boom! An extremely accurate and decisive shot. The roar of the shot and the explosion of hitting the target sounded simultaneously. The alien that originally wanted to attack Dian, her head exploded like a watermelon, splashing on the ground. A corroding sound of shishi appeared, and white smoke rose from the ground. Alien blood has a very strong corrosive effect. This is common knowledge to anyone who has watched the Alien movie. However, at the moment, no one is interested in observing this common sense. Damn, Brother One actually fired without any hesitation. Uncle Policeman, there's a pervert here. I saw him shoot a beautiful woman in the head. Nah, I wonder if I'm really affected by the radiation. Didn't the silly girl just say that she still likes men? Then the question comes, is Brother One a gay or a mentally ill person who can keep his face straight and destroy flowers with ruthless hands? LGD way. I guarantee from personal experience that it is definitely the latter. In the live broadcast room, the question of whether Dian was mentally ill was not mentioned. Dian asked, after he shot the beauty in the head, he turned around calmly, looked at Smith and said, "What did you just say? Are your legs weak?" He glanced at Smith's feet and said, "Does it mean that after the alien appeared, you only moved one step back and then never moved again?" In terms of ridicule, even 10 Smiths were no match for Dian, so he became angry from embarrassment. He took a big step forward, raised his right fist in preparation for an attack, and yelled, "You be asterisk 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 D." Unfortunately, he could not finish his words, because a black hole with a diameter of more than 2 centimeters was pointed at his head. Dian grinned and said, "Don't be angry. It's your fault that your legs are weak, not mine. If you continue to maintain this attitude, then I will be even more angry than you for your angry behavior. In this way, your knuckles may tremble with anger. If you're not careful." Bang! Without any warning, such onomatopoeic words came out of his mouth. Then Smith turned pale with fright and almost fell to the ground. But even if he was so frightened, Dian was not going to let him go. Dian leaned over with a smile and said, "Don't be so serious. Come on, smile. Hey man, come on." At this time, Burns finally came to his senses from a series of changes and tried to persuade him with some guilt in his heart. He also didn't expect that Dian Mo would kill the alien without any fear and then point the gun at his teammates crazily. Dian didn't speak, looking straight at Smith. It wasn't until Smith opened his mouth and smiled that he put away his sniper rifle with satisfaction. In fact, he didn't intend to cause such a stalemate at the beginning. He didn't care about everyone's taunting each other, and he wouldn't take it seriously. But for those who planned to take action if they couldn't talk it out, there was no need for him to be polite. In this way, this team of 6 people moved forward again, but the atmosphere in the team was a bit subtle. The silly girl walked beside Dian and lowered her voice, asking Brother, "Will your doing this affect the mission?" Dian glanced at her and then smiled. "Do you really think you will target me for no reason? Do you really think that a battle-experienced Contra will be scared to the point where his legs weaken?" Daime was shocked. Although she was not very smart, Dian's reminder was enough for her to understand that something was wrong. That there is a situation. Before the silly girl had time to ask about the specific situation, Ben, who was scouting the road ahead, issued an early warning. Dian raised his head, looked through the grass, and whistled involuntarily. This battle is simply a grand welcome. There is a mechanical city wall that is at least 20 meters high. It is entirely silver, and I don't know what kind of metal it is made of. Standing on the wall are 20 members of the Red Eagle, each holding the same thing as Dian Wen's hand. Maybe even a more powerful sniper rifle. On the outside of the city wall, under their feet, was a row of extremely oppressive mechanical turrets. I don't know much about the power of these forts, but I can guess just by looking at the muzzles that are enough to fit 2 of them. Well, one shot should be enough to wipe them out. This is nothing. What is really grand is that there are more than 100 Red Eagle members standing under the city wall. Each of them holds a very powerful weapon. Perhaps among the 6 Dianwen, Dai may have stronger firepower than them. After all, she has a rocket launcher. Seeing this scene, Burns immediately said MLGBCNM. Definitely, what he spoke was in English, but when translated, it almost means this. After all, there is a system, and everything spoken in the universe is Huxia to Dianwen's ears. What do we do now? As the leader of Contra, Burns is naturally very capable of commanding, but faced with such an almost desperate disparity in military strength, he is still a loss what to do. That's why he asked such a question. But in fact, he didn't expect anyone to answer. However, Dianwen gave an answer that was very specific, but left him scratching his head. Stupid girl, blow him up. He stood up, exposed himself to the eyes of the group of Red Eagle soldiers, and pointed at the extremely conspicuous energy core on the mechanical city wall that looked like a mirror. Throughout the game Contra, whenever facing a wall, the villains will focus on the front. I don't know if they want to embody the humanitarian spirit, or are just stupid and humane. To put it bluntly, if Contra players are asked to complete the level backwards from the 8th level, there will definitely be no follow-up works. All Contra members will probably serve their motherland in the 4th level. Okay. The silly girl received Dianwen's instructions and carried the rocket launcher that was thicker than her thigh without any hesitation. Bang boom! With a tail of flames, the rocket flew straight towards the energy core. If those soldiers were not attracted by Dianwen, then their physical fitness and reaction ability would definitely be able to intercept the rocket halfway by shooting. It's a pity that there is no if. Dianwen's seemingly nonsensical actions usually have deep meaning. There was a boom. Everything was as expected by Dianwen. The rocket bomb destroyed the energy core, and then the mechanical city wall exploded continuously. After a few seconds, the explosion subsided, and no matter the soldiers on the city wall, the soldiers under the city wall, or the forts, they all ceased to exist. See, it's that simple. Dianwen smiled at Burns. As for the latter, as well as Ben and the others, a row of F***KS crossed their minds. One moment they were sweating with their palms, thinking about how to solve this dilemma, and then the dilemma was solved. Burns recalled the scene where Dianwen strongly asked the silly girl to bring a rocket launcher when choosing weapons. How could he not understand that all this was predicted by Dianwen? Why do I feel like it doesn't matter whether we come or not? The audience in the live broadcast room answered his question, even though he couldn't see it. 23333. If you don't come, why don't you pretend to be a pig and eat the tiger? No. When you look upstairs, you don't understand Brother Wen. Brother Wen clearly just wants to paddle. LGD way. I guarantee with my personal experience that what you said above is correct. Han Yenro. After all, I am a #1 victim. Putting aside the complaints from the audience, been asked confusedly on Contra's side. Dian Mo, you seem to know this place very well. I definitely understand. Dianwen maintained his usual acting skills and said without changing his expression, "Isn't this where I were exposed to radiation? We observed it for a while." His nonsense was quite reasonable, so several NPCs believed it. Only Smith's eyes flickered, and he didn't know what he was thinking. Okay, stop talking nonsense. You go and take a look inside the mechanical wall, and I'll go up and take a look. Although Dianwen said this, he stood still. Burns had no objection after hearing what he said and directly led the remaining 3 people forward. He didn't seem to notice that unconsciously, the team seemed to have turned into Dian when giving orders. After the 4 of them took a few steps, when the stupid girl was about to follow, Dianwen grabbed her and laughed and scolded. "You are stupid. I've let the 4 of them lie, and you are still rushing to follow. It's too obvious for us to be like this." The stupid girl also replied in a low voice. "It's not obvious." Dianwen shook his head, and then raised his voice deliberately. "What? You said you were scared, and you need a loving kiss to comfort you? No problem. After this shameless shouting, Dian definitely couldn't have kissed her for real. He just turned his back to Burns, and the four of them covered the silly girl with his body, and then pretended to lower his head. That's all. Burns and Bing, who happened to turn around, also smiled knowingly when they saw this scene. Maybe in this world of the 27th century, being F*** is no longer big news. Although the silly girl feels a lot of pressure about this. 5 minutes later, while the dead girl was touching the corpse and the four NPCs were carefully inspecting the inside of the mechanical wall, Dian stood on the top of the city and looked far into the distance. The result was quite gratifying. At least he saw the mountain that was the third level of the game, as well as the factories in the 6th and 7th levels that followed. But that's all. His eyesight is limited, so that's all he can see. The observation was over, but he hesitated on how to go down. As a patient with mental illness and severe game addiction, he has always wanted to try two methods of jumping off buildings. The two ways are face down or back face down. Turning it upside down is very simple. You just need to lie down and jump down, and then add a Joker-style laughter that symbolizes anarchy. Dian had already tried this method when he fully infiltrated last time. Although it hurts, it also feels good. As for the other one, the difficulty and requirements are relatively higher. First of all, you must have an extraordinary physique, otherwise you will really fall to death. Then, the music cannot be matched by itself. There must be a BGM of an eagle screaming. Yes, it was a leap of faith. I believe that as long as anyone who has played that game sees someone standing on a tall building and jumping off, that eagle cry will flash through their minds as a conditioned reflex. Definitely, as a normal person, no one would really try it. Didn't even Dian, an abnormal person like him, not try it? Well, it's better to forget it after all. Dian touched his chin and struggled for a long time in his heart before giving up. We still have to play games. It would be bad if we break our legs. Let's wait until the level is higher. Finally, he walked down the stairs honestly. By the time he returned to the ground, Burns and the other four had just completed their exploration and came up with an answer that was completely beyond his expectation. It's a tunnel inside. After Burns roughly stated the situation inside the tunnel that Dian already knew, the stupid girl also finished touching the body. Judging from her happy look, she must have gained something. It must be mentioned here that the props Dian and Dian Mo obtain for the contrabase are not the type that can bring them out of the game, but the props that Dian Mo can use to touch corpses are. A group of people entered the tunnel, and the situation here was slightly different from the game. In the second level of the Contra game, Red Eagle soldiers and a mechanical wall will appear almost every distance forward, and the passage is also one way. But it's completely different in Full Dive. Soldiers can avoid it. Passages extend in all directions, and not every road has a mechanical wall. With Dian's guidance, Burns and others knew how to deal with the mechanical wall, so the four of them walked ahead to clear the way. Dian and Dian were dividing the accounts at the back. Pistols, sniper rifles, submachine guns, and grenades. These four could be brought out of the game. Among these four weapons, in terms of power, grenades are definitely the most powerful, followed by sniper rifles. However, grenades are consumables and will be gone after one use. There are only 10 bullets inside the sniper rifle. When they are used up, they must be purchased in the Wanyu system by spending game points. In contrast, although pistols and submachine guns have the same problems as sniper rifles, they have high magazine capacity and a large number of bullets. All in all, these four weapons have obvious advantages and disadvantages, and they are easy to distribute. Dian chose sniper rifles and grenades, firstly because grenades were more strategic, and secondly because he really liked sniper rifles, and his Wanyudian could also afford bullets. Name: Electromagnetic Pulse Grenade. Type: Consumables. Quality: Excellent. Attack power: Strong. Special effect: Destroy all electronic devices within 1 kilometer in diameter. Conditions of use: None. Can this game be taken out? Yes. Can it be brought into reality? No. Note: Please feel free to use it. It is harmless to primates. Name: Screaming Killer. Type: Sniper Rifle. Quality: Excellent. Attack power, strong. Special effect, below level 50. Every bullet fired will deduct 10% of one's own survival value. Conditions of use. Strength attribute, E. Can this game be taken out? Yes. Can it be brought into reality? No. No, what? Do you want to complain? Oh, why does hitting someone hurt your blood, right? How about I help you change it? For example, how about changing the usage condition to power B? This way it won't hurt the blood. The above are the specific attributes of these two weapons. The sarcastic remarks, as always, made Dian Mo sneer, and the stupid girl shivered beside him like a poor little rabbit. However, no matter how unhappy you are, the task still needs to be done. Dian Mo and Dian Mo quickened their pace to keep up with the four people in front. The 6 men fought and advanced like this, killing 50 or 60 Red Eagle soldiers along the way. But the strange thing is that even though they made such a big noise, the other party has no intention of increasing their troops. If they didn't see it, the 17 or 8 surveillance cameras along the way were definitely not blind. But when it comes to seeing them, their actions are full of weirdness. With this unknown reason, everyone once again came to a T intersection. Burns just looked at it and decided to go to the right. However, Dian Mo stopped him. Dian Mo looked at the passage on the left and recalled it in his mind. No, there's something wrong with this fork in the road. What's wrong? Ben looked at Dian Mo in confusion. Dian Mo didn't answer his question, but instead said something completely incorrect. Do you have a pen and paper? Now, let alone Ben. Even Ein and Burns looked over in confusion. However, based on Dian Mo's various performances along the way, they did not ask again, but rummaged around on their bodies. Finally, Ben took out a pencil, and Ein took out a piece of white paper with 4K file size from his pocket. Can it be folded? Can. With that said, Dian Mo had already taken the blank paper and pen. He opened the paper, placed it on the wall, and then began to draw on it in this dangerous tunnel. Burns looked at the dumb girl with a confused expression, and then the stupid girl returned a confused expression. Dian asked this person, the more you get to know him, the less clear you are about whether there is an intention behind everything he does or whether it is just not taking medicine. A minute later, Dian Mo's painting homework ended. Everyone took a closer look and found that the paper was scattered horizontally and vertically, one by one, but there were no regular horizontal and vertical lines at all. What is this? Adhering to the principle of asking if you don't understand something, the silly girl looked at Dian Mo. You don't understand this? Dian Mo looked at the other 4 people, but they were also confused. Alas, Dian Mo shook his head helplessly. Look at your poor little heads. You can't even see such an obvious thing. The silly girl complained with empty eyes. First of all, your arrogant attitude makes me very unhappy. Secondly, don't think that I don't know that you are using lines from Sherlock. Oh, you are really knowledgeable. Dian Mo looked at the stupid girl and nodded repeatedly with an expression that said, you will be intimidated. As for Burns and others, they were completely confused. They didn't know whether they didn't understand or were blocked by the system. In short, Dian Mo pointed to the white paper with his pen. This is our route map since we entered the tunnel. On the line above, each millimeter represents a distance of 1 meter. However, I can only guarantee 70% accuracy. Dian Mo shrugged with regret. After all, I'm not crazy enough to calculate the length of my steps. Situation. Smith sneered and said, in that case, how can you guarantee 70%? Dian Mo looked at Smith with an idiotic expression. The normal distance between steps for an adult male who is 175 to 180 centimeters tall is 45 to 65 centimeters. Don't you know this common sense? You'd better swallow feces and commit suicide. Did you make a mistake? Why do I have to swallow feces and commit suicide? And what kind of common sense do you have? Normal people don't know this at all. Okay. After Smith finished speaking, he pointed to the 4 people around him. If you don't believe me, ask them. Dian Mo actually looked at the remaining 4 silly girls, but what he got was that they looked like monsters. Well, he made a nasal sound, and the final result was, you all should swallow feces and commit suicide. Hey, it's you who is obviously abnormal. The silly girl was so shocked on the spot that she even forgot about the environment she and others were in and started yelling. Well, let's get back to business. Dian turned his head and patted the wall, bringing everyone's attention back to the paper. To change the subject so forcefully, the silly girl muttered something silently with her eyes empty. Here, Dian tapped the upper left corner of the paper with his pen. There was a T-shaped branch line there. This is where we are now. According to my previous observations on the mechanical wall, the location we were in when we first entered the tunnel was on the southwest side of the island. Then we entered the tunnel and made a total of 7 left turns and 6 right turns. It took more than an hour, and the position shifted by about 400 meters. So what? Once again, Smith couldn't help but question. Dian glanced at him with disdain. I really envy you, a person with a brain the size of a mouse excrement file. You must live a very happy life. Think less and worry less in life. The silly girl complained with empty eyes. You used Sherlock's lines again, and it's even worse than him, but the last original line is quite philosophical. Speaking of which, don't you admire Holmes very much? She asked curiously. No. Dian shook his finger. I have only admired 2 people in my life. One is Joker, and the other is Professor. Well, the Professor here refers to Moriarty, not the bald man in the wheelchair. I have been watching Sherlock Holmes since I was a child, just to be a professor. Dian showed a fascinated expression. As for Joker, unfortunately, I have never been able to reach his spiritual realm. 2333. We should be lucky. Fortunately, Brother One has not reached Joker's spiritual state. 2 criminals, a criminal consultant, and a psychopath. I have admired these 2 people since I was a child. No wonder Brother One has become like this. The audience in the live broadcast room actively complained, and then very inexplicably started giving away Wanyu coins. He was probably celebrating that Dian didn't idolize either of them. Okay, let's get down to business. I seem to have said this for the 2nd time. It's all because you always change the topic. Dian rolled his eyes at the stupid girl, and then glanced at Smith, whose face was black and blue. In short, in order to worry about your gray brain cells, I will just tell you the results. He pointed to the branch on the left. Theoretically, that side already leads to the sea, but there is still a road. This shows that there is definitely a problem there. Let's go and take a look. Everyone entered the left fork and walked about 300 meters, and then a problem was placed in front of them. There was no way. This is a dead end. This result made Burns and Bing's expressions become solemn. There is no doubt that Dian is right. There is a problem here. It would be understandable if you encounter a dead end on the street, but it is definitely not simple to have a dead end in a base tunnel like this, and it is a dead end that extends for 300 meters. Hey, wait for me. I'll find out the secret here right away. Ben excitedly placed the backpack behind him on the ground, and then began to take out various high-tech items inside. However, found it. As Dian finished speaking, the iron plate on the tunnel floor rose to reveal a road extending downward. Ben looked at Dian dumbfounded and asked, "How did you do that?" He was simply stunned. A second ago, he was happy that he had a chance to perform. But before he even took out all his things, Dian found the passage and opened it at the same time. It's very simple. Dian raised the half-emptied water bottle in his hand. There is the sea in front. There can't be a secret passage. And there is the ground above. There is no need to use a secret passage. The rest are left, right, and below. Based on probability said, the probability of left and right is lower than below, so I tried the ground first. Ben was stunned for a while, and then said, "Let's not talk about why you thought so much in such a short period of time. How did you try it? This kind of secret tunnel must be extremely sophisticated, and there are no professional props." Halfway through his words, Burns pushed him, pointed at the water bottle in Dian's hand, and said he poured water on the ground. Dian raised his eyebrows proudly and said, "Water is the best instrument for testing secret passages. You can find the location of the secret passage by denting, tilting, or penetrating it. Then just step on the abnormal area, and you will be able to find it. It can be opened." Okay, let's discuss the professional issues later. Burns smiled and said the above words, patted the frustrated Ben, and then walked into the secret passage at the lead. Ein is a taciturn person, the type who talks less and does more. Once he enters the task state, he can hardly speak, but this time he spoke when he passed by Dianwen. Man, I want to go on a mission with you next time I get the chance. It will be easy with you. Haha, it's a great honor, but I have to ask my wife about forming a team. Dianwen said, and gestured towards the silly girl with his eyes. I nodded and said with a serious face, Sorry, buddy, I forgot that you're married. By the way, can she have a child like this? I think, maybe, you can try harder? It has to be said that when an old-fashioned person makes a joke, even if he does not mean to be a joke, it will still have huge amounts of lethality. Anyway, I almost laughed out loud due to Dianwen's acting skills. Ein and Ben also entered the secret passage, followed by Smith. At the moment, he was sweating coldly. Facing Dianwen's half-smiling expression, he didn't even dare to look at him. At last, Hey, who is your wife? The stupid girl walked over angrily, holding out her regrettable bust and pressing the question with a dissatisfied look on her face. Acting? Do you understand acting? We must increase authenticity. At present, the system seems to have arranged a plausible identity for us, but the information is not comprehensive, otherwise they would not be surprised by my wise performance. Dianwen was fooling around in a serious manner, making the stupid girl stunned for a while. She thought for a while and tentatively said, So, we have to keep the only information the system tells us, which is that we are a couple. Dianwen snapped his fingers and said with a cowardly expression, Yes, silly girl, you are really smart. Come on, try calling me husband first. The silly girl's face turned red, and she twisted her hands together, hesitating for a long time before. Husband. Although the sound was like a mosquito, Dianwen still heard it. And as long as he can hear it, the system will truthfully reflect it in the live broadcast. Coach, I want to learn how to flirt with girls. Coach, go ask brother. I want to learn too. Drink alone by the lake and give the anchor 50 million game coins. Drinking alone by the lake. I just like to see brother when being serious and fooling people. LG Dewey. Oh. The local tycoon is taking action again. Han Yenro. I just want to know when Dian Mo will see my message. After teasing the stupid girl to his satisfaction, Dianwen took her into the secret passage, but before leaving, he put down the small things he brought around the secret passage. After they officially entered the secret passage, the iron plate above was lowered inductively, blocking the last light. At the same time, at this moment, hidden main quest trigger. Completely destroy the Red Eagle underground base and drive away or kill the aliens. Dianwen's lips curved into an evil smile. Everything developed just as he expected. Speaking of Contra, we have to talk about the 3 major rumors about this game, which are also the longest-running rumors in the history of the game. Rumor 1, kill aliens on horseback. Rumor 2, flying a helicopter to chase aliens into the universe. Rumor 3, 8 underwater levels. Among them, the first rumor came from a bug. Shortly after the rumor appeared, it was confirmed by game fans to be false. Although the stuck bug does turn the character's head into a mosaic like a horse, it cannot be ridden. Needless to say, the second rumor is false as soon as you hear it, but it has continued to circulate because of players' high love for this game. The main thing to talk about here is the third rumor, which is also the most talked about but constantly explored rumor among the 3 major rumors. The so-called 8 underwater levels means that in the last level of the game, there will be a soldier walking backwards. As long as the player follows him, he can be taken into the 8 underwater levels. But no one has ever seen this with their own eyes, so it is considered a rumor. However, Dianwen can responsibly say that the 8 underwater levels exist. As a fanatic, he has collected more than a dozen game versions of Contra for these 8 underwater levels. Among them, Contra on the MSX home computer launched by Microsoft that year actually had 8 underwater levels. It was just because MSX was far less well-known in Dachau than FC and Overlord, so no one had ever discovered it. Based on this, Dianwen has been thinking about a question after fully diving in. Are there 8 underwater levels here? There is no doubt that if there is one, it will definitely involve hidden missions, and at the very least side missions. The only problem is finding a way in. But after discovering the abnormality of this fork in the road, everything was solved. Ask brother. It's a hidden mission. A hidden mission. Hearing the system prompts, the silly girl jumped up happily. A pair of small hands hugged Dianwen's arms, and she didn't even notice that her waist was constantly rubbing against Dianwen's body. It seems like it's not a. Dianwen touched his chin and nodded. As expected, true knowledge comes from practice. The ancients never deceived me. With this thought in mind, the expression on his face remained serious. Don't get excited, basic operations. Hee, the thigh hug is right this time. At the moment, Dian Mo was almost hanging on Dianwen. Okay, it's almost the end. There's nothing you can do if you hold me like this. Before Dianwen could finish his words, he was interrupted by a scream. His eyes narrowed, and he rushed downwards without saying a word. At the same time, the flashlight in his hand kept coming back to search, trying to find the source of the screams. 3 seconds later, he saw it. At the bottom of the secret passage, Smith's whole body was entangled with a very metallic tail. At the moment, he was completely in the air, his legs were kicking wildly, the expression on his face was horrified, and he was making futile attempts to escape. That's the alien's tail. Give it to me. There was a vibrato in the silly girl's voice. It was obvious that this scene was a bit too scary for a girl like her. But even so, she still made a calm judgment. The moment she said these words, Dianwen wanted to turn around. But in the end, a gust of wind blew past him, and the figure of the silly girl had already rushed to Smith's side. At the same time, the plasma-cutting dagger she held in her hand had been swung out. Laugh! The harsh cutting sound was heard in the dark tunnel, followed by the sound of metal being corroded and the scream of the alien. For where the alien's tail was cut, a stream of highly corrosive blood shot out and sprayed onto the metal floor, immediately punching a hole in the floor. The alien's tail had been retracted, but Smith's screams continued because his arms were also corroded. Dianwen rushed forward, snatched the dagger from Dumay's hand without hesitation, and then cut off Smith's left hand without changing his expression. After doing all this, he immediately pulled Smith and Dumay away quickly. Are you okay? He threw Smith on the ground and looked at Dumb Girl. The silly girl shook her head and said, It's okay, I'm fast and can avoid the alien's blood. That's good. Dianwen didn't ask any more questions and looked at Smith on the ground. What happened? What happened? At this time, Burns and others who were exploring the way ahead finally returned. After seeing Smith's tragic condition, Ben immediately took out the hemostatic spray and sprayed it on Smith's broken arm. Me? Smith was in a cold sweat and didn't say a word for a long time. Dianwen sneered and said, He brought it upon himself. Dian Mo asked. Burns didn't expect Dianwen to be sarcastic at this time, and immediately yelled, Even if Smith has a problem with you, you shouldn't. It has nothing to do with the festival. Dianwen sneered and waved his hand. If I guess correctly, he should have fallen behind on purpose just now, trying to notify his boss, but he didn't expect that the alien who got the location did it first. It's to kill him. What? Burns was in disbelief, but took a step back. Ein was even more direct, pointing the muzzle of the flamethrower directly at Smith. Haha, I didn't expect you would have discovered it a long time ago, Smith said with a wry smile. As soon as he said these words, Burns basically saved the time of asking, Is this true? This kind of nonsense. I'm sorry about this. I'm obsessed with it. Click. Smith's confession was only halfway through, and the iron plate that had just been broken by the alien made a harsh sound. Everyone immediately turned their heads and saw an alien tearing open the iron plate and getting out of it. Under the weak light, this monster that exists specifically for killing has a suffocating sense of oppression. Side mission trigger. Kill 100 aliens. Boom. Burns raised his hand and shot the alien at once, crushing the alien's head. Having had previous experience, Burns' reaction this time was finally worthy of the word Contra. At the same time, this also reflects the advanced technology of the Contra world. You must know that in the movie, the weapons used by the protagonists cannot kill the aliens with one shot. Dianwen smiled and was about to praise Burns, but the crisis was far from over. The harsh sound of tearing iron plates was heard again, and this time, Not just one came out. 5 aliens lined up in a row, and more aliens crawled out of the breach. This, Burns, Bing, Iron, and Smith all let out gasps almost at the same time. However, Dian, he touched his chin and nodded again and again, his expression as if he was sitting at home watching the Victoria's Secret show. If conditions hadn't allowed him to do so, he would probably have wanted to make some in-depth comments about the 5 alien girls in front of him on issues such as height, shortness, fatness, and so on. Ask brother. The silly girl's trembling voice came, and her breathing became heavy at the same time. Dian turned around to look, only to see her with one eye closed, her hands trembling as she raised the pistol and aimed at the alien in front, with an obvious expression of fear on her face. Now Dian was confused. It was normal for the silly girl to be nervous when she only saw one tale before, but now that she has seen the whole picture, she must be watching the Victoria's Secret show like herself. Oh no, it's Alien Girl's raging team. Close, close one eye, and you will see the original appearance of the alien. The stupid girl said in fear. After hearing what she said, Dian closed one eye without saying any nonsense. Sure enough, the originally beautiful alien girls all turned into monsters with oval heads, thick mouth parts, and even saliva dripping on the ground. Meow. The contrast between before and after was so great that Dian couldn't help but roll his eyes. Although he knew rationally that the other party was an alien and that the image of a beautiful woman was just a trick of the system, he still felt a little disillusioned when he saw it. And if he sees it, it means, I'll go and give my alien mother back. Oh my God, I almost had a bold idea just now. Drinking alone by the lake. Han Yinro. It's true that the audience will be the same as the host. If Dian saw this sentence, he would definitely feel wronged. Although he looked very happy, he had never had such a bold idea. However, with the current situation, even if he saw it, he would have no time to complain about Han Yinro. He yelled behind him, "What are you still looking at? Are you waiting for them to come up and kill us? Run!" After shouting this sentence, he continued to speak very fast. Ion is behind. Use the flamethrower. Bing runs in front, and the drone explores the path. Burns takes Smith with him. The silly girl also follows them. Smith uses use the lower paw to use the flashlight to shine on the road ahead. Dian had now completely taken control of the team, but Burns had no complaints about it, and everyone, including him, instinctively followed Dian's words. Everyone ran wildly, and Ein wielded the flamethrower extremely bravely and sprayed it, while slowly retreating. Dian followed Ein and observed with one eye closed. The aliens do have a biological instinct to be afraid of fire. Although it is very limited, it can at least block it. The flame spray lasted for several seconds, and Dian immediately stopped. Okay, run. Ein is the best executor. When Dian said the word E, he had stopped breathing fire. When Dian said run, he had already followed Dian's steps and ran wildly. 1 second, 2 seconds, 3 seconds. Dian recited silently in his mind. When he counted to the 5th second, the sound of alien footsteps could be heard from behind. Stop, Spitfire. Ein did as he was told. At the same time, Dian also took out his sniper rifle. Boom! Flames spurted out, bullets shot out, and heads exploded. Tis! Dian curled his lips in dissatisfaction. He aimed at the first alien, but it was the third one behind the first one that died. Simply put, he missed. After all, mechanical proficiency is just proficiency. Facing the aliens with high-speed movement, the accuracy is obviously not enough, and he looked down at his slightly trembling hands. Extreme calmness only blocks out most negative emotions. Faced with such a crisis, even he would inevitably feel a sense of fear and panic. Walk. Without worrying too much about this issue, seeing that the flames had blocked the alien, Dian again called Ein to run away. In this way, after repeating the process several times, Dian saw the backs of the 4 silly girls. There was a fork in the road ahead, and they had to stop to wait for Dian and Ein. Let's go to the front. This will always be the case from now on. Unless there are special circumstances, we will stay and wait for you. The coherent words were shouted by Burns, and he rushed forward. As a leader, he is undoubtedly successful. After a short period of panic, he has regained his composure. Dian nodded appreciatively, but when he saw the map hanging on the wall out of the corner of his eye, "Stop!" He immediately yelled at the 4 people who had not taken a few steps to stop. "What's wrong?" Burns immediately stopped asking. Dian had completely stopped at the moment. He just stood at the crossroads, staring at the map. At the same time, he also answered Burns' inquiry very quickly. "Cover me. I need to memorize the map." The 5 people except Dian were stunned. A second later, when others were still hesitating, Burns said decisively, "Cover Dian Mo." After saying that, he took a deep look at Dian. "As soon as possible. Our lives are all in your hands." Blazing flames, the sound of bullets, heavy breathing, and the screams of aliens. All kinds of sounds mixed together and echoed in the empty tunnel. Tension and fear were like tides, gradually covering everyone's bodies and minds. "Hey man, can you hurry up? We can't take it anymore." Ben, who was sweating profusely, couldn't help but turn around and ask Dian. In fact, less than a minute has passed since Dian stopped to memorize the map. But in such an environment, every second is suffering. Smith has no position and doesn't like to talk too much. The silly girl trusts Dian, and Burns knows that having a map is far better than him and others running around like headless flies. Therefore, none of the above people urged, but Ben couldn't help it. Boom! He was answered by the sound of gunshot. For sure, the gun was not pointed at him, but at the tunnel on the right side of the crowd. "There's an alien coming from the right. Go alone." Dian spoke calmly and almost coldly. Even when he was memorizing the map, he was still concentrating on observing the surrounding situation. "Damn it!" Ben cursed and then walked over obediently. He took out a few grenades from his backpack and threw them into the tunnel without hesitation. Bang! Bang! The ground shook slightly. 2 aliens were killed, but more rushed over. Although there are not as many aliens in the left passage as in the back, there are still quite a few. "Hey Smith, come here and give me a hand." Ben yelled without looking back. Smith said nothing and walked over silently, holding a pistol and firing continuously. 10 seconds later, the aliens on the right were cleared a lot, and Smith took this opportunity to speak with hesitation. Dian Mo asked, "Why? You took me with you?" This problem has troubled him for a long time. To be honest, in that situation, if Dian hadn't saved him, he might have died. And then, if it weren't for Commander Dian, Burns might not have taken him with him, due to his jealous character. Dian said decisively, "Because you are a human being, people can kill, but I won't allow aliens to kill in front of me." Everyone who heard what he said was stunned, a little baffled by his weird principle. It seemed that he knew they would be confused, so Dian added with a smile, "It's very simple. Just like the practice in my hometown, Daxia, it is okay to fight internally, but when there is an invasion from another country, it will be unanimous against the outside world." Burns seemed to understand, but because of this, his brows wrinkled. He said, "You mean the Huxia can kill the Huxia, but when people from other countries kill the Huxia, you will temporarily put aside the old grudges and kill the invaders first?" Ben interrupted. "Stop joking. This is not the same thing at all. Do you put these monsters, the aliens you call, on an equal footing?" "Why not?" Dian smiled evilly at Ben. "Put away your narrow-minded ideas. They have life, they're naturally living things, and we pretentious humans are also living creatures, primates. There is no hierarchy in life. Since they appear, they have the right to live. I kill them just because they want to kill me." After hearing what he said, Smith even stopped shooting, stared at Dian, and said word for word, "In other words, if they don't try to kill people, are you even willing to live in peace with them?" "Ha ha ha! Why not?" A crazy smile bloomed on Dian's face. At this moment, the barrage in the live broadcast room was stunned, and the 5 people present stared at him. I don't know if it's an illusion, but it seems that even the alien attack has slowed down a bit. Everyone has an illusion. As long as he's given a chance, he may even actually promote the future he talks about. However, just for a moment, Dianwen regained his lazy expression, as if everything just now was just an illusion. Okay, I've memorized the map. As he spoke, he raised his sniper rifle, closed one eye, stared at the ferocious aliens, and raised his hand to shoot. Boom! The particle bullet came out of the barrel, and the alien's head exploded. Bing and Dume lead the way. Smith and Burns are in the middle. Ein follows, and I stay behind. Go straight ahead, and I will remind you when it's time to turn. After hearing his arrangement, no one said any nonsense and immediately followed it. Contra's qualities were fully demonstrated. After following the crowd for a while, Dianwen stopped, closed his eyes, and took a deep breath. Call! A few seconds later, he let out a long breath, and his eyes opened, sharper than ever. Zyke raised his sniper rifle, and his hands no longer even trembled slightly. 3, 5, 10, 26. Dianwen reported the count without any emotion, and the corners of Dianwen's mouth drew a cruel arc. And as a smile appeared, the first shot was fired. Boom! Precise headshots. The alien, which was still running rapidly, rushed forward with inertia and slid to the ground. For a sniper, a pair of hands that are stable in times of danger is far more important than improving one level of skills. Come on, let us. Dianwen's dark eyes shone with excitement, and his body began to tremble. It was a tremor caused by excitement, but his hands were like rocks, motionless. Let the fighting begin. Boom, boom. The sound of gunfire continued to echo in the tunnel, and the particle bullets shone brilliantly in the dark tunnel. And every time this light appears, it symbolizes the passing of a life. There are 12 left. A gentle, silent recitation came from Dianwen's mouth. In fact, when he said these words, another alien was killed by him. At the moment, there was less than 5 meters between the alien at the front and him. For the alien, this distance could be crossed in the blink of an eye. Ask me why you don't retreat. Brother One, come on. Brother One, retreat quickly. Soft mist. Dian Mo's strategy is correct. The alien with high-speed movement is extremely difficult to hit. If he is still moving, the hit rate may be greatly reduced. Drinking alone by the lake. Well, that's why we should stay put and annihilate as many aliens as possible. LGD way, but now I have to retreat. As if hearing their words, Dianwen moved. He kicked off his legs and retreated at an extremely fast speed like an arrow from the string. After 2 consecutive strengthenings, his jumping ability is 4 times that of ordinary people. Although this ability usually refers to the height of jumping, but this is undoubtedly a misunderstanding. Dianwen calmly chose the best plan at the most critical moment, panning and jumping. This was a much faster way than him retreating. While jumping up, he pulled the trigger again. Boom! An alien's shoulder shattered. It is as expected. Dianwen's stern face showed an unexpected expression. At the same time, his brain began to work at high speed, and he continued to master the feeling of moving and shooting. A second later, gunfire rang out again. Boom! The alien with the damaged shoulder fell forever, and blood that was different from human color flowed from its neck, corroding the ground. Snap! Dianwen landed, changed the magazine, pulled the grab lever, and pulled the trigger. A series of actions were completed in one go, as if they had been done countless times before. 9, boom, take off. 8, 7, boom, boom, landed. Delirium, which, there was a roar from behind, but before he could finish the shout, he was interrupted by Dianwen. Turn right. Say 2 words clearly and neatly. Even when facing the alien army, Dianwen was still focused on memorizing the map. No, it's not about multitasking. Move, shoot, memorize the map, and calculate the speed of everyone behind you. This is do 4 things at once. Episode, do you want help? Ein, the slowest runner, turned around and shouted. No need. Dianwen pulled the trigger and killed another alien. I'm enjoying it. As he spoke, he jumped back again, but this time his entire body was almost parallel to the ground, as if he was lying in the air. Behind him is the corner. He jumped back in this way, and when his head was about to hit the wall, he suddenly stretched out his left hand, grabbed the wall at a right angle on one side, and allowed his body to complete a mid-air change of direction. At the same time, he opened fire with the sniper rifle in his other hand. Like a blind sniper, and another alien was declared dead. But the crisis came at this moment. An alien on all fours suddenly accelerated and rushed towards Dian at twice the speed before. The distance between the two is only 1 meter. More importantly, Dianwen's posture of lying flat in the air at the moment was completely useless, and it was even difficult to even land on the ground. However, a relaxed and carefree smile appeared on Dianwen's face. He stretched both hands forward at the same time. The muzzle of the sniper rifle was pointed at the alien at close range, while the fingers of his left hand were spread out. The next second, flames erupted and the fireball technique was activated. With his kinetic energy, Dianwen completed a weak acceleration and narrowly avoided the alien attack. Boom! Snap! Dianwen fell to the ground and completed a standard backflip. However, after turning back, he did not stand up. Instead, he knelt on one knee on the ground, holding a sniper rifle and pointing at the corner in front, as if waiting for death, motionless. At the same second, an alien just poked out 1/5 of its head, and Dianwen fired. 3. As the fourth to last alien fell, 3 other aliens sprang out. Boom! It's over, it's over. Oh my God, run away. Don't worry, brother, run away. The audience in the live broadcast room was very excited because no one expected that at this crucial moment, Dianwen missed the target, and it was too biased. The shot did not hit the alien's shoulder or torso, but strangely hit the alien's left leg. Then, they quickly learned how unfounded their worries are. The alien that was hit in the left leg fell down and lay on top of the previous alien that was killed by Dianwen. The height of the tunnel is 3 meters, and the alien's torso is about 20 centimeters. The sum of the two is 40 centimeters. The height of the alien is usually a little more than 2 meters. In other words, unless the next 2 aliens jump over close to the ceiling, otherwise, bang bang. Just as Dianwen calculated, the last 3 aliens fell into a ball like a stack of arhats. Bang bang. He stood up slowly with a thick smile on his face and fired twice in succession, accurately hitting the heads of the 2 aliens. 1. He stepped forward, walked up to the alien whose leg he had hit, and stepped on its head like an iron clamp, preventing it from moving at all. A joking smile bloomed on Dianwen's face. The sniper rifle in his hand tilted downwards, and the muzzle of the gun was pressed against the alien's head. Game over. Boom. Chow chow chow. So handsome. Chingu, I want to give birth to a monkey for you. Who else is there? I just want to ask, who else is there? Brother Wen is here to rule Wan Yu. Brother Wen is here to rule Wan Yu. Damn, Brother Wen's last smile almost broke me. Drinking alone by the lake. Ask me, I love you. It's over. The rich woman has also been captured. In fact, it was far more than just drinking alone by the lake that was captured. In an internet cafe in S City, a female network administrator sat in front of the computer, her beautiful eyes staring at the virtual screen in front of her. She has short hair that is different from ordinary women. At first glance, it may seem awkward, but after a long look, you will find that this unique hairstyle makes her look more fresh and refined. At the same time, she is also an all-round beauty with no blind spots in appearance, figure, or temperament. She is none other than Han Yenro. It really is. Han Yenro murmured softly. Her cheeks flushed, and she forced herself to refrain from shouting the words "birth monkey" and "I love you" along with the audience. But this just means that she has good endurance. In fact, even now her mind was constantly replaying Dianwen's crisp shots and that evil, confident, and charming smile at the end. Network administrator. I want to get on the plane. Han Yenro finally came to her senses. Oh, how many hours? While speaking, she also lightly clicked her fingers a few times to complete the action of giving away 1 coins. Han Yenro give the anchor 100 million gaming coins. 666 gives away 10 million gaming coins to the anchor. The fallen leaves return to their roots to give away 50 million gaming coins to the anchor. LGD way give the anchor 50 million gaming coins. I ask brother gives away 10 million game coins to the anchor. Drink alone by the lake and give the anchor 1 million game coins. The crazy 1U coin gifts almost flooded the live broadcast room, especially the gift worth 1 million RMB from a wealthy woman, which set off a frenzy in the live broadcast room. In this wave alone, Dian Mo earned nearly 5 million in revenue. Although most people gave away 1 million game coins, at the moment there were millions of people in his live broadcast room, and the cumulative effect was terrifying. However, Dian Mo naturally didn't know this. At the moment, he didn't have time to watch the live broadcast because, crunch, the sound of heavy footsteps that could even bend an iron plate could be heard. Dian Mo looked at the darkness ahead, his pupils contracting slightly. It was an alien on all fours. It looked somewhat similar to a wolf, but it was nearly 3 meters tall and even 6 meters long. More importantly, this alien is very different from other aliens. Its color is silver. Well, Dian Mo opened one eye and touched his chin. Such a beautiful dog of huge amounts is walking towards me. What kind of expression should I use? To be honest, this alien's effeminate state is the most beautiful one Dian Mo has seen so far. If you want to score, you should be able to score 91 points. As a result, Dian Mo made an action that was very suitable for men, but definitely different from humans. Hey, beauty, want to go get a drink? He actually accosted the alien. Roar! The wolf-shaped alien roared wildly. Well, it seems that he refused. Then I won't bother you. After saying that, Dian Mo turned his head and ran away. If you look closely, you'll find that cold sweat was already flowing down his forehead at the moment. No matter it is the effeminate state or the alien state, he can't bear it. However, before he could run a few steps, he was forced to stop, because several people running in front of him ran back with frightened faces, and Burns was even injured. Seeing Burns and Smith, the brothers in distress, helping each other and limping back, Dian Mo smiled without a sense of crisis. Hey, no matter what is running you over from behind, I have to tell you some bad news. He pointed his thumb behind him. The guy behind me must be bigger than the one over there. In every sense of the word. Bigger than a basketball. Don't think I don't know you're talking about breasts. Please be more serious at this time and stop making dirty jokes and cold jokes. The stupid girl immediately roared. Dian Mo tilted his head and said, Are you ashamed of yourself? The silly girl was shocked when she saw his cute behavior, and then she yelled twice as loud as before. How could it be possible? It has to be said that with Dian Mo, no matter how dangerous the situation is, there's no way to calm down. While just chatting, Dian Mo saw the alien behind them without any introduction. It is not accurate to say that he is alien, because at least in appearance, he looks like a human being. It was a strong white man over 2 meters tall, but his arms were shaped like claws, and he also had a tail. The most important thing is that there's a layer of jet black metal cortex, like an exoskeleton on the surface of his body below his head. That's right. I remember that there's indeed a setting for alien genetic modification in Contra. Dian Mo nodded thoughtfully. Don't be careless. He is at least 3 times stronger than ordinary aliens. Our firearms cannot penetrate his alien skin. Ben Jiangwen still had no sense of crisis at all, so he couldn't help but remind him loudly. In fact, Dian Mo was well aware of this man's strength without his need to remind him. The aliens transformed by ordinary people are probably more than 1.5 times more powerful than ordinary aliens, and the person in front of me is not ordinary. He is Lance, the protagonist of Contra. His strength, I saw at least 5 times. Dian Mo sighed softly. Boom, boom. The heavy footsteps were getting closer and closer, and now Burns and others also saw the big guy Dian Mo was talking about. As for the silly girl, her eyes widened for a few seconds, and then she fell into a deep depression. She didn't know whether it was because she was desperate, because she was absolutely certain to die, or because there was something about this alien that made her extremely negative. Dian Mo smiled and was about to speak. Stop talking. The stupid girl glared at him fiercely. Don't ruin such a serious atmosphere. You can tell from the tone of the girl's tone how serious the blow she received was. and she even stopped calling brother. However, this also shows that she already regards Dian Mo as an acquaintance in her heart. In fact, this is the case for most people. The more familiar people are, the more casual they will talk. From a psychological point of view, they don't worry that the other person will be angry because of it. This is why many people rarely restrain their emotions when dealing with their family members, because they know that their family members are always the people least likely to leave them. Well, to keep things serious, let's get down to business. When the alien behind Dian Mo approached, Lance also walked to a position 5 meters away from their group. There's the wolf-shaped giant alien in the back, and the protagonist Lance, the alien, in the front. Each of these two aliens has the power to destroy Dian Mo and others. But now, they have to face two at the same time, and they are surrounded in a narrow environment. Burns said bitterly, "Everyone, I'm sorry. It's all my fault for having wrong information." He frankly admitted his mistake and did not blame Dian Mo for deceiving him and the other 3 people to come here at this time. Based on this, Dian Mo's affection for this man who sometimes suffered from severe Chinibu grew sharply, and the action of pressing a certain button was stopped because of this. Looks like we have to change our approach. With this thought in his mind, he took out Killer Scream. Dian Mo seems to be doing things unscrupulously, but in fact he has his own bottom line in his heart. Just like Gao Dui's time, as long as he wins his favor, although it can't be said that he is sacrificing himself for others, he will definitely try his best to prevent the other party from suffering. Gao Dui died, but he completed the mission. But Burns doesn't have the same privileges as players. When he dies, he really dies. Therefore, Dian Mo decisively gave up Plan A and chose a method that was a little disadvantageous to him, but would not suffer a loss. However, just when he was about to take action, laugh, bang! The iron plate on the head of the wolf-shaped alien suddenly tore apart, and then a black shadow poured down along with a large amount of soil. Finally, the sound of heavy objects falling suddenly sounded. Everyone's body was tense, and they looked nervously at the front covered by a large amount of dirt and dust. As for Dian Mo, he did not stare at that area in vain like the others, but immediately turned his head and looked behind him. Then he frowned slightly, and he discovered that even if something unexpected happened to the wolf-shaped alien, the alien-shaped Lance didn't make any move to attack at all, and the expression on his face was a little nervous. But if you really want to say it, it is already very abnormal for human beings to become aliens, and this is no exception. At this time, anyone else would definitely keep an eye on Lance. However, Brother Win is not an ordinary person. He turned his head without hesitation and looked forward with interest, as if he had forgotten about Lance behind him. After a few seconds, the mud finally stopped pouring and the dust slowly dispersed. Under the light of the flashlight, a human figure appeared in front of everyone. A strong body, weapons and wrist guards that look like high-tech products, fishnet clothes that can only be seen in movies starting with a certain letter, a mask that looks like a perverted murderer, and a noodle shape that looks like a favorite of black people. Hairstyle. Yes, the above descriptions are all Dian Mo's thoughts at the moment. In the eyes of other people, this figure is extremely oppressive, and people who know him like Dian Mo will definitely feel short of breath and nervous at the first moment. Because that's the Predator. This Predator lived up to his reputation. At the moment, the wolf-shaped alien was being trampled under his feet. A silver spear pierced its head and nailed it to the floor. "Hey, buddy, although I don't mind you posing in a concave shape over there, can you get rid of the guy behind you first?" Someone who can speak like this to the domineering Predator at this moment. I can only ask my brother. Daimixu looked at Brother One with eyes, although the sense of crisis in her heart was not much less. The tension and so on had basically disappeared. Definitely. Although Jinwen will always say something to enliven the atmosphere when he is nervous, it does not mean that he cannot understand the situation. So he was very shameless. No, very smart, and put all the weapons into a space backpack at the first time. At the same time, he quickly winked at the others and asked them to follow him. The reason for his doing this is simple. It is to use his understanding of the predator setting to make the best judgment. Most predators have a principle. That is, they will not kill children and women, and they will not kill people without weapons. Definitely. If any naughty kid shows off to the predator with a weapon, then he is simply seeking death, and the predator will bring peace to the world. Perhaps he was shocked by Brother Wind's shamelessness and wit. The mighty and domineering predator stood there and looked at him, feeling a little confused. In this supposedly extremely depressing situation, there was a strange silence in the tunnel. The predator probably had his entire iron-blooded outlook on life subverted. He looked at Dian Mo without making any move for a long time. In contrast, the alienated Lance was much calmer than him. After all, Brother Wind didn't target him, so he spoke. "I need to take them away." "Let me go," the alien actually spoke. Dian Mo's eyes widened, and he looked at Lance in surprise. The predator came to his senses and said, "Impossible." Dian Mo turned around and said, "I'm sorry. Lance has a vocal cord after all, so I just tolerated it when he opened his mouth." "How can you, a predator who drools 24 hours a day, talk?" "Well, yes, after taking off the mask of the predator, he will be drooling 24 hours a day." Definitely, the person drooling is very domineering, and not like some people in some kind of institution where Dian Mo may be imprisoned in the future, looking like a fool. "Then I will." Halfway through Lance's words, his body was already in an attack position. However, the next moment, Dian Mo's vision blurred, and he saw only a black shadow speeding past, and then Lance's figure disappeared. Boom! I don't know how long this passage is, but it took a few seconds before Dian Mo heard the sound of heavy objects hitting the wall. The place where Lance originally stood was replaced by the predator. Well, this must be at least level 30. Dian Mo stared at the dead fish eyes and muttered, "That's too much. We teamed up with a level 12 and a level 18, but you gave me a level 30 the boss? How can I cheat him?" The silly girl complained with empty eyes, "Brother Wind, I really admire your brain circuitry. At this time, you still want to trick the predator, and you even said it in front of him. It's okay, it's okay." Dian Mo waved his hand nonchalantly. A combat-type boss must not have enough brains. The predator looked at Dian silently and asked, after a long time, "Is it really okay for you two to discuss this topic in front of me?" Complained. Even the predator couldn't help but complain. At this moment, the entire live broadcast room was shocked. Dian Mo smiled and said, "It's definitely better. You should be happy. Now that I have said it, it means that there is a high chance that I will not do it." "Is it very likely?" The predator was silent for a while and finally decided not to discuss the topic again. "I will help you complete your mission." Hearing the word mission, the laziness on Dian Mo's face disappeared and his eyes turned serious. He did not ask immediately, but looked at Burns and the others and said, "Please go ahead and explore the way. I need to talk to this predator." Burns glanced back and forth between Dian Mo and the predator, finally nodded, and left with the remaining 3 people. After they walked some distance away, Dian Mo asked, "Do you know our identities?" He didn't directly say the words player or anchor, just to see how much the predator understood. And the predator did not disappoint Dian Mo. He said calmly, "Dian Mo asked, you are the most unique player I have ever seen. I have also met primates like you before. He pointed to the stunned silly girl. "Usually. Like her. Primate." Dian Mo keenly grasped this word that ordinary people would not care about. In fact, when he learned about the words left behind by the arrival of Wanyu system, he was very concerned about it. Generally speaking, even if they are aliens, they will at most be called earthlings and human beings when asked about them. But whether it is the system or the predator, they all like to be called primates. This is very problematic. The predator looked at Dian Mo and let out a low growl. Maybe he smiled. Then he said, "You are very keen." "Yes, for you, we usually call them primates. And the aliens are called alienated creatures. In the universe that you primates don't know, there are a total of 13 types of creatures." "Huh, I'm familiar with this setting." Dian Mo chuckled and said, "Are there any beastmen who enjoy having their ears touched? A flugel with wings just above its butt? A seed-dwelling species that will die at the sight of light? A blood-sucking person with no integrity who can get high even by drinking body fluids? Then the primates are at the bottom, and need to collect the chess pieces to open a shameless harem to challenge the gods? After hearing what he said and looking at his increasingly wretched face, the silly girl was shocked on the spot. That's enough. Ask me. You are the most unruly person, and this is clearly the setting of the game life. How could it be like this normally? The silly girl was so shocked that she forgot her fear of the predator and turned around confidently. Head, right? Facing the trusting gaze of the silly girl, the predator hesitated. There are indeed orcs in the alienated category, but I don't know whether they feel comfortable being touched. Wings grow on the buttocks? Can you fly like this? I only know of pterygoids with wings on their backs. There are no sea-dwelling species. As for blood-sucking species, I should say vampires. Some of them are aliens, and some are primates. And, under the eyes of the stupid girl who doubted life, the predator paused, looked at Dian Mo and smiled. Who told you that primates are at the bottom? Dian Mo, Damei, and Predator caught up with the four people in front and began to move in the designated direction. In the process, Dian Mo recalled the last words of the Predator and fell into deep thought. Primates, especially you humans, are miracles in the universe. Your strength is not strong, but your wisdom is unparalleled. Some of the 13 types of creatures were even created by you. The alienated type is one of them. In an unknown battle, powerful races such as vampires and giants, which are also primates, were on the verge of extinction. Therefore, the sword in the hands of the primates began to be dissatisfied with being held by a weak human being and backfired on its master. Primates rank in the middle of the 13 types of creatures, which is quite good. However, that is already the glory of the past. Now, even the alienated types at the bottom are not afraid of primates at all, and even some of their races also plan to exterminate primates in order to improve their ranking. Dian Mo looked at the back of the predator, and there was a thread in his mind. He was about to catch it, but he was always just a little short. At this time, the silly girl next to him pushed him. Dian Mo turned around and looked. Compared to him, the silly girl behaved very normally. Still thinking about it? Anyway, that's the setting in the game. If you can't figure it out, don't think about it. The silly girl said with a soft smile. Yes, for nerdy girls, and even all viewers, this is just an interesting setting as a story. Hiya. Dian Mo smiled and found that he was indeed entangled too much. Shaking his head and throwing those settings behind him, he thought about another thing. The conversation between him and the predator just now was definitely not just about listening to stories. They also reached an agreement that the Predator would help complete the hidden main mission. According to the Predator, there is a leader-level alien in this underground base. Basically, as long as it is killed or driven away, the mission is completed. In the end, Dian Mo did not forget about his side mission and also tricked the Predator to help him complete it. Ding! Asked me to unlock the achievement, a tough fighter. The old lady won't help me, so she just obeys me and asks my brother. Drinking alone by the lake. Compared to Mario World, the level of the thugs this time has increased several times. LGD Way. Hey, I'm still watching. Han Yinro. This shows one thing. As a number one thug, your weakness is obvious to all. LGD Way. What else can Gao Dui do? He is also desperate. If anyone else had said this, he might have said it back. But it was Han Yinro who said this. Compared with her, she was not only weak, she was simply a weakling. Arrive. With the Predator determining the destination and Dian Mo guiding the direction with the help of his memory, everyone arrived at an empty and huge space safely. There are countless large-scale research machines in this space, and one can determine just by looking at it. Such an underground research institute, placed in other worlds, would definitely belong to a similar umbrella company, the culprit causing the end of the world. Definitely, in such a culprit place, the only living creature standing inside can indeed support the identity of this place. Alienation Deacon, the alienated type that can be called the ancestor of aliens. According to the Predator, it is the final boss of this game. However, here, a correction must be made to the word. Perhaps it is more accurate to use she. The alienated deacon has a height of 1.75 meters, a perfect figure like a creation of God, and long black hair that is deeper and more thorough than that of Asians. However, in such a unique hair color, there is a strand of silver hair in the bangs. As for her appearance, it may not be summed up by any modification techniques. Even the four contras with strong nerves are obsessed with her shocking charm. That's right, not from Jianwen's or Damiai's perspective. This alienated deacon is the same as Lance, with a half-human, half-alien posture. However, compared to the modified alien like Lance, this purebred alien only has a tail as an alien characteristic. Is that so? Does that mean the alien girl shown to us by the system is actually the most perfect form of the alien? Dianwen touched his chin and nodded seriously and thoughtfully. He told dirty jokes and showed lewd expressions at irrelevant moments. But when faced with such a perfect woman, he behaved completely opposite to the other four men in the same group. I really can't tell whether he usually just pretends, or it's because the alienated deacon is too perfect and lacks a sense of reality, which leads to him not having much emotional fluctuations. You are here. The alienated deacon spoke coldly. Side mission trigger. Kill or expel the alienated deacon. The moment the alienated deacon spoke, the side mission was triggered. Dianwen's eyes flickered slightly, and doubts arose in his heart. However, he has the biggest complaints in the world, so he has no hesitation. Well, it's very scientific for the alien to speak, he said with a smile. Probably his performance attracted the attention of the alienated deacon. She turned her head and looked directly at Dianwen. Primate, you like to use your unique sense of humor to hide your true thoughts while testing the other person's thoughts. Dianwen raised his eyebrows. Can I take your words as a compliment? I can answer you. This is very scientific. Except for low-level beings, there are not a few people in my race who can speak. The alienated deacon directly ignored Dianwen's last sentence. The stupid girl's eyes widened, and she showed admiration for this enemy boss. As a person who is interested in making complaints and specializes in inducing others to make comments, and is at the pinnacle of both, Dianwen felt at this moment that he had punched cotton with no force. He faced an alien and was defeated.
Hello, everyone. As we wrap up this video, I want to share a quick note. I have a Patreon account. If you'd like to support me and enjoy on-demand audiobooks, you can become a Patreon member. Alternatively, you can check out my Google Drive link, which has 500+ novel audiobooks available through my Ko-fi or Patreon shop. I appreciate your support.